Wang Lin looked at the woman and calmly asked, "Why?" Killing intent filled the woman's face as she coldly answered, "There is no reason. You can live anywhere but here." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and looked at the purple cloud pavilion. He pondered a bit, then he took a few steps back, sat down and began to cultivate. Wang Lin wasn't in the mood to start trouble. He came to planet Tianyun to find a peaceful place to cultivate, so he really wasn't willing to create animosity with someone over a house. And the situation here was a bit complicated. After pondering for a while, he figured that all of this must be related to this purple cloud pavilion. When the woman saw Wang Lin sit down, she frowned and coldly said, "You can't stay there either. You are not allowed to take even half a step within 50 kilometers of the purple cloud pavilion. Now leave." Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. This woman was only at the early stage of soul transformation, so Wang Lin didn't consider her a threat. The woman didn't flinch and also stared back at Wang Lin. Shortly after, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, stood up, and walked into the distance. It wasn't until his figure disappeared from her view that a breeze blew by and the woman found that her back was soaked with cold sweat. She bit her lower lip. Her was gaze depressed as she walked out from the purple cloud pavilion. She sat beside it, stared blankly into the sky, and whispered, "Senior brother Sun Yun, as long as junior apprentice sister is here, no one will replace you, no one." On a beautiful cliff 50 kilometers from the purple cloud pavilion, Wang Lin stopped. He waved his hand and a flying sword appeared. The sword flew toward the cliff and shortly after, a cave was formed. Wang Lin put away the flying sword and walked inside. After placing several restrictions down, he sat down and let out a sigh. His eyes were filled with a pondering light. The atmosphere of the heavenly fate sect is off. I didn't even pass the 3 trials and yet that Xianxia called me junior apprentice brother and told me that master assigned me to live in the purple cloud pavilion. And now this purple cloud pavilion has someone guarding it and she won't allow anyone to get closer. All of this is covered by a fog that I'm unable to see through. I must think of a way to see through it all. Especially the story behind the purple cloud pavilion. The heavenly fate sect was very quiet late at night. Aside from the few disciples on guard duty, everyone else was cultivating. Wang Lin opened his eyes in the night, stood up, and walked out of the cave he created himself. His eyes lit up as he looked around. Then he took one step, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. The purple cloud pavilion was like a sleeping beast lying in the distance. At this moment, a strand of black smoke entered the purple cloud pavilion. The purple cloud pavilion had a total of 3 floors. Wang Lin appeared on the first floor. The surrounding furnishing looked very simple, but instead of looking too ordinary, it gave off a refreshing feeling. After looking around, Wang Lin walked to the second floor. Here there was a bed along with a few chairs. There was a mountain and river painting hanging on the wall, and beside the painting hung an ancient sword. All of this looked very ordinary without anything abnormal about it. The third room was a secret chamber that was used for cultivation. The ceiling was made of a material that Wang Lin had never seen before. It looked like there wasn't even anything there. One could see the sky outside through it. Wang Lin couldn't find anything abnormal about this place. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had already been in the purple division of the heavenly fate sect for half a month. During this half-month, no one came to look for Wang Lin. Even all the other disciples gave him a strange look and stayed away from him as if he was the plague god. The All-Seer never called for him. It was as if the All-Seer had forgotten about him. No one dared to enter within 10 kilometers of the cave he created. It was like it was a forbidden area. During this half a month of time, no one said a word to Wang Lin, and Xianxia seemed to have disappeared. He never showed up again. That woman would always appear before the purple cloud pavilion every day at sunrise. She would blankly stare at it for an entire day, and for the last half-month, she did it every single day. If it continued like this, Wang Lin wouldn't mind. To be able to cultivate without anyone bothering him was very relaxing. However, on the afternoon of the 17th day, Wang Lin was cultivating inside his cave when he suddenly frowned and looked outside the cave. Outside the cave, two rays of light flew in from the distance. After circling around once, they landed not far away and revealed themselves to be two old men wearing light purple robes. One of the old men was fat and the other one was skinny. The two of them had cold expressions as they looked at Wang Lin's cave. One of them shouted, "Which disciple dared to open a cave here without the permission of an elder? Get out here now!" Wang Lin's figure came out from the cave. His face was gloomy as he looked at the two old men. Both of them were at the early stage of soul transformation. One of the old men shouted, "Who allowed you to open a cave here? You have one incense stick of time to destroy this cave and leave here, or else you will be punished according to sect rules." Wang Lin's eyes became even calmer and he asked, "Who are you two?" The person who still hadn't said a word now calmly said, "The Purple Division's disciplinary elders." Wang Lin waved his right hand behind him and with a boom, the cave he lived in for half a month collapsed, creating a cloud of dust. Wang Lin's figure seemed to fade in and out in the cloud of dust, but his eyes were calm. The previously aggressive old man sneered, "Although you have destroyed the cave, you have already broken sect rules. Follow us to the main hall, and someone there will naturally convict you of your crime." Wang Lin took a deep breath. Then he looked at the two of them and calmly said, "I only want to peacefully cultivate and not get involved in all of the scheming. But ever since I came here, the only thing I experienced was prejudice. Forget it." With that, he moved forward and slapped his bag of holding. The soul lasher suddenly appeared in his hand and he whipped it toward the two like a dragon. The two old men's expressions quickly changed and they quickly moved back. The two of them began to chant and soon, a black and white light came out from each of them. One of the old men quickly shouted, "You dare to attack the disciplinary elder?" However, the soul lasher was extremely quick. After a string of afterimages, the expression of the old man who shouted immediately changed. His body shook and then, with a crisp popping sound, he was pushed back. Blood came out from the corner of his mouth and his origin soul was whipped out 3 inches. The soul lasher specialized in attacking the origin soul. His expression revealed an unimaginable fear as he struggled to re-enter his body. However, Wang Lin wouldn't give him the chance. Wang Lin's finger drew an arc. An arc of red lightning shot out toward the old man. The old man's expression was very ugly as he spat out a cloud of mist to block the arc of lightning. The other elder's face immediately became pale and without a word, he waved the white light in his hand forward. A purple sword immediately appeared in his hand. Then he pointed at Wang Lin and shouted, "7 broken stars." Just as he spoke, the purple sword cracked and split into 7 pieces. The 7 pieces of the sword carried the aura of an army of 10,000 and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and his eyes lit up. An enormous amount of killing intent surged out from his eyes. What kind of gaze is that? What kind of monster did I provoke? After the old man saw the killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, his heart trembled. Just at this moment, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared as fast as lightning. What appeared after the celestial sword was the half-moon blade that even Wang Lin was extremely wary of. Waves of rumbling sounds echoed. The 7 pieces of sword didn't even get close before they all shattered due to the pressure of the celestial sword. Su Ligua's laughter could be heard from within the celestial sword. Without any hesitation, the old man turned around to escape. He clearly saw what happened earlier. What caused the 7 sword pieces to shatter wasn't the celestial sword but the half-moon blade behind it. That half-moon blade swung 7 times in the blink of an eye, each hit landing on one of the 7 pieces and causing them all to shatter. However, its speed was too fast, so it looked like the 7 pieces shattered at the same time. After seeing this, how could the old man not be shocked? He secretly complained. If he knew that this was going to happen, he wouldn't have listened to Xianxia. Although he regretted it now, it was too late. Wang Lin didn't even look at that elder. With one step, he arrived next to the elder who had his origin soul whipped out. The elder was still resisting the arc of lightning when he felt Wang Lin closing in on him. He was about to give up resisting and was going to escape instead. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely cold. He waved his hand and the restriction flag appeared in his grasp. With one wave, countless restrictions shot out and completely sealed the escape route of the Elder's origin soul. At the same time, his hand reached out and he said, "Come back!" The origin soul only felt a powerful force coming from behind him. Although he was surrounded by restrictions, he only needed a bit of time to break through, but right now that bit of time wasn't available. He clenched his teeth as he suddenly turned around and shouted, "I'm the disciplinary elder. Even if you are the All-Seer's disciple, if you kill me, you will still be punished by the sect." Wang Lin sneered. "It looks like you know my identity." He pulled his right hand back, causing the origin soul to let out a miserable scream and pulling it back. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a bell flew out. The bell grew to 3 meters long. Then Wang Lin threw the origin soul at the bell and the bell trapped the origin soul. "Refine!" shouted Wang Lin as he turned around and looked over. Over there, the other old man was forced back with a bitter look on his face. He stood within 100 feet of Wang Lin and didn't dare to move at all. The half-moon blade moved threateningly before him, and Su Ligua's arrogant laughter came from the celestial sword. "Grandson, stand still for your grandpa Su. If you dare to move even 1 inch, I'll slice a piece off you." Wang Lin calmly looked at the old man and slowly said, "Since this place doesn't want me to remain silent, I'll show off a bit and be domineering. Now tell me, who lived inside the purple cloud pavilion before?" The old man's face was completely pale. He never would have thought that a cultivator from a wasted cultivation planet who he considered a hick could be so powerful. This person had caught him in a few short moments and was currently refining another elder. This level of power was something only mid-stage soul transformation cultivators could display. This was one of the few rare moments in his life where he felt regret. If he hadn't listened to that Xianxia, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. At this moment, not far away from the old man, his partner who was trapped under the bell was letting out miserable screams. He was clearly suffering from the pain of being refined. When the sounds of screaming entered the old man's ears, he let out a long sigh and gave up all will to resist. He looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression and said, "Please release him first. We were wrong in this matter. Whatever you want to know, we will tell you." Wang Lin didn't move and only coldly stared at the person. The old man's face was bitter. He looked at the half-moon blade hovering before him and said, "The ancestor accepts a total of 7 disciples from each of the 7 different divisions, and he also brings in disciples from outside. However, only 1 disciple in each division is a true disciple. Although everyone else is still considered disciples, they won't get the ancestor's inheritance." Wang Lin didn't say a word as he silently listened to all of this. As he stood there, he gave off a sense of arrogance. The current him was very different from when he came to the Heavenly Fate sect. 1,000 years ago, in the Purple Division, a genius appeared. This person became the top disciple in the Purple Division, replacing the old 6 as one of the All-Seer's direct disciples. His name was Sun Yun, and he lived in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he calmly asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Normally speaking, there is nothing, but 100 years ago, Sun Yun betrayed the sect and ran away for some reason. Although this is the case, the ancestor didn't send anyone to hunt him but went personally. After 1 month, the ancestor came back by himself. Then he sealed the Purple Cloud Pavilion and spread the word that the next person who inherits the Purple Cloud sect will be one of his 7 direct disciples. The old man paused for a moment when he got to this part. He looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression and then said, "Among the 7 Purple Division disciples, the other 6 all grew up on planet Tianyun. Only you came from a wasted cultivation planet. Even in the eyes of the ordinary disciples, you are considered a hick and have lower status than them. If everything was normal, it wouldn't be so bad. But since you were given the Purple Cloud Pavilion, there will naturally be discrimination. Besides, your cultivation level isn't even that high, so naturally your seniors think of you as an eyesore. Due to the ancestor, they can't directly act against you, but scheming and backstabbing is unavoidable. I have said everything I can. Today's matter is our fault. From today onward, My brother and I will never get involved in the matter between you guys. As the old man said that, he looked at the half-moon blade. He dreaded this half-moon blade a lot. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. So this is the cause for all of this. He waved his right hand and the celestial sword came back to him. Su Ligua let out a call, causing the half-moon blade to let the elder go and circle the celestial sword. The old man let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the giant bell to the side. The miserable screams of his partner were extremely soft. He hesitated for a bit before saying, "He!" Wang Lin waved his right hand and the bell immediately flew into his hand. He flicked the bell, causing it to shrink. A small, green light came out from the bell and tried to escape, but Wang Lin quickly caught it in his hand. A shrill came from within the green light. "I'm a disciplinary ELD." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin squeezed his hand. This caused the green light to collapse, revealing an extremely weak origin soul. Without even looking at it, Wang Lin threw the origin soul into his mouth. As the origin soul entered Wang Lin's mouth, a powerful force sucked the origin soul into the 1 billion soul flag inside Wang Lin's body. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked at the old man and calmly asked, "You don't want to leave?" The old man stared dumbfoundedly at the left of this person. He never could have imagined that this person would dare to break the sect rules by devouring an origin soul right before him. This act was that of the demonic path. His heart shook violently as he took a few steps back and forced a smile. "I'm going to leave now. I don't know anything about what happened here today." With that, he turned around and escaped with all his strength. A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he softly said, "Kill him!" Su Ligua let out an happy cry and moved forward like lightning. However, the half-moon blade was even faster, so in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. A soft scream came from the distance and then in the blink of an eye, the half-moon blade flew back. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and grabbed the old man's origin soul from the half-moon blade. The old man was about to scream, but it was too late. Wang Lin threw the old man's origin soul into his mouth and sealed it within the soul flag. After finishing all of this, not only did the coldness in Wang Lin's eyes not decrease, instead it increased. He turned toward the purple cloud pavilion and began walking toward there. Since the All-Seer assigned me to the purple cloud pavilion, he must have accounted for all of this. He flew the entire way and shortly after arrived outside the purple cloud pavilion. The woman in purple was currently sitting inside the palace. She was touching the mountain and river painting, and her eyes were filled with thoughts of the past. When she noticed Wang Lin arrive, she frowned. Then her body disappeared and reappeared outside of the purple cloud pavilion. As she stared at the red light flying toward the pavilion, a cold voice could be heard. "Let everyone know that I, Wang Lin, am not someone to be pushed around. Why did you come here again? Scram!" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without a word, his hand formed a seal and pointed at her. The celestial sword charged out at the woman and the half-moon blade quickly followed. The woman's expression changed. In the blink of an eye, the woman disappeared. Her speed was very fast, not much slower than the half-moon blades. The half-moon blade took a swing and only got a few strands of hair. Wang Lin coldly snorted. Then he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Gather!" The celestial spiritual energy inside his body gathered in his hand. A large ball of light 10 feet wide suddenly appeared over his palm. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin pressed the ball down and said, "Come out!" The ball moved like lightning and descended from the sky. The ball hit the ground with a thunderous roar and then fused with the ground. At this moment, the earth shifted as if there was a giant dragon moving within it. 1,000 feet away, a ray of white light shot from the ground, revealing the woman's terrified expression. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at the woman and said, "From today onward, this purple cloud pavilion will be renamed into the Purple Forest Pavilion." With that, Wang Lin waved his hand. A ray of green light shot out and landed on the 3 words, Purple Cloud Pavilion. When the light disappeared, the word cloud was changed to forest. The word forest was written in a very defiant and arrogant way, as if a dragon was charging at the heavens. A dominating and arrogant aura could be felt from this word that could make people's hearts tremble by just looking at it. The purple-robed woman's eyes became dumbfounded as he stared at the words, Purple Forest Pavilion, and two streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. She suddenly jerked her head toward Wang Lin and said, with a voice that was tearing apart, "I'm going to kill you." With that, she moved and completely disappeared. A breeze blew by and Wang Lin frowned. He quickly backed away. The breeze was filled with killing intent. After hearing a bang, the spot where Wang Lin was just standing filled with large cracks. As Wang Lin backed up, the woman in purple appeared from within the breeze. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. She touched her bag of holding and a ray of red light shot out. This light turned into a red phoenix when it was high up the air. The phoenix let out a shrill and then the surroundings were covered in a sea of fire. However, none of the flames touched the purple forest pavilion but rushed toward Wang Lin like a violent wave. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He reached out and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. Celestial spiritual energy gathered in the celestial sword before he took a swing. A ray of sword energy shot out and collided with the sea of flames with a bang. This sound was extremely loud and echoed across the entire mountain. That ray of sword energy made an opening in the sea of flames. When Wang Lin calmly walked out from the sea of fire, his right thumb pressed forward. As his thumb pressed forward, the color of the heavens and earth changed. All of the color seemed to have disappeared, leaving behind only this thumb. This was one of the 3 killer techniques that Situ Nan taught Wang Lin before they parted ways. Finger of Death. The 3 killing techniques were very powerful and demonic techniques that Situ created from his tens of thousands of years of cultivation. In his entire life, he had only taught them to Wang Lin. With one finger, the woman's face became pale and the craziness in her eyes disappeared. She immediately wanted to retreat but found out in terror that the space around her was extremely fragile and couldn't withstand even one teleportation. If she tried to teleport, she would be lost in the void without Wang Lin even having to do anything. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely cold as his thumb moved like lightning toward the woman's brow. The purple-robed woman clenched her teeth. Her body trembled, and an avatar of herself walked out. The avatar collided with Wang Lin's figure and let out a miserable groan. The avatar quickly dried out. Then it turned into rays of white light that were absorbed by Wang Lin's thumb. This time, the power of Wang Lin's thumb was even stronger. The purple-robed woman's face was even paler than before. She coughed out a mouthful of blood as her body shook and another avatar appeared. The woman shrilled, "Explode!" The avatar exploded and a crazed aura spread out. The surrounding dirt and sand were kicked into the air, and even the nearby purple forest pavilion partially collapsed. The explosion of the avatar caused the area to be surrounded by a cloud of dust. She felt the force around the area loosen and was about to turn around to escape. But just at this moment, from inside the dust before her, a demonic thumb appeared. The woman's eyes revealed a trace of terror and despair. What followed right after the thumb were Wang Lin's cold eyes. He looked at the woman as if he was looking at a dead person. At this moment, several rays of light flew over from the distance and an angry roar came from them. "Stop!" Wang Lin coldly snorted. He was waiting for those people to arrive. Not only did his thumb not stop, it moved even faster. At a speed several times faster than before, his thumb pressed down between the woman's eyebrows. The woman's eyes suddenly dimmed, her body trembled, and she began to fall from the sky, but her origin soul was trapped by Wang Lin's finger. At this moment, the dust cloud disappeared. Wang Lin was still floating in the air. He put his thumb next to his mouth and with one breath sucked her origin soul into his body to be sealed within the soul flag. The rays of light arched across the sky and 4 figures appeared 100 feet before Wang Lin. 3 of the 4 people were male and 1 was female. Among the 3 males, Wang Lin recognized 2 of them. One of them was the gentle-looking man, Xianxia, and the other one was Bai Wei, who he met on the trade planet. As for the last male, this person was middle-aged. Although he looked ordinary, his rage was monstrous. He stared at Wang Lin and shouted, Killing members of your own sect? Today I'll clean the sect for master. Behind the three of them was a woman. She was very beautiful and had a very tempting figure. Just by standing there she emitted a beautiful fragrance. She looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression and seemed to be here with the intention of watching a show. Countless rays of light arrived behind the four of them as well. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found them to be disciples of the Purple Division. They must have felt the fight and came to see what was going on. These people didn't close in but stopped 10,000 feet away. Gradually, more and more people came and soon, the entire sky was covered by disciples of the Purple Division. All of their gazes were on Wang Lin. There were many different expressions among those gazes, but the most common expression was shock. The middle-aged man who shouted was about to move forward but was stopped by Xianxia. The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia and said, "What is the meaning of this, senior apprentice brother?" Xianxia's expression was very serious. He didn't pay any attention to the middle-aged man but looked at Wang Lin with a gloomy gaze. He said, "Wang Lin, you are the seventh disciple, so I'll call you seventh junior brother. What is the cause of this?" Wang Lin's expression remained the same. The appearance of these people were within his expectations. He expected that all of this was secretly manipulated by the All-Seer, but he had no idea why the All-Seer would do this. Despite not knowing what was going on, there was no trace of fear on his face at all. Xianxia was at the mid-stage of soul transformation. Bai Wei was at the mid-stage of soul transformation. The middle-aged man was also at the mid-stage of soul transformation. The only person Wang Lin wasn't sure of was the woman. Her cultivation was very strong. Late-stage soul transformation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Toward Xianxia's question, Wang Lin calmly asked, "Who is Sun Yun?" The moment he spoke, that everyone's expressions changed. Xianxia stared at Wang Lin for a bit. Shortly after, he said, "Seventh brother, you were in the wrong. Senior brother can't help you here." With that, he let go of the middle-aged man. With one step, the middle-aged man crossed almost 100 feet and stopped 10 feet before Wang Lin. He stood before Wang Lin and said, "Trash from a wasted cultivation planet. Today I'll show you what a real spell looks like." A dangerous aura came from this person. Wang Lin looked at this person and placed his hand on his bag of holding. Just at this critical moment, Bai Wei revealed a look of hesitation and said, "Second brother, using a forbidden technique on a fellow disciple is against the sect rules." The middle-aged man looked at Bai Wei and said, "He killed fifth sister. Could it be that you have your eyes on him, Bai Wei?" Bai Wei's eyes revealed mysterious light as he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Senior brother's words have touched one of my taboos. I'll remember this." The middle-aged man snorted. Then he turned around, looked at Wang Lin and said, "Attack. I'll let you use 3 spells. Even if you're using magical treasures, I'll let you use them first." Wang Lin calmly looked at this person. This person's cultivation was at the mid-stage of soul transformation and he had far more celestial spiritual energy than himself. However, Wang Lin had a lot of magical treasures, and adding the 3 killing spells that Situnen gave him, Wang Lin had 70% confidence against a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. 3 spells? Wang Lin let out a faint smile as he raised his thumb toward the person and said, "Good!" In an instant, the celestial spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body moved like crazy, and his thumb gave off a demonic light as if it had attracted all the light around them. At the same time, Wang Lin took a step forward and pressed his thumb down. The middle-aged man had already noticed this spell from Wang Lin earlier. Seeing it again from up close, he couldn't help but sneer. He took a deep breath and suddenly closed his hands. A golden light suddenly began to appear from his forehead. This golden light was extremely blinding and immediately covered his entire body. A vast force spread out from this person's body. Wang Lin's thumb quickly landed on the golden light around the middle-aged man as the middle-aged man shouted, "Forbidden Avatar, return!" In an instant, the golden light seemed to have become alive and moved like crazy. At the moment Wang Lin's thumb descended, it formed an identical thumb and collided with Wang Lin's thumb. Wang Lin revealed a mocking smile as he quickly withdrew his thumb and touched his bag of holding. The soul lasher suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a one whip, the thumb created by the light collapsed. Even some of the golden light surrounding the middle-aged man collapsed as well. This is the first attack. Now it will be the second attack. Second brother, you better not dodge. As Wang Lin spoke, he whipped the soul lasher again. The soul lasher whipped out like a dragon and moved with terrifying force. With a loud "pa!" the whip struck the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face became pale as his origin soul was almost whipped out of his body, and all the golden light around him completely collapsed. Seeing that the third hit was about to come, the middle-aged man quickly backed away. Wang Lin stared at him and faintly smiled. There is still one more attack. The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy as he let out a snort and took out a large long sword. He held the large long sword and with one shake, a powerful sword intent appeared. Including that thumb, it has already been 3 attacks. How is there one more? Let me clean the sect for master today. Wang Lin, accept your death. With that, he suddenly charged out as he threw the sword into the air and shouted, Exponential Omnipresence Formation. The moment the sword flew out, it split from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and continued until there were countless swords descending on Wang Lin. At the same time, the middle-aged man sat down. His hand formed a seal, and he began to chant. A strand of black smoke came out from his forehead and remained floating in front of it. The longer he chanted, the larger the black smoke got until it was like a dark cloud in the sky. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he pointed at his celestial sword. The celestial sword flew into the sky toward the countless swords. The half-moon blade followed the celestial sword like lightning. Waves of thunderous roars came from the sky as the countless swords shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. After doing all of this, Wang Lin waved his left hand and the axe appeared in his grasp. Right now he was like a primal war god as he charged toward the middle-aged man and swung down the axe. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing his completely black eyes. He let out a smile as he suddenly stood up. The black cloud above him began to rush into his body through his orifices. Forbidden Avatar Technique. Immortal Demonic Body. The middle-aged man let out a roar and took a step forward as Wang Lin's axe landed on his body. The sound of 2 pieces of metal colliding echoed the area. Afterwards, there was not a single wound on the middle-aged man's body. As for Wang Lin, he found a powerful force coming from the axe and his arm suddenly felt numb. The middle-aged man smiled. Then his body shook and turned into black mist that charged toward Wang Lin. Everywhere he passed, the earth cracked up and the greenery wilted. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he backed up. At the same time, he waved his hand and the beast trap flew off his wrist. The beast trap landed on the ground and turned into the god-slaying war chariot. Killing intent filled Wang Lin's eyes. This person had started with this forbidden avatar technique. This technique was very powerful, and if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had plenty of treasures, he wouldn't have been able to stand against it. The black mist formed by the middle-aged man charged toward Wang Lin like crazy. The celestial sword in the sky charged toward the black mist with the half-moon blade closely behind it. In almost an instant, the celestial sword charged through the black mist. A cold snort came from the middle-aged man inside the black mist. He didn't care about the sword or blade as he charged directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as his right hand formed a seal, and he softly said, "Demonic Finger!" The second killing spell that Situ Nan had taught him now activated. A beam of purple flame came out from his finger. The purple flame was flickering and wasn't very eye-catching at all. It was as if it could extinguish at any time. However, this strand of flame was something Wang Lin barely managed to learn from Situ Nan after a month of hard work. This flame was a demonic flame. Using the celestial spiritual energy in his body as fuel, a fire was created and then changed into a demonic flame. According to Situ Nan, any ordinary mid-stage soul transformation cultivator would die immediately upon encountering this spell. His expression was very cold as the flame moved between his fingers. Thanks to the flickering of this flame, Wang Lin looked very demonic as he pointed at the middle-aged man. The moment the black mist closed in, the demonic flame on Wang Lin's finger flew out and fused with the mist. In a flash, the black mist began to churn like boiling water. The black mist started churning violently, and then it stopped 3 inches away from Wang Lin before backing up. A cry of shock could be heard from within the black mist while it retreated. Wang Lin sneered. He charged forward and the soul lasher appeared in his hand. He viciously swung the whip several times toward the black mist. The black mist churned even more violently as if it was about to collapse. Wang Lin chased closely after it and continued to swing the soul lasher. At this moment, among the 3 people watching, Xianxia's expression changed. He quickly charged out and shouted, "Seventh brother! Stop!" As Xianxia spoke, he slapped his bag of holding, and a light will appeared in his hand. A strange light appeared in his eyes and he was just about to throw it. But just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly turned around to face Xianxia and said, "You scram!" Xianxia's expression changed and he sneered. Instead of backing away, he moved even faster and threw the light will toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin revealed a look of contempt as he pointed at the war chariot beside him and said, "Seal release!" After he said those 2 words, a roar that shook the entire surrounding area suddenly came from the war chariot. This roar contained a powerful, unyielding nature. It was unyielding toward the heavens, unyielding toward the earth, unyielding toward immortals, unyielding toward demons, unyielding toward everything in the world. Xianxia's body stopped and his face became completely pale. He turned and looked at the war chariot dumbfoundedly before quickly retreating. A giant spirit beast more than 100 feet tall came out from the war chariot. It raised its giant head, revealing its 2 cold eyes, and gave off a demonic glow that would make anyone's body shiver. The moment the beast appeared, Bai Wei backed up without any hesitation. He didn't stop until he was more than 1,000 feet away and stared at the beast with terror in his eyes. As for the woman who was at the late stage of soul transformation, her expression also changed and she quickly backed away several hundred feet. From the look of her gaze, even she dreaded this beast. If they reacted like this, then there was no need to talk about the other disciples of the Purple Division. One by one, their faces became filled with expressions of shock. That roar earlier shook many of their hearts. Some of them weren't even able to stay in the air because the movement of spiritual energy inside their bodies was blocked. Among the surrounding disciples, there were also some disciplinary elders, and they all secretly complained. They realized that the struggles between the ancestors' disciples wasn't something they could get involved in. Which disciple accepted by the ancestor was ordinary. They had underestimated this disciple because he was only at the early stage of soul transformation, but his battle strength shocked even a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. The surrounding disciples all backed up and stared at Wang Lin with shock in their eyes. But there was also an added hint of respect. The strong would garner respect from the weak no matter where they were. This was a law set in stone in the cultivation world. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at Xianxia, who was running away. He coldly said, "Kill him. I'll allow you to devour his soul as your prize." The spirit beast suddenly turned its giant head, looked at Wang Lin, and let out another roar. This time it suddenly moved, causing the chains that linked the beast to the chariot to appear. However, the chains were pulled completely straight and made rattling sounds as if they were about to break. Even the war chariot was pulled along by the spirit beast. Xianxia's expression changed greatly as he quickly backed up and shouted, "Third brother and fourth sister, act now." Wang Lin sneered and ignored Xianxia as he continued to whip the black mist. The cries from the black mist got louder and louder. 3 breaths of time later, the black mist collapsed and turned back into the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was completely pale and his eyes were dim. The moment he landed, his legs trembled and he almost fell over. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's whip arrived and knocked his origin soul 3 inches out of his body. Wang Lin put away the soul lasher and took out the soul flag. With one wave, several of the primary souls came out and rushed toward the middle-aged man. After doing all of this, Wang Lin calmly floated in the sky and looked down at his surroundings. In the distance, all the disciples of the Purple Division lowered their heads and didn't dare to meet his gaze. Even the disciplinary elders lowered their heads. Their hearts were filled with fear. This Wang Lin came from a wasted cultivation planet. How could he have spells like this? This question appeared in everyone's hearts and stayed for a long time. In the end, Wang Lin's gaze landed on Bai Wei and the late-stage soul transformation woman. He calmly asked them, "Do the two of you still want to act?" Bai Wei bitterly smiled and shook his head. The woman's eyes lit up and she laughed. "Seventh brother, you really did show off your might here today. If there is chance, we can always battle some other time." Wang Lin nodded. Then he waved his right hand and the primary souls chasing the middle-aged man stopped and returned to him. When they got close, he opened his mouth and sucked them all in, returning them to the soul flag inside his origin soul. The middle-aged man's origin soul was filled with fear. He was truly scared now. Earlier he used the forbidden avatar technique to change his body into that of an immortal demon. The body was supposed to be able to devour everything, but he couldn't devour the sword nor the blade, and then the weak-looking flame invaded his body. The flame caused his immortal demon body to collapse, but a sliver of it still remained. The flame also made all of the blood in his body evaporate very quickly. And this was not even the end of it all. That strange whip kept attacking him, and the damage went through his body and directly damaged his origin soul. The final hit even knocked his origin soul out of his body. This kind of spell and magical treasure caused his heart to tremble. Then he encountered several soul transformation soul fragments that chased after him. If Wang Lin hadn't called them back, he would have to self-destruct and lose a large portion of his cultivation to escape with his life. As for Xianxia, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape the spirit beast. Just as he was about to be hit, a gentle light descended from the sky. There were glowing specks inside this ray of gentle light that suddenly gathered and formed an old man. The old man had a gentle smile on his face and his long eyebrows flowed in the wind. With a hint of amusement on his face, he waved his hand at the spirit beast and said, "What a good heavenly beast!" The spirit beast suddenly turned around and roared at the old man, but its eyes were filled with fear. The old man faintly shook his head as waved his palm. The spirit beast let out a cry as its body shrunk. Then the old man threw the spirit beast back toward the chariot and with a bang, the war chariot turned back into the beast trap. Zhao Xingxia's face was extremely pale. After seeing the old man, he respectfully said, "Greetings, master." Bai Wei and the late-stage soul transformation woman also became serious and respectfully said, "Greetings, master." As for the middle-aged man, who was still not back in his body, he also became very respectful. He stopped going back into his body and respectfully said, "Disciple greets master." At this moment, all of the surrounding disciples of the Purple Division bowed and greeted him. The old man faintly nodded. Then he waved his right hand and the middle-aged man's origin soul was covered by a gentle light. The middle-aged man's origin soul flew back into his body and all his injuries were healed. After doing that, the old man's gaze fell on Wang Lin and he smiled. "In reality, you have met me long ago." Wang Lin waved his right hand and the beast trap returned to his wrist. He looked up at the old man as his domineering aura disappeared and clasped his hands. Junior Wang Lin greets Senior All-Seer. The old man and looked at the purple forest pavilion that had been mostly destroyed during the big battle. The only part that still remained relatively intact was the sign with the 3 words, Purple Forest Pavilion. Good name. The old man rubbed his white beard and then pointed at the pavilion. A gentle, white light surrounded the building. Then the build was completely restored and looked like it had never been damaged to begin with. Even the cracks on the earth, the shattered rocks, and fallen trees were all restored as well. This spell caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble violently. "Wang Lin, when I saw you back on planet Suzaku, I had the urge to accept you as a disciple. I originally planned to accept you as an honorary disciple for 100 years, but when I saw you again, I changed my mind. Wang Lin, are you willing to accept me as your master, to cultivate the Tao of the heavens, and become a true disciple of the Purple Division?" The all-seer stared at Wang Lin with a serious expression. Wang Lin stared back at the all-seer. After a short while, he kneeled on one knee and respectfully said, "Disciple Wang Lin greets master." "Good." The all-seer laughed as he looked at Wang Lin with a gentle smile. "Aren't you going to release your fifth sister? If you are too late, won't your master be short another disciple?" Wang Lin raised his head and calmly said, "I can release fifth sister's origin soul, but the other two were disrespectful to me, so I can't release them." The all-seer pondered a bit before letting out a smile. He gave Wang Lin a profound look and then said, "Good." The woman's origin soul was freed from the seal she was trapped in within the soul flag. A ray of purple light flew out from Wang Lin's mouth and turned into the figure of the woman several feet away. The moment she appeared, she let out an angry roar and pounced toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't move an inch, but his eyes became cold. The all-seer calmly said, "Enough!" With one word, the purple-robed woman's origin soul collapsed into specks of light, and with a wave of his hand, the all-seer collected all the specks of light in his sleeve. Wang Lin's heart trembled and his pupils shrank as he stared at where the purple-robed woman disappeared and silently pondered. "All of you leave. Wang Lin, stay." The all-seer slowly descended from the sky and landed outside the purple forest pavilion. Bai Wei quickly and respectfully acknowledged it. He turned around and flew into the distance. As for the late-stage soul transformation woman, her expression was also very respectful, and she left with Bai Wei. The expressions of the middle-aged man and Zhao Xianxia were both very gloomy, especially Zhao Xianxia's. His expression was very ugly as he took a meaningfully look at Wang Lin before leaving. The other disciples of the Purple Division all slowly left. Their attitude toward Wang Lin had completely changed. No one in the Purple Division would dare to be disrespectful to Wang Lin from now on. Wang Lin respectfully stood next to the all-seer and remained silent with his head down. The power of the all-seer was far beyond his imagination. He secretly used Situ Nan as a comparison, and he had to admit that Situ Nan was far from being the all-seer's opponent. After all, Situ Nan couldn't collapse an origin soul with one word and restore everything with just a single wave. This was already in the realm of celestial spells. It was not something normal cultivators could do. During the 1 month of time they had together, Situ Nan explained a bit about the types of spells cultivators used, and the one that stuck out to Wang Lin the most were celestial spells. Spells that used celestial spiritual energy were not automatically considered celestial spells. Real celestial spells were powerful spells that were on par with the seals the Cultivation Alliance gave to the leaders of cultivation planets. However, the seals required inheritance, while celestial spells only required the seal and chant. After the celestial realm collapsed, a large amount of celestial spells disappeared, and as time went on, the number of celestial spells decreased. Celestial spells were split by the ranks of low quality, medium quality, and high quality. There was also a top quality, but it was so rare that Situ Nan had only heard rumors about it, so he didn't talk much about it. As for the 3 killing spells Situ Nan taught Wang Lin, they were things he derived from an incomplete low-quality celestial spell that Yi Wuyo had. Situ Nan couldn't replicate it, he could only imitate it. After years of studying, he was able to derive the 3 killing spells from it. The 3 killing spells had demonic attributes because Situ Nan followed the demonic path. The all-seer stood silently outside the purple forest palace and silently stared at the word, forest. The surroundings were completely silent. Wang Lin stood there, accompanying the all-seer, and remained silent. He didn't know what kind of personality his new master had, and he wasn't able to see through what his master was thinking. However, from the expression on the all-seer's face, the all-seer didn't seem angry. After a long time, the all-seer let out a sigh and withdrew his gaze. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "What a good forest. Not bad. There is a tyrannical aura coming from this word that could pierce the heavens. Yes, there is someone you know very well that cultivates the demonic path, and that person caused a sliver of demonic aura to linger in you." Wang Lin's heart shook. Although his expression didn't change, his mind raced. In the end, his memory focused on the second brother, the one who used the forbidden avatar technique to gain the body of an immortal demon. Then he made a decision as he truthfully nodded and said, "Disciple did indeed know someone, but our paths split up on the journey here." The All-Seer rubbed his white beard and smiled. "Even if he came to planet Tianyun, it would have been fine. In your master's eyes, there is no good or evil. One only needs to follow their desires. Heavenly fate, heavenly fate. Everything in the world depends on fate. As long as one's heart is determined, then one can cultivate any of the millions of Daos that exist." Wang Lin nodded in agreement. He thought of the technique that the second brother used, which was almost a demonic technique in nature. This was why he decided to tell the truth rather than lie and be seen through by the All-Seer. "You take a good rest. 3 months from now will be my birthday celebration. Many powerful cultivators from planet Tianyun and the surrounding planets will come. I'll take this opportunity to announce accepting you as a disciple and let the people on planet Tianyun have some impression of you. I presume that shortly from now, your senior apprentice brother will come to tell you more about it later." As the All-Seer spoke, he walked into the air and slowly disappeared into the distance step by step. Wang Lin respectfully sent the All-Seer off and then walked into the Purple Forest Pavilion. In the secret chamber on the 3rd floor of the Purple Forest Pavilion, Wang Lin let out a breath of relief as he looked around with a mysterious light in his eyes. "It looks like I have gotten a foothold in this heavenly fate sect. It also looks like I can't be kind. It seems those who are more domineering have a better chance of survival here." The All-Seer was probably paying attention the entire time, and he clearly saw all the treasures that I used. The war chariot is fine, but the key is the celestial sword. Everything is within expectations, but if I want to have a stable route here, I can't hide the celestial sword. There is no way to hide the celestial sword from the All-Seer, and I don't have anything that can be used to protect myself from him. But I believe the All-Seer doesn't have the face to ask his disciple for it. Even if he asks, I'll just directly give it to him and probably get some good benefits out of it. That forbidden avatar technique second brother used was pretty good. Now my cultivation has reached the peak of the early stage of soul transformation, and during the human trial, I experienced countless cycles and solidified my Tao heart. In the heavenly trial, I was able to comprehend the heavens Tao and gained enlightenment in my domain. However, in order to reach the mid-stage of soul transformation, I need celestial jades. The amount of celestial jades I have is not enough. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin sent out several restrictions to protect the pavilion and then began to cultivate. On the east side of the purple division on a bedding of jade rocks, there was a very luxurious pavilion with 3 large words carved on it, Purple Star Pavilion. Xianxia walked into the Purple Star Pavilion with a gloomy expression. The moment he arrived inside, he clenched his fist before punching at the air. Wang Lin, I have followed Master for 2,000 years, so I understand Master's personality very well. He didn't directly take you to the ancestral temple and didn't give you a life-saving forbidden technique. There must be a reason to all of this. If I'm not wrong, this is Master's real test for you. If in the birthday celebration 3 months from now you can show off your talent, then he will truly accept you as a disciple. However, Wang Lin, I won't give you that chance. I don't care about the Purple Forest Pavilion, but the spot of direct disciple within the Purple Division will be mine for sure. Second brother has been injured and definitely harbors a hatred that can be used. As for third brother, that person is very unpredictable, so he might be a bit of a problem, but I still have a way to make him listen to me. Fourth sister, her cultivation level is high, but I naturally have ways of dealing with her. Sixth brother has already reached the ascendant stage, but after having his spot taken by Sun Yun, he left the Heavenly Fate sect to train himself outside. If he comes back, I can't do much, but if he doesn't, then my only opponent will be Wang Lin. I originally didn't think of his person as a threat, but today I saw that his spells aren't bad, his treasures are good, and although his cultivation is only at the early stage of soul transformation, he can threaten someone at the late stage of soul transformation. He is my greatest enemy. Unfortunately, after all these years, my injuries still haven't recovered. Otherwise, a mere early-stage soul transformation cultivator wouldn't be enough to get my attention. Zhao Xingxia's eyes revealed a devilish light as he looked toward the Purple Forest Pavilion and revealed a sinister expression. Seventh brother. I'll let you battle fourth sister first. I won't kill you, but I'll injure you so badly that you will need years to recover. By then, I'll already be one of the 7 direct disciples and my cultivation's recovery will be in sight, so you will no longer be worthy of my attention. On the west side of the Purple Division, there was a very elegant and milky white pavilion. This place was the Purple Way Palace. Bai Wei was quietly sitting inside the pavilion and before him was a tree branch. This was a branch that was just broken off from a tree. There were still some young buds growing on it. Bai Wei looked at the tree branch and revealed a pondering expression. This Wang Lin's cultivation is strange. When I met him back on the trade planet, I felt that he had the same strength as he just showed, and back then he didn't even use all of these treasures and spells. This 7th brother sure has a lot of secrets, but the more secrets he has, the more attractive he is, muttered Bai Wei as his eyes revealed a hard-to-figure-out expression. He placed his right index finger gently on the corner of his mouth. Night came. The Purple Division felt very quiet under the moonlight. Tonight, the only thing the disciples of the Purple Division talked about was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's name was like the eye-catching meteor that was arcing across the sky that everyone couldn't help but raise their head to look at. The question was, will this meteor only last for a few short moments or continue to exist forever? Wang Lin sat in the lotus position and cultivated through the entire night without a word. On the morning of the second day, when the first ray of light came in from the roof of the pavilion, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly as he stood up and walked down from the 3rd floor. Celestial Jades. Wang Lin pondered a bit before raising his head to look outside the pavilion. Shortly after, a gentle voice came from the outside. 7th brother? Do you have any free time? Wang Lin's expression immediately became strange. In the Purple Division, he wasn't afraid of Xianxia or the 4th sister, but toward Bai Wei, he felt the need to avoid him. Wang Lin secretly sighed and walked out of the pavilion. Outside stood Bai Wei, wearing a purple robe with some floral embellishments. Bai Wei was definitely a handsome man, but under the light of the sun, he really gave off the feeling of a beautiful woman. Wang Lin kept a certain distance from this person as he said, I wonder what business 3rd brother has. Bai Wei let out a beautiful smile, bit his lower lip and said, Of course I have business. 7th brother, you haven't obtained your token nor your clothes yet. I have obtained them for you and brought them here. With that, he waved his right hand and a bag of holding flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught the bag and scanned it with his divine sense. The bag did indeed contain 2 purple robes and a purple token. Wang Lin clasped his hands and said, Many thanks. Bai Wei smiled. No problem. You aren't familiar with this Purple Division mountain yet. How about having senior apprentice brother here show you around? Wang Lin revealed a strange light in his eyes and flat out refused. Thank you, senior apprentice brother, for your goodwill, but I'm still busy with cultivation, so let's do it another day. As Wang Lin spoke, he took 2 steps back. He got a very strange feeling from Bai Wei, and talking to Bai Wei made him feel very uncomfortable. Bai Wei looked at Wang Lin with a dimmed expression and softly said, 7th brother, I mean no harm, but the Purple Division is really complex. I spent all night sorting out this information for you. Do you really not want to hear it? Wang Lin pondered a bit, then he slapped his bag of holding, and with a flash of white light, a table and 2 chairs appeared. There was even a tea set on the table. Wang Lin's eyes were clear as he sat down and said, 3rd brother, please sit. Bai Wei faintly smiled as he sat down. He first poured a cup for Wang Lin and then poured himself a cup. After placing down the teapot, he said, When I first met you, I never would have expected you to be the honorary disciple master happened to talk about once. Wang Lin only smiled but didn't say a word. Bai Wei picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then his eyes lit up and he said, Wang Lin, beware of senior apprentice brother. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He raised his head to look at Bai Wei, waiting for the rest. Bai Wei put down the teacup and slowly said, Senior apprentice brother is the one in the Purple Division that has followed Master for the longest, so he knows a lot of things we don't know, like why Master has been on this planet for tens of thousands of years. Most cultivators on planet Tianyun only cultivate for thousands of years, and very few stay for more than 10,000 years. Senior apprentice brother definitely knows the truth to things like this. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. He had considered this question before, but because he didn't know much, he didn't consider it too deeply. Now that he heard Bai Wei talk about it, he began to think again. Where did all of Master's earlier disciples go? Not just you and me, but no one else can figure it out either. The only other person that might have known of this secret besides senior apprentice brother was the previous seventh brother, Sun Yun. I suspect that the reason he betrayed the sect back then was due to this. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Shortly after, he slowly said, "Third brother, since there is no conclusive evidence, it is best not to wildly guess." A faint, mysterious light flashed across Bai Wei's eyes. He pondered a bit before saying, "The purple division is the weakest out of all the divisions, but the competition here is still high. Senior apprentice brother has been aiming for that true disciple position for a very long time. Don't underestimate senior apprentice brother. His cultivation was not like this before. Back then, he failed in his battle against sixth brother for the true disciple position and was heavily injured, causing his cultivation level to drop greatly. However, he is very determined. He went into closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years to prepare himself to recover. Unfortunately, Sun Yun appeared, and he defeated sixth brother and senior apprentice brother for the position as Master's true disciple. In Master's birthday celebration 3 months from now, the new true disciple of the purple division will be selected. Until sixth brother comes back, you will be the person senior apprentice brother must remove." Wang Lin slightly frowned and said, "The title of 7 true disciples of the All-Seer is merely a title. Why fight over it?" Bai Wei was startled. He looked at Wang Lin for a very long time before laughing out loud. "A mere title? Seventh brother, do you understand that once you become one of the 7 true disciples of the All-Seer, you are below only a few and above tens of thousands? Every cultivation country will have to be respectful to you, and you will have countless people wanting to be your followers. In addition to all of this, each of the 7 true disciples can have an entire cultivation country to train in. You may pick any cultivation country on planet Tianyun, or even one of the countries on the surrounding planets. And that's not the most important part. You and I are soul transformation cultivators, and the one thing we want the most is to reach the ascendant stage. Reaching the ascendant stage means to seek Tao or die trying. You should have heard of this before. The moment a cultivator reaches the ascendant stage is very dangerous. There might not even be a chance to cultivate again. It has a 10% survival rate. But once you become one of the 7 true disciples, Master will personally act. Although it can't be 100%, he can increase the chance by 30%. You tell me, who wouldn't be tempted? Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. This is not all of it. The amount of celestial jades people at our cultivation level needs is unimaginable. Even though as Master's disciple you get a monthly allowance, as your cultivation level increases, it will not be enough. But once you become one of the 7 true disciples, you will have access to the endless stock of celestial jades from the heavenly fate sect. Are you tempted yet? Wang Lin's pupil shrank. Also, if you don't care about the title, don't care about reaching the ascendant stage, and don't care about celestial jades, do you know that once you become one of 7 true disciples, you will receive Master's true Tao inheritance? Master's inheritance isn't some vague Tao but real celestial spells. Be a true disciple for 100 years and you can receive a low-quality celestial spell. This is a complete, low-quality celestial spell. Being one of the true disciples for 1,000 years earns you another low-quality celestial spell. You will also be sent to the Cultivation Alliance to study further, and truly become a powerhouse in the cultivation world. Wang Lin's eyes became serious and he asked, word for word, "If I'm a true disciple for 1,000 years, I will receive a complete celestial spell. Is this true?" Bai Wei nodded. "It is absolutely true. The Green Division's true disciple, Li Xingnan, has been a true disciple for over 1,000 years. 100 years ago, he received a complete, low-quality celestial spell from Master. He is still in closed-door cultivation studying it now. Once he comes out, his strength will be at an unimaginable level. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. After silently pondering for a while, he nodded and then stood up. He clasped his hands at Bai Wei and said, "Third brother, I'm tired. I'll talk to you another day. I'll come over to visit you." Bai Wei smiled as he stood up and said, "No problem. Then I won't be bothering you any longer. Seventh brother, if there are any problems, you can come and find me." With that, Bai Wei stood up, clasped his hands, and turned around to leave. At the moment he turned around, the smile on his face disappeared without a trace and was replaced with a gloomy expression. "Senior apprentice brother, you want to become one of the 7 true disciples. But as long as I, Bai Wei, live, I'll never let you succeed. I will make you fail each time. That is the only way for me to get revenge on what you did to me back then." Wang Lin returned to the Purple Forest Pavilion and his eyes lit up. Before, Wang Lin didn't know the value of a complete, low-quality celestial spell, but after being with Situ Nan for a month and learning the 3 killing spells, Wang Lin gained a deep understanding of celestial spells. The 3 killing spells that Situ Nan derived from a broken celestial spell already possessed so much power, so one could only assume that the power of a complete celestial spell was unimaginable. Celestials were powerful due to 2 reasons. One was celestial treasures, and the second was celestial spells. A celestial that had high-quality celestial treasures and knew high-quality celestial spells was powerful beyond imagination. The higher their cultivation, the more terrifying they became. There might be spells that could compete with celestial spells, but as far as Wang Lin knew, only the techniques of the ancient gods could be a match. Wang Lin had a lot of techniques of the ancient gods from the memories of 2C. However, all of them have very strict requirements, and with the current cultivation of his original body, he couldn't use any. The 7 true disciples of the All-Seer, interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he put on the disciple clothing and walked out of the pavilion. It was currently high noon. The blazing sun was high in the sky as Wang Lin walked out with a long robe. His robe fluttered in the wind, giving him a sense of elegance. As he walked through the purple division, whenever a disciple saw him, they would stop, respectfully bow to him, and call him 7th ancestor. Along the way, Wang Lin gradually realized something. This heavenly fate sect wasn't like the sects back on planet Suzaku, where the strong were respected. Instead, it maintained the ancient ways of the older being respected, and one's position in the sect depended on when they entered the sect. As a result, aside from someone like Wang Lin who suddenly appeared, the ranks here were very stable generation after generation without any problems. This was why even though Sun Yun had already become one of the 7 true disciples, he would still have to call Zhao Xianxia senior apprentice brother when they met. The purple division was very large. He had checked this area many times, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the road. His destination this time was the Purple Division's Treasure Pavilion. This pavilion was where disciples obtained pills and spirit stones. This was also where Bai Wei obtained Wang Lin's token and clothes. As a disciple of the All-Seer, he would enjoy special privileges such as a monthly allowance of celestial jades. He decided to come here after hearing it from Bai Wei. If I want to contest for the position as one of the 7 true disciples, my cultivation must reach the mid-stage of soul transformation. On planet Tianyun, I, Wang Lin, will be a domineering person. This isn't a place to hide one's strength. If I were to show weakness, I would immediately be under someone's boots. Even the All-Seer allows this, or else the fight earlier wouldn't have happened. Since that is the case, I want to see how far I can climb in this heavenly fate sect. As long as I don't cross Master's bottom line, I can do anything I wish. The treasure pavilion was in the center of the Purple Division on a giant platform that branched off from the mountains. This pavilion had a total of 9 floors, and when looking at it from a distance, the dense spiritual energy it released looked like an umbrella. This pavilion was made of green jade tiles. The outside of the building had an ancient feel as if it had been cleansed countless times by the passage of time. Some of the green jade tiles had even turned gray. A few green vines were growing out of the cracks in the green jade tiles and covered parts of the building. On every section of vine grew a purple flower that gave off a fragrance that could shake people's hearts. There was a giant formation under the pavilion. This formation expanded across the entire platform and had the treasure pavilion at its center. From a distance, the formation looked like yin and yang fusing together, creating a sense of chaos in the middle. There were also 3 powerful auras within the formation that seemed to be trying to break out from it. These 3 auras formed 3 white marks that moved within the formation, but oddly enough, they never collided with each other. There was currently a person sitting in the lotus position outside the treasure pavilion. This person was a middle-aged man who was wearing a black robe. His eyebrows were like swords. His skin was as white as jade, and his beard, which was divided into 3 strands, was flowing in the wind, giving him the air of a celestial. This person's cultivation was completely hidden. Unless someone had a higher cultivation level, it would be very difficult to see through this person. He sat there with a calm expression as if nothing in the world mattered. Right now all his attention was focused on the object in his lap. In the person's lap sat a 7-foot-long sword. The sword was completely green and gave off a ghostly light. Under the sunlight, the surrounding area was covered in this green light, painting everything around it green. Wang Lin stood several dozen feet outside the treasure pavilion as he stared at the person sitting outside. This person's cultivation is at the peak of the late stage of soul formation, but there is a very well hidden sword intent inside him. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and saw Wang Lin standing not far from him. He was startled and quickly stood up, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, "Disciple Zhang Xiangfan greets 7th ancestor." That green sword turned into a ray of green light and disappeared into his body. Wang Lin's eyes landed on Zhang Xiangfan's forehead and then he calmly asked, "Can you let me see your flying sword?" Zhang Xiangfan was startled. He nodded and said, "Disciple's flying sword is just an ordinary item. I obtained it from a shop outside the sect, and it has nothing special about it. If 7th ancestor wants to see it, then that is naturally fine." With that, he pointed between his brows and let out a low roar. A green light flew out, took the form of the 7-foot-long sword, and released waves of sword hymns. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he reached out with his hand. When the green sword was caught by him, he pulled it towards him and began to carefully examine it. Just earlier when Zhang Xiangfan put away the flying sword, the sword intent Wang Lin felt disappeared. Now that he called out the sword again, Wang Lin realized that what gave off the sword intent earlier wasn't Zhang Xiangfan but this flying sword. Wang Lin's heart started trembling when he gently touched the sword with his left hand. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult to feel the sword intent on this sword. If someone else found it, they would realize that this sword was not normal. However, when Wang Lin felt this sword intent, his heart trembled. A very familiar feeling filled his heart when he felt this sword intent. Zhou-yi, Wang Lin pondered. The sliver of sword intent on this sword was clearly the sword intent Zhou-yi gave off when he turned into a sword spirit. Back then, Zhou-yi chased after sword Saint Ling Tianhou. He had been gone for more than 100 years since then. This was the first time he had felt Zhou-yi's sword intent. If he hadn't spent a very long time under the pagoda comprehending Zhou-yi's domain, there would have been no way for him to know at a glance that this sword intent came from Zhou-yi. There was only a small trace of sword intent in this sword. After feeling this sword intent, Wang Lin pondered for a bit and rubbed the flying sword. The sword suddenly began to glow bright green and a ray of green light flew out of it. The green light turned into a green star and floated before Wang Lin. Looking at the star, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He grabbed the star, looked at Zhang Xiangfan, who didn't know what to do, and said, "There is a trace of sword intent in his sword from an old friend, so I'm taking it away. However, I won't mistreat you. Here, take this jade. There are 18 restrictions on his jade. Place them on any high quality or lower flying sword, and they will make its power increase several-fold." With that, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding. A jade appeared in his hand and he threw it at Zhang Xiangfan. As for the green flying sword, Wang Lin also returned it. Although Zhang Xiangfan showed a look of respect, his eyes revealed the pain of loss. He accepted the jade without much expectations and subconsciously scanned it, but he was immediately shocked and revealed a startled expression. Shortly after, he suddenly raised his head and respectfully said, "Thank you, seventh ancestor." Xianxia has cultivated for a long time and had seen a lot, so he was immediately able to tell that these 18 restrictions were not simple. These 18 restrictions were all attack restrictions, and what was even more rare was that they could be stacked on top of each other. Zhang Xiangfan suppressed the excitement in his heart. He wished he could go into closed-door cultivation right now and imprint the 18 restrictions on a flying sword right away. Then he would never have to fear fellow late-stage soul formation cultivators. These 18 restrictions were only two groups of restrictions that Wang Lin had been studying from Yangtze's straw hat. These weren't even remotely enough for the restriction flag to reach the next stage. Wang Lin didn't waste any time and directly said, "I came here to pick up my celestial jades." Zhang Xiangfan quickly nodded and said, "Seventh ancestor, you get 100 celestial jades every month. Give me your token and I'll open up the transfer array for you." Wang Lin remained silent as he waved his hand and threw the token over. After Zhang Xiangfan received it, he respectfully took a few steps back. Then he checked the ground for a bit, calculated a bit with his fingers, and finally pressed the token against the ground. Wang Lin clearly saw that Zhang Xiangfan had pressed down when all three auras were at the same location. As soon as the token pressed down on the formation, all three auras charged toward the token. There was a loud rumble and Zhang Xiangfan wasn't able to hold on to the token any longer, so he was forced back several steps. But that token started floating in the sky and the three auras flew out from the ground and through the token. They moved faster and faster until one could only see afterimages connecting together. After several breaths of time, the token released a powerful, purple light that shined on the surrounding area. Then the three auras charged out of the token and fused into one. The combined auras flew toward the treasure pavilion, stopped before the 7th floor, and turned into a giant gate of light. Zhang Xiangfan quickly and respectfully said, "Seventh ancestor, please enter with the token." Without a word, Wang Lin walked forward, grabbed the token, and flew directly toward the 7th floor. This light door clearly had the effect of transfer array. The moment Wang Lin stepped inside, his eyes blurred, and when he could clearly see again, he was in a world that was like the celestial realm. This place was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Clear water rushed through a stream. The sky was covered in 7-colored clouds, and there were even cranes that would occasionally fly by. At this moment, the 7-colored clouds quickly gathered in the sky to form a figure. Wang Lin couldn't see the exact face of this figure, but waves of celestial spiritual energy were coming from it. "Token!" A majestic voice came from this giant figure. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he threw the token. The token quickly flew toward the giant. When the token got close to it, it collapsed into golden specks of light and fused into the giant. Shortly after, the giant spoke again. "The 7th disciple of the Purple Division hasn't withdrawn celestial jades for 103 years. Do you want to take them all out at once?" Wang Lin was startled. Even with his mental strength, he couldn't help but be shocked. He took a deep breath and said, "I want to withdraw it all. A total of 123,600 pieces." As the giant's voice echoed, countless celestial jades flew out of the giant's body and piled up before Wang Lin. Wang Lin stared at the pile of celestial jades as it rapidly grew and felt his throat dry up. He never would have thought that the Heavenly Fate sect distributed celestial jades like this. If a disciple spot remains empty for tens of thousands of years, then won't the amount of celestial jades collect to an unimaginable degree? Celestial jades are supposed to be rare, so why does the Heavenly Sect have so many? Wang Lin took a deep breath. At this moment, the celestial jades had already formed a small mountain. His eyes lit up as he quickly put them into his bag of holding. After doing all of this, he touched his bag of holding. He still felt like none of this was real. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. No wonder people considered him a hick. His current knowledge was still not enough. These 100,000 plus celestial jades were already enough to make his eyes red. If anyone had tried to stop him earlier, no matter who it was, Wang Lin would have attacked without any hesitation. He took a deep breath and then his eyes became clear again. Only now did he recover from the shock of the celestial jades. At this moment, the giant figure in the sky slowly disappeared and turned back into those 7-colored clouds. There were specks of golden light in the sky that slowly reformed back into the token and flew toward Wang Lin like lightning. Wang Lin raised his right hand. At the moment he touched the token, an invisible force pushed him back several dozen feet and he disappeared from that place. Wang Lin appeared outside the 7th floor of the treasure pavilion. Right after he appeared, he turned into a ray of light and flew off into the distance. Along the way, Wang Lin moved very fast and charged directly toward the Purple Forest Pavilion. Now that he had enough celestial jades, he planned to enter closed-door cultivation to absorb them all and reach the mid-stage of soul transformation as soon as possible. Then, he would be able to fight for the position of true disciple in 3 months. Wang Lin moved very fast, creating sonic booms which made him very noticeable in this quiet purple division mountain. At this moment, right below where Wang Lin flew over, there was an elegant bamboo porch with 3 old men sitting on it. The 3 of them were all disciplinary elders of the Purple Division. One of them looked up at where Wang Lin disappeared to before letting out a snort and saying, with a dissatisfied tone, "This Wang Lin is too arrogant. He dares to use such speed inside the sect grounds." The old man beside him shook his head and said, "Unless they betray the sect, it is best not to mess with the ancestors' disciples. Although this person's cultivation level isn't high, he has plenty of battle experience. Even if the 3 of us work together, it would at most be a tie." The last person picked up a purple teacup, took a sip and said, "This is not something we should worry about. The competition between the ancestors' disciples is extremely fierce. The 3 of us have been in this sect for thousands of years. Have you still not seen through it all?" The 3 silently pondered. Wang Lin flew full speed the entire way and shortly after arrived back at the Purple Forest Pavilion. He descended to the ground, leaving an arc of light behind. The moment he landed, his expression changed and he turned around to look into the distance. There was a ray of light coming straight at Wang Lin. This ray of light disappeared in the air, revealing the figure of a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. This person was 4th sister. At the same time, there was a flash of light and Xianxia appeared with a friendly smile. On his right, accompanied by a flash of purple light, the second brother walked out with a gloomy expression. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he calmly looked at the 3 and said, "Fellow cultivator in hiding, why play this game? Come out." He didn't detect anyone else, but seeing how calm the other 3 were, he knew that they must have backup. After Wang Lin spoke, a laugh echoed in the void as a blue figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This was a young man who was about 30 years old, but for cultivators, judging people's age by appearance was moot. This person was wearing all blue with 3 blue dragons embroidered on his sleeve. Heavenly Fate Sect's 3rd-ranked disciple of the Blue Division, Sima Ruffing. This person had a gentle smile, and after he appeared, his gaze landed on Wang Lin. Late-stage soul transformation, and a slightly higher cultivation level than 4th sister. He should be at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. Wang Lin's pupils shrank by an unnoticeable amount. Sima Ruffing loudly said, "Junior apprentice brother Wang Lin, although we are not in the same division, I have heard about you. Today I'm going to introduce you to another senior apprentice brother. Brother Wang, since you came, you might as well show yourself." Humph! A cold sound came from the void. This voice contained a hint of coldness. Wang Lin turned around to find that someone else had appeared several dozen feet behind him without him knowing. This person was wearing a blue robe and stood there like a large piece of never-melting ice. After taking one look at Wang Lin, he closed his eyes to rest. This gaze revealed a sense of coldness like he controlled everything. It was as if Wang Lin was not worthy to get him to act. Although he hasn't reached the ascendant stage, he is half a foot in. Wang Lin's face was gloomy. With the 5 of them here, their purpose was obvious. He slowly put his hand on his bag of holding. At this moment, the Purple Division's 4th sister had a helpless look on her face as she said, "7th brother, I was asked by someone else to act, so I have no choice. I hope you can understand. With that, her hand formed a seal. Then she pointed at Wang Lin and sang. A ray of silver light came out from her body and covered the surrounding 10 kilometers. Forbidden technique. Teleport. With a shout, the silver light glowed brightly and then disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin disappeared with the woman. There was a large forest tens of thousands of kilometers from the Heavenly Fate sect. The forest was dense with trees that looked like sharp swords pointing into the sky. Even from a distance, one could see that this place was filled with killing intent. Strands of killing intent mysteriously leaked out from the rocks, created this large flame of killing intent. At this moment, waves of silver light suddenly appeared above the forest. This silver light got stronger and stronger until it covered a 10-kilometer of area. This place was very deserted. If there were any cultivators around, they were rouge cultivators. When they saw the silver light, all of them either escaped or observed, but no one went toward it. In the middle of the silver light, 2 figures appeared, one male and one female. The female was very beautiful and was wearing a purple robe that made her look like a celestial. Her flowing black hair gave her a very elegant feel. The male was also wearing a purple robe, but his eyes were extremely cold. He stood there like a tall tree, aloof and extraordinary. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he calmly said, "Fourth sister's forbidden technique has really opened my eyes." When she used the technique earlier, Wang Lin clearly felt the surrounding space becoming something like a liquid, making it impossible for him to teleport out. In addition to all of this, there were 4 killing intents locked onto Wang Lin. If he tried to move, those 4 killing intents would attack him. These 4 killing intent came from Xianxia, second brother, and the 2 from the Blue Division. Their goal wasn't to kill Wang Lin but to suppress him. With several people acting together, Wang Lin didn't dare to act recklessly, so he just let her teleport him. The 4th sister slowly said, "If 7th brother is interested in this spell, I can teach it to you once things are over. However, right now I hope you will quietly go into closed-door cultivation here for 3 years. In 3 years, I'll come and free you." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he looked around. This place was surrounded by mysterious boulders with engravings on them. If one were to look from above, they would clearly see that they were restrictions. Does senior apprentice sister think a mere restriction can trap me? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. A ray of white light appeared and turned into a sword. Wang Lin grabbed the sword and threw it toward a rock on the ground. But before the sword flew more than 100 feet, it slowed down, shattered into specks of light, and disappeared. Wang Lin frowned. Junior apprentice brother. This restriction was placed by senior apprentice brother himself. Unless he was confident, there is no way he would leave you in here, so don't waste your energy. 4th sister let out a sigh as she flew outside the range of the silver light. She turned around and gave Wang Lin a meaningful look before muttering, "Senior apprentice brother, the favor I owe you from back then has been repaid. From now on, there are no more relations between us." With that, she flew back toward the Heavenly Fate sect. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he watched her figure slowly disappear. His eyes became colder and then he took out the celestial sword. With one swing, a slash of sword energy several feet wide appeared and sliced down on the rock nearby. At the start, the sword energy was very powerful, but the farther it went, the weaker it became. After 3 breaths, it completely disappeared. Wang Lin pondered a bit before charging directly toward the sky. As he flew up, he felt a powerful force preventing him from flying higher. This force became stronger and stronger as if the heavens were pressing down on him. Not only did he not give up, but he let out a roar and flew even faster. He charged out several hundred more feet. At this moment, from a distance, one could only see a purple figure charging into the sky above the forest. But a ray of silver light was still just above the person. As the person charged out further, the silver light changed shape with him until it was a long oval. Veins appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. Then he let out a roar and charged out even more. Right now the force coming from above him was equal to the full power of a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. Wang Lin's face became pale and his body bounced back like a meteor. He flew toward the ground at an unimaginable speed, but when he got close to the ground, his body suddenly spun to dissolve all the force. Eventually, he stood on a rock, stared at the sky with a gloomy expression, and silently pondered. Shortly after, he slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword flew out. Wang Lin pointed forward. Su Ligua understood the order and let out a roar before charging forward. The half-moon blade quickly followed the celestial sword and they charged into the sky. The force came back again and this time several times stronger than before, causing Su Ligua to let out a miserable scream. "Master, it is not possible. I can't break this strange thing. The little blade can't break through either." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he waved his hand and the celestial sword came back. The half-moon blade circled with the sword and let out wave of blade hymns. It seemed very frustrated. "They want to seal me here until the decision for the true disciple is over. How could I let them do as they wish? Since this place is desolate, I'll use this place to cultivate. Once I reach the mid-stage of soul transformation, I'll definitely be able to break out and join the fight for the true disciple position." With that, Wang Lin's figure disappeared from the rock and he charged into the depths of the forest. Wang Lin moved through the forest like a bolt of lightning. After many tests, he found the border of this forest. The border was surrounded by the silver light, and there was no way for him to break out of it. In the end, he decided to sit down and then he slapped his bag of holding. Countless celestial jades flew out and circled around him. From a distance, Wang Lin was very eye-catching due to being in the center of all those celestial jades. His eyes were currently as bright as torches. He pointed at the celestial jades, and suddenly one of them flew over to the tip of his finger. At the moment Wang Lin's finger touched the celestial jade, waves of cracking sounds could be heard, and a large amount of cracks appeared on it. Its color went from milky white to gray and then it shattered into dust and fell to the ground. Before the dust could land, it was blown away by the current of air created by the orbiting celestial jades and scattered across the area. After one jade shattered, another one flew over. Right now Wang Lin's finger was like a flame in the night and the celestial jades were like moths desperately pouncing toward the flames. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 pieces. A large number of celestial jades had turned to dust from having all of their celestial spiritual energy extracted. This process continued for a while longer. Wang Lin's posture didn't change at all as he absorbed celestial spiritual energy, condensed it, and fused it with his body. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin had already forgotten about the passage of time, because was focusing all of his attention on cultivating and absorbing celestial spiritual energy. A golden halo gradually formed behind Wang Lin. This halo was filled with celestial spiritual energy and was very tyrannical. This halo of celestial spiritual energy forms when one fills their body with celestial spiritual energy. Once it is fused with their body, it will make the amount of celestial spiritual energy one can hold increase, enabling them to freely use more celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin didn't stop cultivating for even a moment. Right now there were only a few celestial jades still circling around him. He reached in with his divine sense and even more celestial jades flew out from his bag. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were well hidden. It was like there were churning clouds covering up his intentions. He gazed at the surrounding celestial jades and, after pondering for a bit, began to absorb. All of the celestial jades surrounding Wang Lin began to collapse from the inside out. This collapse expanded really quickly, so after a few moments the cracks had reached the surface. An endless supply of celestial spiritual energy came out from the collapsing celestial jades, and without exception, all of the celestial spiritual energy surged toward Wang Lin. After the celestial spiritual energy entered his body, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he focused all of his attention on cultivation. 3 months of time passed in the blink of eye. This was the day of a great celebration that only took place every 10,000 years on planet Tianyun. Today was the 10,000-year jubilee of the All-Seer. The All-Seer had a birthday celebration every 10,000 years. Very few people nowadays knew how many times he had celebrated his birthday. But without exception, every time he celebrated, the entire planet would join in on the festivities. Even the Cultivation Alliance would send someone over to attend. Even for a rank 7 cultivation planet, it was very rare to have someone from the Cultivation Alliance attend. 1 month ago, the purple fog defensive formation was changed into a purple belt around the planet, and countless heavenly sect disciples were sent out to greet the guests. Unlike the outsiders, many of the natives of planet Tianyun also arrived with gifts. A large amount of people from the 5 smaller planets around planet Tianyun came to celebrate the All-Seer's birthday as well. Even those old monsters who controlled the outer planets by themselves all came to planet Tianyun. It can be said that there was no one on planet Tianyun who didn't know of this event. In the month leading up to the celebration, a large amount of housing was built for the guests. All of the disciples in the 7 divisions of the Heavenly Fate sect were extremely busy. With a large amount of people from the other sects and from outside the planet gathered in one place, exchanges and conversations were unavoidable. No one who could be here was weak, so exchanging with each other was very beneficial for them. On this day, the person in charge of greeting people arriving on planet Tianyun was the Purple Division's senior apprentice brother, Xianxia. He was wearing a purple robe embroidered with golden silk veins. His token was hanging on his shoulder, and an ancient sword was on his back. He looked very elegant, and adding on his gentle smile, anyone who saw him would have good feelings toward him. Right now he was standing on top of the purple mist while staring down at the planet. He let out a smile and muttered to himself, "This is the first time I have been to Master's birthday celebration, and I did indeed meet a lot of friends, especially that Yun Luo Sect's junior sect master. His cultivation is pretty good and his personality is to my liking. Unfortunately, 7th brother will not be able to make friends. 7th brother, there was never any animosity between us, but you should have never tried to fight with me for the title of true disciple. Master's birthday celebration will be when my Purple Division's true disciple is selected. 2nd brother has already given up. I don't consider 3rd brother worthy of being my enemy. And as for 4th sister, if she tries to compete with me, I naturally have ways of dealing with her. 5th sister was sent to the heavenly prison for closed-door cultivation by Master as punishment, and 6th brother went out to train himself. Whether he is alive or dead is unknown, so he might not even make it back. Thus, the title of the Purple Division's true disciple is mine for the taking." Xianxia's eyes revealed a mysterious light, and his mouth formed a faint smile. The purple mist suddenly began to move, so Xianxia put on his gentle smile and looked into the distance. He could see a giant golden war chariot slowly flying toward the planet. This war chariot was simply too big. It was at least thousands of feet wide. There were 4 giant demonic beasts pulling the chariot, which was how it was able to move so fast. Before it even got close, one could hear thunderous roars coming from that direction. The roars came from the 4 beasts pulling the chariot. Their bodies were enormous, and they were a type of beast that could fly for short distances in space. Although they couldn't use any spells, they shouldn't be underestimated. There were 10 people standing on 10 different spots this war chariot. They were all wearing silver robes and had cold expressions. At the center of the chariot was a chair, and there was a person lying on the chair. This person was extremely fat. He looked like a ball sitting on a chair, but his skin was as smooth and clear as crystal. Anyone who looked at it would consider it dazzling. At the moment Xianxia saw the gold war chariot, he was shocked. He immediately went up and respectfully said, "Junior is the Heavenly Fate Sect's Purple Division's disciple, Xianxia. Greetings, Senior Golden Devil." When the golden war chariot stopped 100 feet away from Xianxia, a powerful aura quickly locked onto him. It was the vicious gazes of those 4 vicious beasts. Some of them even had drool dripping down from the corner of their mouths. On the top of the golden war chariot, the 10 people silently stared at Xianxia with cold gazes. Cold sweat flowed down from Xianxia's forehead. He had lost a bit of his composure because he knew the identity of the Golden Devil. This Golden Devil was the ruler of one of the smaller planets in the system. He ruled a planet by himself and was very domineering. If anyone dared to mess with him, he would try to get revenge regardless of the consequences. This person favored his own people a lot and was an eccentric. He would often kill people without a thought, and countless people had died by his hands on a whim. This person's cultivation was too powerful. Aside from a few select people, no one could stop him. Rumor has it that this golden devil's cultivation was past the illusionary yin and corporeal yang stage and had stepped into the legendary realm. The ball of meat sitting on the chair frowned and shouted, "What is this little boy standing there startled for? Lead the way." Xianxia took a deep breath. The gentle smile returned to his face, and he respectfully said, "This way, senior." He waved his hand, causing the purple mist to move and reveal a long passage. Under Xianxia's guidance, the giant golden chariot slowly flew toward planet Tianyun. Scenes similar to this took place multiple times a day on planet Tianyun. As the various powerful cultivators around planet Tianyun arrived, discussions of them became quite common. There were often exchanges in pointers, but everyone knew their place, so nothing too extreme happened. The area of the 7 divisions of the Heavenly Fate sect, as well as tens of thousands of kilometers outside the divisions, was completely filled with luxurious lofts. These lofts had all been built within a few months by using spells. Their only purpose was to provide a resting place for the guests. If someone looked at the Heavenly Fate sect from above at this moment, they would see a mountain at the center. This mountain was where the main sect of the Heavenly Fate sect was located, and around it were 7 different colored stars. These 7 stars were the 7 divisions of the Heavenly Fate sect. Outside of that was endless sea of lofts that seemed to extend indefinitely. Every time the All-Seer holds a birthday celebration, the amount of people that attend is unimaginable. But in the end, the amount of people that can enter the main sect of the Heavenly Fate sect never exceeded 100. Sometimes it was only a few dozen people. People continued to arrive until the day of the All-Seer's birthday finally arrived. On this day, there were no clouds in the sky. The sky was a calm blue, and the gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers. There was total of 8 locations for the birthday celebration. There was a celebration going on at each of the 7 divisions. Aside from the celebrations at the 7 divisions, the last one was at the main sect, and this was where the main celebration was at. Anyone who could be here was not an ordinary person. The Golden Devil wasn't qualified to be there. Even with his status, he could only be at one of the sub-celebrations. In the rocky forest tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Heavenly Fate sect, a long-haired young man was sitting on top of a tree stump. This person was surrounded by a thick aura. When looking at him from a distance, he was a blur. The surroundings were extremely quiet when the person suddenly opened his eyes. In the haze that surrounded him, his 2 eyes were like 2 bright moons. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed colors and all the clouds scattered like crazy, revealing a clear sky. This person raised his hand and gently waved it. The aura around him began to churn like crazy and finally scattered in all directions. Waves of cracking sounds could be heard as countless cracks appeared across the entire stone forest. The cracking sounds gradually got louder and louder until the entire stone forest turned to dust and disappeared. In almost the blink of an eye, the surrounding stone forest disappeared, leaving behind only the stump that the long-haired young man was sitting on. This person's eyes were as bright as stars when he started to suck with force. All of the aura that had scattered rushed back to him and entered his body through his mouth. This scene was like a cloud dragon devouring the clouds and drinking the sea. When all of the aura was sucked back into his body, the young man let out a laugh that shook the heavens and earth. As he laughed, he stood up. His figure wasn't large, but under the moonlight, he looked like he could carry the sky. His figure would leave an everlasting image in people's hearts. "Purple Division. I'm coming," muttered the young man. He was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he took a step forward and disappeared from the top of the stump. When he reappeared several hundred feet in the air, the silver light appeared and exerted a powerful force to block him. His current position was his limit 3 months ago. Back then, this was as far as he could go. However, now his expression was calm, and rather than slowing down, he sped up like a meteor piercing through the sky. As a result, the force coming from the silver light quickly increased to an unimaginable degree. causing Wang Lin's body to pause for a moment. Looking from a distance, one could clearly see something that looked like a silver mountain rising up toward the sky, and Wang Lin was the peak of the mountain. The silver light extended to the ground like a cone, covering the 10-kilometer area. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he raised his right thumb. Rays of light gathered on his thumb until it was so bright that the sky seemed to have lost all light. It was like the thumb was the only thing left in the world. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he pressed his thumb down on the silver light 3 inches above his head. At the moment his thumb touched the silver light, there was a flash, and countless cracks appeared on the light screen. From a distance, it looked like the silver mountain was about to collapse. But in the blink of an eye, the cracks all disappeared and the silver light screen returned to normal. Wang Lin's expression turned dark. He used the death finger on the silver light screen once again. A loud roar echoed across the area. Then the silver light screen shook violently and countless cracks appeared on it once more. But almost at the same moment the cracks appeared, the silver light flashed and all the cracks disappeared. Wang Lin's face darkened. He let out a snort. Then he raised his right index finger and his eyes revealed a demonic light. Wang Lin softly muttered, "Demonic finger!" Waves of demonic light appeared in the surroundings and surged toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the celestial spiritual energy inside his body moved toward his index finger. Situ once said that the higher my cultivation level is, the stronger the demonic finger will be. I have reached the mid-stage of soul transformation, so this spell is at least several times more powerful than before. I will definitely be able to break through this formation. As celestial spiritual energy surged inside Wang Lin's body, his complexion changed, and a sense of evil appeared along with a flame in his hand. A monstrous demonic aura came from the flame in Wang Lin's hand. This demonic aura released a purple glow that lit up the whole area. It was as if a demon lord had been born. Wang Lin was covered in a demonic aura right now. All of the celestial spiritual energy gathered on his finger and changed into fuel for the demonic flame. This process caused him no discomfort. Instead, it made him feel very comfortable and was very addicting. Soon, the purple flame in his hand became brighter and brighter. Compared to the flame he used 3 months ago, this flame was several times larger. Wang Lin pointed his finger forward. At this moment, his finger pierced through the force 3 inches above his head and through the silver light screen. At the moment his finger pierced through the light screen, the purple flame began to burn like crazy, with Wang Lin's finger as the center point. It was as if a piece of paper was lit on fire. Once the fire starts, it spreads like crazy. In almost an instant, the purple flame spread and burned the light screen from top to bottom. After 3 breaths of time, the purple flame burned all the way to the ground, creating a circle. This circle was the area Wang Lin was trapped in. Wang Lin's eyes were cold and he shot a cold gaze into the distance. The first thing he needed to do was return to the Heavenly Fate sect, but he was unfamiliar with the area and had no idea how to get back. His eyes lit up. Then he slapped his bag of holding and a soul flag flew out. He shook the soul flag and an origin soul came out. Wang Lin calmly said, "Chao Ito." The origin soul shook and then suddenly opened his eyes. First he looked at Wang Lin and then at his surrounding. His eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the surroundings. This caused his eyes to become even brighter. The origin soul quickly exclaimed, This is planet Tianyun. This Chao Ito was someone Wang Lin took under him when he went to the corpse sect. Wang Lin was unfamiliar with planet Tianyun and could easily get lost. Because of this, he had an idea and was willing to use the promise of finding this person a soul transformation body in order to make Chao Ito loyally follow him and act as his guide. Wang Lin quickly asked, "Chao Ito, do you know how to get to the Heavenly Fate sect from here?" Chao's Ito revealed a pondering expression before pointing to the west and saying, "About 300,000 kilometers west of here should be the Heavenly Fate sect." Wang Lin raised his head and looked toward the direction that Chao Ito pointed in. He then put Chao Ito away and charged toward the west like crazy. Wang Lin's speed had reached his limit. His flight created waves of thunderous roars and sonic booms that echoed across the land. Wang Lin looked like a line shooting across the sky as he flew toward the Heavenly Fate sect at top speed. As he flew, his eyes became colder and colder. From the day he got here, the people of the Purple Division had been trying to suppress him. Wang Lin had endured and endured, and he finally acted domineering for once to change the situation. However, Xianxia got outside help, moved Wang Lin out of the Purple Division, and finally trapped him. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin's cultivation was already at the edge of a breakthrough and he just happened to have enough celestial jades, he really would have been trapped here for several years. By the time he was freed, his life and death would not be in his hands anymore. My way has always been, if one does not mess with me, I won't mess with them. However, if they dare to mess with me, then I'll kill them. Wang Lin's eyes were ice cold as he charged toward the Heavenly Fate sect. At some point, his body trembled slightly before he teleported. Just like this, Wang Lin would teleport every now and then along the way. In the afternoon of the second day, he saw the Heavenly Fate sect in the distance. The current Heavenly Fate sect was extremely lively and filled with the festive sound of people celebrating. There were countless banquets going on throughout the 7 divisions, and all kinds of celestial fruits and wines were being served. After the 7 days of celebration, the All-Seer was going to teach Tao. After that, the yellow and purple divisions will compete for their respective true disciple position. These various things will lead this month-long celebration to its climax. In the purple division, someone used a powerful spell to gather clouds toward the purple division's area. Then that person used a spell to make the cloud as hard as earth. From a distance, the entire purple division had this layer of cloud over it like it was the celestial realm. On top of the white clouds sat countless small tables, and many purple division disciples were serving the guests on the clouds. The people celebrating at the Purple Division were all people from sects on planet Tianyun. There were people with high cultivation levels among these people, but not many. These sects were considered the weakest of planet Tianyun and could only stay at the Purple Division for the duration of the celebration. On the clouds above the Purple Division, senior apprentice brother Xianxia was naturally sitting at the head position. On his right sat the second brother, then third brother, and after that was the late-stage soul transformation fourth sister. After that, there were 3 empty seats. Fifth sister was being punished, so she was in closed-door cultivation. Sixth brother was out adventuring and hasn't come back, and seventh brother Wang Lin was absent. This was why there were 3 empty seats. On Xianxia's left sat 6 elders all dressed in various types of clothing. These 6 people were all head elders of sects on planet Tianyun. The weakest was at the early stage of Ascendant, and the strongest was already at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. Even so, because their sects weren't very powerful, they could only sit here. Today is the 7th day of Master's birthday celebration, and tomorrow is when Master will teach Tao. Everyone, if my purple division was lacking in any way in serving you all, I hope you all didn't mind. Xianxia stood up with a smile. He held the wine cup in his hand, paid his respects to everyone, and then drank it all in one gulp. Although Xianxia's words were plain, with the help of a spell, everyone within 50 kilometers could hear him. The surrounding people all picked up their wine and paid their respects as well. Just at this moment, a ray of purple light was coming from the east side, and it was charging directly toward this place. The purple aura from the east side quickly covered the horizon in purple. The booms of the sound barrier breaking echoed from the purple aura. All of the various guest cultivators in the purple division noticed this abnormality. They all put down their wine cups and raised their heads to look toward the east. Not only did he manage to break free, but his cultivation has reached the mid-stage of soul transformation. Xianxia's expression became very ugly. He clenched his hand and crushed the wine cup into dust. Not only him, but second brother next to him also revealed a look of shock. His eyes were gloomy as he stood up. He took one step forward and turned into a ray of purple light that flew toward the horizon. Bai Wei's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he picked up his wine cup, took a small sip, and revealed a faint smile. As for the fourth sister who trapped Wang Lin, she was very calm and didn't move an inch. The Purple Division's second brother, the middle-aged man, charged out and shouted, "Today is my Heavenly Fate Sect's grand celebration. Anyone who dares to crash the celebration will be killed without question. He convicted Wang Lin of a crime before letting him speak. As he spoke, his hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Power of Earth!" After he said this, a yellow and earthy light appeared in his hand. It immediately turned into a mass of dirt and moved like a tornado toward the purple aura from the east. Wang Lin's eyes were fierce. With one step, he appeared on top of the cloud. At this moment, the sandstorm created from the second brother's earth power arrived. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. There was no hint of panic in them, and he didn't stop moving forward. When he charged out, his right hand slapped his bag of holding, and then the restriction flag appeared in his grasp. With one shake, countless restrictions flew out and started orbiting around him. Soon, it turned into a black tornado made of restrictions. With one spin, it created a powerful gust of wind, and the howling sound of the wind filled the heavens and earth. The incoming sandstorm was affected by this gust. As soon as the sandstorm got close, it was torn in half by the tornado. The sandstorm was split into two streams and then was absorbed into the tornado made by the restriction flag. Wang Lin calmly stepped out of the tornado and coldly stared at the second brother as he said, "You provoked me twice. If I don't kill you, then I'm not Wang Lin." With that, Wang Lin raised his right index finger. The celestial spiritual energy in his body moved, and a sliver of demonic flame appeared on his fingertip. The middle-aged man's expression changed and he shouted, "Seventh brother, this is the master's birthday celebration. Don't act so recklessly with so many fellow cultivators here." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the surrounding cultivators. All of these cultivators were watching with cold gazes, and none of them looked like they had the intention of helping anyone. "Fellow cultivators, today is the competition for my purple division. If outsiders dare to intervene, then don't blame my heavenly fate sect if we look into this matter in the future." As Wang Lin coldly spoke, he took a step forward, and his right index finger pressed down on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man quickly backed up. He had suffered from this demonic flame before, and now that he saw it again, the thought of retreating entered his mind. Just at this moment, Xianxia gloomily took a step forward and arrived in front of the middle-aged man. "Seventh brother, return to your seat. Today is not the day for the purple division's competition," he said. Wang Lin didn't even look at Xianxia. He flicked his finger, causing the demonic fire to shoot out. At the moment the demonic flame left Wang Lin's finger, it suddenly grew into a huge flame that colored the clouds purple. Demonic flame! There were people from various sects who had seen a lot, and they were able to immediately identify this flame. The Heavenly Fate sect is all about following one's desires, so it is not surprising to have someone who can use the demonic flame. However, this person's very unfamiliar. I never knew that someone like this existed in the Purple Division. I heard fellow cultivator Zhao call him Seventh Brother. Could this person be the seventh disciple of the Purple Division? Wasn't Sun Yun also the seventh brother of the Purple Division? Various discussions could be heard. The demonic flame shot out and charged directly at the middle-aged man. Zhao Xingxia's expression was dark as his hand formed a seal, and he softly said, "The Heaven-Earth Mantra of Freedom." After he spoke, rings of white light shot out from Zhao Xingxia's right hand. The rings expanded and quickly surrounded the flame. Wang Lin revealed a mocking expression and shouted, "Explode!" In an instant, the demonic flame surrounded by the rings of white light began to flash violently. In almost the blink of an eye, there was a heaven-shattering explosion. The demonic flame had shattered and self-destructed. This explosion came from the inside of the demonic flame. Afterwards, a demonic aura that could only be created by someone who walked the demonic path surged out like crazy. Countless flaming stars carrying unimaginable power were circling the rings of white light. The rings of white light only resisted for a few moments before they were burned to ashes by the purple flames. It only took 3 breaths of time for all the white rings of light to turn into flaming rings and then burn to ashes. Zhao Xingxia's expression was very ugly as he quickly retreated. Not only him, but the second brother also retreated without any hesitation. Aside from the two of them, The various cultivators from the other sects all used various techniques to escape after seeing the demonic flame exploding. The flame that exploded spread more than 1,000 feet before finally dissipating. All of the tables within 1,000 feet were turned to ash, and even the clouds were completely melted, leaving behind a giant hole. Wang Lin's figure moved like lightning. Without a word, he charged with the celestial sword in his hand. He swung the sword, and a ray of sword energy more than 10 feet tall descended on the middle-aged man. The half-moon blade shot out right after the celestial sword was swung. When the second brother realized that he couldn't retreat fast enough, his hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Forbidden technique, immortal demonic body." With that, a series of crackling sounds came from his body. At the moment the sword energy from the celestial sword arrived, he turned into black mist. The sword energy swung by and split the black mist in half. However, the black mist quickly reformed and moved to the side. The middle-aged man clearly intended to escape. Wang Lin sneered and threw the celestial sword. Accompanied by Su Ligua's roar, the celestial sword chased closely after the black mist. The half-moon blade was one step faster. He charged into the black mist and rampaged inside. The miserable screams of the middle-aged man could be heard from inside the mist. Xianxia stared at Wang Lin with a sneer but didn't stop him. Wang Lin didn't even look at Xianxia. He took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at spot where the black mist was going to escape toward. Wang Lin coldly said, "You won't be able to get away." The scattered black mist was desperately trying to fuse together when the angry roar of the middle-aged man came from within. "Today is Master's birthday celebration. If you kill me, then you will definitely be kicked out of the sect by Master." Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he slapped his bag of holding, and the soul lasher appeared in his hand. With one swing, the black mist that was starting to fuse together collapsed again. At the same time, the middle-aged man's origin soul was knocked out from the black mist. As soon as the origin soul flew out, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He charged out and reached toward the origin soul. The origin soul let out a scream and somehow teleported. Wang Lin's eyes became gloomy. Then he swung the soul lasher. He had been using this whip for several months now, so he knew that it could extend indefinitely. Wherever he could see was how far the whip could reach. With a bang, the origin soul 1,000 feet away trembled and was about to collapse. A deep mark appeared on his back and large amount of celestial spiritual energy essence surged out. Wang Lin's body disappeared. When he appeared, he was in front of the origin soul and he grabbed it. The origin soul revealed a look of terror and was about to speak when Wang Lin threw him into the soul flag. Wang Lin then turned around to look at Xianxia, who was watching, and said, "You are next." Xianxia stared at Wang Lin and suddenly smiled. "Seventh brother, you killed second brother and broke a big sect rule. Disciplinary elders, please capture him and send him to Master for judgment." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he coldly said, "Whoever dares to obstruct me is my enemy." With that, he walked directly toward Xianxia. There were several disciplinary elders among the surrounding Purple Division disciples. After they all looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes, none of them dared to take even half a step out. Xianxia's expression turned ugly, and he took a few steps back. He suddenly turned his head around to look at Bai Wei and Fourth Sister and shouted, "Fourth Sister!" The calm woman raised her head. She calmly looked at Xianxia and said, "I repaid your favor 3 months ago, and even agreed to not compete with you for the position of true disciple. Now give a good reason why I should help." Xianxia clenched his teeth and said, "Good, good." He then turned his head toward Wang Lin. His eyes revealed a hint of dark intentions as he said, "Seventh brother, I was planning to use this spell during the competition for the spot of true disciple, but since you are forcing me, then I'll let you have a taste of this spell's power." As Xianxia spoke, his hand formed a seal and he muttered a very complex chant. Wang Lin's expression remained normal as he opened his mouth and the 1 billion soul flag appeared. With one shake, the remaining primary souls all appeared. Under Wang Lin's command, these primary souls all charged toward Xianxia. At the same time, Wang Lin threw something with his right hand, and the beast trap turned into the war chariot and landed on the side. Xianxia suddenly looked up, and an illusion of a giant demon appeared above his head. This demon was more than 1,000 feet tall and had 2 horns. Although it was a blurry illusion, it released a powerful demonic aura. This demon was very large and buff, and there were faint, blue lines glowing on the demon's blurry body. Its large hand with nails that looked like swords showed just how abnormal this thing was. At this moment, the demon's eyes were closed, but its head was waving back and forth as if it could awaken at any time. The further you looked down from the head, the more blurry the illusion was. Below it was a pale-faced Xianxia. It was clear that the burden of using this spell was not small. There was a strange symbol flickering on Xianxia's forehead. Every time this symbol flashed, the demon would become more solid, and at the same time, Xianxia's body would weaken. The moment this object appeared, all of the members of the various sects were shocked and quickly scattered. Even the 6 ascendant cultivators revealed mysterious lights in their eyes. The one person who hadn't said a single word in the past 7 days, the one whose attention only shifted when he saw Wang Lin use the demonic flame, the only late-stage ascendant cultivator here, the head elder of the Water Cloud sect, frowned and softly said, "Ancient demon." His voice was uncertain as even he wasn't sure. An old man next to Jiang Tianzuan said, in a serious tone, "Fellow cultivator Jiang, could this really be the legendary ancient demon that once appeared in the past?" Jiang Tianzuan pondered a bit before answering, "It's very similar." Although the primary souls Wang Lin sent out saw the demon, they still jumped at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he raised his hand and pointed at the void. As he moved, the giant illusion above him moved as well. The hand of the giant demon slowly rose and also pointed at the void like Xianxia did. A complex aura suddenly began to spread from Xianxia's fingers. In truth, the aura was coming from the finger of the illusion above Xianxia. This aura was far more powerful than spiritual energy and was no weaker than celestial spiritual energy. It was equal to the power of Wang Lin's demonic flames explosion. Jian Tianzuan took a deep breath and said, "Demonic power!" Wang Lin's eyes became serious when he saw a red vortex appear where Xianxia pointed. The primary souls lost control and began to be sucked toward the red vortex. Xianxia's face was pale, but the illusion's face started to turn blue, and its eyes trembled as if it could awaken at any time. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. With one though, the soul flag appeared in his hand. With one shake, the flag grew, then it pulled the primary souls out from the red vortex. At the moment Wang Lin recovered the primary souls, the demon above Xianxia let out an earth-shattering roar. Its eyes suddenly opened, revealing a gaze that could cause any lifeform's heart to tremble if they looked at it. Its eyes were very cold, even colder than those who had cultivated ruthlessness, and they pierced the bones more than those that cut off all emotions. Wang Lin had only seen this kind of gaze from the heaven's messenger. After opening its eyes, this giant demon illusion raised its right hand and reached toward Wang Lin. At the same time, Xianxia also raised his hand as if he had lost control of his body. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he quickly backed up and began to form seals. He then backed up next to the war chariot and hit it with his palm. A loud roar came from the war chariot when the spirit beast that refused to bow down to anything appeared. Its vicious eyes immediately focused on the demon, and it let out another roar. The spirit beast immediately charged out toward the demon, not caring about anything else. The demon's eyes lit up. It gave up on Wang Lin and turned toward the spirit beast. After changing its target, it suddenly reached out toward the spirit beast. The spirit beast's unyielding roar filled the area as it pulled the war chariot to directly smash into the demon. However, after a thunderous roar echoed due to the collision, the spirit beast went through the demon's hand and went directly into the body of the demon. The giant demon revealed a mysterious expression and then reached its hand into its chest. It somehow dragged the spirit beast out from its chest. Then it coldly looked at the spirit beast and was about to devour it. "Evil creature, stop for this old man. A roar suddenly came from the main sect of the Heavenly Fate sect. After this sound appeared, the demon revealed a struggling expression before letting out a sigh and letting the spirit beast go. Its body immediately shrank until it was a ray of green light. Then it returned to Xianxia. The symbol on Xianxia's forehead flashed violently a few more times before finally starting to disappear. Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood as he suppressed the backlash. He then stared at Wang Lin and revealed an eerie smile. After the spirit beast was released, it didn't struggle nor roar. It glanced at Xianxia before returning to the war chariot and changing back into the beast trap. At this moment, a red cloud flew over from the horizon, and a large amount of red clouds began to gather until they took the shape of an old man wearing a red robe. This person's face was fiery red. He was covered in the smell of wine, and he was carrying a big gourd behind him. After he appeared, he burped, rolled his eyes, and scolded. "What are you guys fighting for? If it wasn't for you guys fighting, how could this old man be sent by the All-Seer, that old bag of bones, to punish you guys? I was only halfway through drinking my wine." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he grabbed the beast trap. He then moved to the table and pulled out a chair 3 seats away from Fourth Sister. This was his seat. He waved his sleeve and then sat down. Xianxia looked at the red-faced old man, clasped his hands and said, "Disciple greets Uncle Master Qi Lai." The red-faced old man looked at Zhao Xingsh and asked, "You know me?" Xianxia nodded and respectfully said, "When Disciple entered the Heavenly Fate sect 2,000 years ago, I met Uncle Master once." The old man snorted and said, "Even if you know, it is useless. The demon spirit in your body has just began to grow, and yet you tried to use it by force. Just wait for your master's punishment." With that, he reached out and grabbed Xianxia. Then his gaze shifted to Wang Lin. He revealed a look of interest and smiled. "Little fellow, your master has high hopes for you. This senior apprentice brother of yours won't appear in the competition for the true disciple spot for your purple division, so you can relax." With that, the old man clasped his hands at the surrounding cultivators and said, "I believe there are a few cultivators here that know me. Today, the battle between the junior of the purple division has ruined the mood. I hope you guys won't take offense." Jiang Tianzu looked at Qi Lai and quickly and respectfully said, "Senior is overthinking it. How could our mood be ruined by this? In fact, the fight between the juniors let all of us feel relief, because the purple division will have strong successors." After he finished speaking, someone else immediately followed. Soon, almost every cultivator present voiced the same opinion. Qi Lai laughed as he shook his head and said, "Don't give these 2 unruly disciples any praise. Tomorrow will be when my senior apprentice brother, the All-Seer, will teach Tao. Everyone, I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave." With that, Qi Lai moved with Xianxia in his hand. He charged out as a red cloud and disappeared into the horizon. Wang Lin hadn't said a word since the old man appeared. He poured himself a cup and drank it all in one gulp. His eyes were filled with a pondering light. What kind of spell did Xianxia just use? It didn't look like a domain attack, and it was similar to an ancient god's technique. From what the old man said, that was a demon spirit that had just formed in Xianxia's body and couldn't be freely used. As he pondered, quite a few people from various sects came to toast to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's battle earlier showed him easily killing the Purple Division's second brother and forcing the senior brother to use his ace. But anyone could tell that the spell Xianxia used was one that inflicted heavy injuries upon himself as well. Everyone could tell from Xianxia's face that he was going to suffer a powerful backlash. And the seventh brother didn't even act personally. He only used magic treasures to fight, although they weren't certain about who the winner would be if the fight went on. From how Qi Li spoke, everyone could tell how important the seventh brother was to the All-Seer. Otherwise, why would only Xianxia get taken away while the seventh brother was left with kind words? Cultivators all become more cunning the older they get, and the people who came to the celebration were not simple. In their eyes, Wang Lin was definitely going to be a true disciple, so becoming friends with him now will definitely be beneficial in the future. Due to this reasons, there were many people who came to give toasts to Wang Lin. Wang Lin put away his thoughts and greeted everyone with a smile. He wanted to have a solid footing on planet Tianyun, so there was no harm in making friends outside of the sect. On the last day of the 7-day festival, the Purple Division's celebration reached its climax when Wang Lin replaced Xianxia as the center of attention and drank with everyone. As for Bai Wei and fourth sister, not many people went to greet them. In comparison, they looked quite lonely. As the night approached, the people began to scatter. Wang Lin held a wine cup as he toasted with Jiang Tianzuan. After Jiang Tianzuan left, Wang Lin's gaze moved to the fourth sister. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "Fourth sister, I wonder when you will be able to teach junior brother that teleportation spell." The fourth sister looked at Wang Lin before letting out a smile. She touched her bag of holding, took out a piece of jade, and threw it at Wang Lin. "I originally planned to release you after Master's birthday celebration, but I didn't expect you to be able to break out on your own, seventh brother. I was helpless on this matter, and I hope junior brother won't hold it against me. In that jade, aside from the teleportation spell, there is also a restriction that Master taught me back then. This restriction is something Master managed to create after studying a low-quality celestial spell, so its power is great. This will be considered a gift to make up for my earlier actions." Wang Lin accepted the jade. Then he looked at fourth sister and nodded after pondering a bit. Unless it was absolutely needed, he didn't want to have their relationship completely break down. After all, she was at the late stage of soul transformation, and she hadn't shown any malice towards him after all this time. Even 3 months ago, she only sealed him with a restriction and didn't try to harm him. As for Bai Wei, he faintly smiled and said, "Seventh brother, it looks like the Purple Division's true disciple position belongs to you for sure. Senior apprentice brother will toast to you now as an early congratulations." He picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Wang Lin faintly smiled. Then he also picked up his wine cup and drank. He stood up, clasped his hands and said, "I still have some matters to attend to. We will meet again tomorrow." Bai Wei nodded and smiled. "Go ahead, seventh brother. You don't have to worry about us." Fourth sister also nodded. She smiled but didn't say anything. Wang Lin took a step and then turned into a ray of light and disappeared. After he left, Bai Wei and fourth sister talked for a bit before parting ways. On the way back to the Purple Wei Pavilion, Bai Wei's eyes revealed a vicious light. He looked toward the Heavenly Sect's main sect and muttered to himself, "Master is too unfair to have planted the demon seed inside senior brother. Now that the demon has awakened, it won't be long before senior apprentice brother's cultivation recovers. If that happens, then I won't be able to get my revenge. How can I deal with this matter?" He returned to the Purple Wei Pavilion with a frown on his face. While Wang Lin flew, he met several cultivators from other sects and greeted them. After a while, he finally returned to the Purple Forest Pavilion. After being away for 3 months, the Purple Forest Pavilion was still the same as before. He directly went into the 3rd floor and took out a piece of jade. This jade was the one that fourth sister gave him, which contained the spell and restriction. A restriction that could move tens of thousands of kilometers was a life-saving technique. When he first saw it, he knew he wanted it. He checked the jade and then began to frown. Shortly after, he withdrew his divine sense and revealed a pondering expression. So this is how this great teleportation restriction works. It uses the split second of time distortion that happens when you teleport. First, one seals themselves with this restriction so that in that one instant, they can use teleportation multiple times to produce a mysterious force. Then once the seal is released, all of the force explodes forth and creates a teleportation several times more powerful. Although the concept is simple, there are a lot of problems when actually using it. If the amount of times you seal yourself isn't controlled well, it is very likely that you will send yourself into a spatial rift. Aside from that, there is no way to teleport to an exact location. Presumably, fourth sister used her late-stage soul transformation divine sense along with her understanding of planet Tianyun to be able to teleport us to that forest. However, overall, this spell is quite unique. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, stood up, and took a step forward. At that instant, his body became illusionary, and at the same time his hand formed a mysterious seal. He raised his hand and a silver light surrounded the area. At the moment the silver light appeared, Wang Lin felt like there was water moving around him. It was as if he had just sunk into the ocean. Then, the space around him began to feel solid. He carefully memorized this feeling. Then his eyes lit up and he took a step forward. Normally, this step would allow him to travel several thousand kilometers. But now it only caused his body to move forward one step. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and then he took another step. After that, he didn't stop and kept stepping forward as if he was climbing the steps to heaven. A total of 7 steps. These 7 steps caused Wang Lin to float even higher. When he was about 1 foot above the ground, the silver light around him flashed and disappeared. At the moment the silver light disappeared, Wang Lin felt a powerful tearing force gathering around him from all directions. At this moment, his body moved outside of his control and disappeared. 50,000 kilometers away, a burst of silver light came from a mountain, and at the same time, a loud bang came from inside the mountain. Wang Lin walked out from a cloud of dust covered in dirt. He revealed an excited look as he muttered to himself, "The power of this greater teleportation restriction is indeed great. I was right to come to planet Tianyun. If I was still on planet Suzaku, how could I learn his kind of spell? I'm afraid only ascendant cultivators can teleport this kind of distance." At this moment, Wang Lin's heart felt very carefree. He raised his head to look at the moon before letting out a laugh. He shook his entire body, causing all the dirt to disappear without a trace. Under the moonlight, Wang Lin's figure turned into a ray of light as he charged into the sky. As he flew, he took out the jade and checked the second restriction fourth sister gave him. As he checked it, his eyes revealed a mysterious light. He stopped in the sky and began to frown. The second restriction doesn't have a name, and it's a way of using celestial spiritual energy. The celestial spiritual energy won't move through normal channels in the body. Instead, it moves in a spiral and is released as such. There is a total of 9 spins, and the longer it spirals in the body, the stronger the technique is. According to fourth sister's note, when Master gave her this spell, he said it was created from the low-quality celestial spell, 9-cycle celestial refining tactic. This technique is an imitation, so even if you manage to reach 9 full turns, it is only as strong as 3 turns of the celestial spell. Wang Lin pondered a bit and didn't try to use it right away. He spread out his divine sense to find a quiet place to begin his careful study. Wang Lin wasn't a reckless person. With how easily fourth sister handed it over, he had to make sure it was legit before he decided to cultivate it. After carefully studying for a long time, Wang Lin was able to use his own knowledge and the 3 killing spells that Situ Nan created from a celestial spell to confirm that this restriction was real. 9-cycle celestial refining tactic. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he revealed a decisive look. He then took a deep breath, activated his celestial spiritual energy, and split a part of it off. According to what the instructions said, he placed the celestial spiritual energy in a few remote locations and began to try to make it spin. If Wang Lin hadn't reached the soul transformation stage and his body was still that of a mortal, there would be no way for him to cultivate a celestial spell. However, right now his body had already been refined by celestial spiritual energy, so he had lost his mortal body and gained the body of a celestial. Although the talent of this celestial body was not the best and was only mid-quality, it was enough for Wang Lin. The talent of this celestial body was several times better than his mortal bodies. This was why Wang Lin favored using magical treasures rather than spells, because cultivating spells had a lot to do with one's talent and spirit root. Certain spells can never be learned if you lack the talent. Someone without talent can try tens of thousands of times, but for someone with talent, 1 time is enough. The celestial spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body began to spin under his control, and soon it made a complete cycle, meeting the requirement for 1 spin. As soon as 1 spin was complete, a sharp force was created. Wang Lin immediately spread out his divine sense to study it, and he gradually gained some understanding. What the 9-cycle celestial refining tactic created was a celestial metal force. Wang Lin pondered a bit as he controlled the celestial metal force to slowly spin. He wanted to complete a second cycle. The second cycle was much slower than the first cycle. After 3 incense sticks of time, it was completed. When the second cycle was completed, the sharp force increased more than tenfold. A sharp pain came from inside his body, and only after a long time did it slowly start to fade. Wang Lin carefully observed it for a long time. Then he clenched his teeth and began the third cycle. The third cycle took almost an entire hour. When the third cycle was completed, an enormous amount of celestial metal energy moved through his body, and he could feel heart-shattering pain coming from his organs. The remaining celestial spiritual energy in his body quickly washed over him, causing the pain to slowly disappear. At this moment, the celestial spiritual energy that had completed 3 cycles was no longer white. It now released a golden glow. It was completely separated from the other celestial spiritual energy, as if there was a strict hierarchy being enforced. When the normal white celestial spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body encountered the golden celestial spiritual energy, it would move aside as if it were afraid of it. In the end, Wang Lin gathered the golden celestial spiritual energy in his left hand and allowed the celestial spiritual energy in his body to move like normal. However, no celestial spiritual energy went to his left hand. It was as if that was a forbidden area. The celestial spiritual energy created from this 9-cycle celestial refining tactic is interesting. Now I just don't know what its power is like. His eyes lit up, but he didn't use it. Instead, his hand formed a seal to activate the greater teleportation spell. When the silver light appeared, he took 7 steps. The silver light disappeared and Wang Lin disappeared along with it. There was a flash of silver light outside of the purple division, and Wang Lin walked out of it in a mess. After all, this was only the second time he had used this technique, so he was not used to this kind of teleportation speed. After reappearing, Wang Lin flew toward the purple forest pavilion. Right now the night was almost over. The horizon was starting to glow white and a new day was about to begin. This was the day that the All-Seer would teach Tao, and it was also the most anticipated day of all the guests who came to the All-Seer's birthday celebration. The All-Seer only taught Tao once every 10,000 years, and the amount of time that this lesson lasted varied each time. This was a great opportunity for anyone who came seeking Tao. This was an event unique to planet Tianyun that started after the All-Seer came into being. Among all people that came from far and wide, there were some extremely powerful cultivators. However, even they would carefully listen to the All-Seer and take it to heart. On the morning of this day, the disciples of the 7 divisions of the Heavenly Fate sect walked out starting with the Red Division. The Red Division had a total of 7 disciples, and none of them were missing. They all wore red robes with golden dragons embroidered on the sleeves and warm, green sashes around their waists. The 7 of them flew out of the Red Division in 7 rays of red light. In the sky above the Red Division, they respectfully bowed toward the direction of the main sect. After the Red Division moved, the Orange Division followed closely after. The Orange Division also had 7 people wearing orange, and they respectfully bowed after the Red Division. After them were the Yellow, Green, Cyan, and Blue Divisions respectively, and after all 6 of these divisions appeared, it was the Purple Division's turn. After all, the Purple Division was the weakest division in the Heavenly Fate sect. Only 3 rays of light flew out of the Purple Division and stopped in the sky. The gazes of the other 6 divisions shifted toward them. There was coldness, mockery, disdain, and such in their eyes. These gazes landed on the 3 of them like sharp swords. Bai Wei's expression was normal. He was clearly already used to this. As for fourth sister, her face was filled with killing intent. She bit her lower lip and didn't say a word. Wang Lin stood there with a calm face and coldly looked at each disciple of the other 6 divisions. The more he saw, the more shocked he was, and his pupils shrank by an unnoticeable amount. Of the disciples of the 6 other divisions, he only knew 3 people. One of them was Sima Ruffeng, who was rank 3 in the Blue Division. He was at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation and was only 1 step away from the ascendant stage. Another was the man named Wang from the Green Division. When he saw Wang Lin look over, he revealed a look of indifference. His cultivation level was higher than Wang Lin's. He was half a step into the ascendant stage. Aside from the two of them, there was another person. This person looked very familiar to Wang Lin. It was the middle-aged man that fought Qi Hu and used the killing intent crystal. Back then, this person's cultivation hadn't reached the soul transformation stage yet, but now he was at the late stage of soul transformation. This person was standing at the 4th position in the orange division, and he was also looking at Wang Lin. At the moment their gazes met, this person revealed a confused expression as if he recognized Wang Lin. Then he revealed a strange smile. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Back then he didn't know much about the Heavenly Fate sect, but now he was sure that back in the celestial realm, that person was hiding his cultivation level. Even now Wang Lin still thought that he was hiding his cultivation level, but the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, so Wang Lin wasn't able to see through this person. He looked at all of the disciples of the other 6 divisions one by one. He wasn't able to see through the cultivation levels of more than half of them. Even though he was able to spot some clues, his guesses were only based on the traces left behind after they hid their cultivation levels. The Heavenly Fate sect is really powerful. Any one of these divisions, other than my purple division, could easily sweep across planet Suzaku. Even if Zhu Kz had the titled seal, he wouldn't be a match. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but his heart was gloomy. After the core disciples of the 7 divisions arrived, the normal disciples flew up. Not all of these disciples had the right to seek Tao. Only those with talent or with high cultivation levels were allowed to listen to the Tao teaching up close. One by one, the normal disciples of the 7 divisions appeared and stood behind the core disciples. Their numbers were immense, and they formed a large fan behind the core disciples. As a result, the difference in strength between the divisions became obvious. The red division was the strongest. It had the most disciples behind them, and there were many strong cultivators amongst them. As for the purple division, the disciples behind Wang Lin were clearly a few steps below. Does 7th brother see our purple division has declined? While Wang Lin was pondering, 4th sister's voice, which was filled with melancholy, entered his ears. He pondered a bit before nodding and sending a voice transmission back. The purple division is too far behind the other 6 divisions. 4th sister sighed and asked, "Do you know why? Please tell me." Wang Lin's demeanor was calm. The main problem is that the purple division has too much infighting, and the position of the true disciple changes too often, unlike the other 6 divisions, where there have been true disciples who have lasted for over 1,000 years. As a result, the purple division gradually declined and no longer has the vigor it had when junior brother Sun Yun was around. 4th sister let out a bitter sigh and no longer spoke. After the normal disciples of the 7 divisions had all appeared, even farther away from the center were the people who came to the celebration. Among those that came seeking Tao, their cultivation levels and positions didn't matter. As long as they came to the celebration, they were allowed to come here to seek Tao. As more and more people arrived, the surrounding 10,000 kilometers were gradually filled with cultivators. Wang Lin took a glance and couldn't even figure out how many people had come. This was the first time Wang Lin was able to see just what exactly the All-Seer's position in the Heavenly Fate sect was. Shortly after, a ray of rainbow-colored light suddenly flew up from the main sect of the Heavenly Fate sect. The ray of light arched across the sky over to where the disciples were. An old man wearing a rainbow-colored robe slowly walked over the light toward them. At this moment, all of the core disciples of the 7 divisions bowed and said, "Greetings, Master." Wang Lin followed the others and respectfully greeted the All-Seer. Behind him were all the ordinary disciples of the 7 divisions. There were many of them, so when they all said their greetings, it was like a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. "Greetings, Ancestor." After them were the guests. Among them, there were those that shouted loudly and those that merely nodded. Although the old man looked slow, it only took 3 breaths of time for him to arrive in the sky above them. Looking at the surrounding cultivators, the old man faintly smiled and calmly said, "I, the All-Seer, am able to comprehend the heavens because I have cultivated for a long time. Today, I'll let you fellow cultivators experience some of the enlightenments I had." This old man's Tao is about following the fate of the heavens. If there are any fallacies, I hope you all will forgive me. When he got here, he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look at the void above him. He let out a faint smile and said, "However, before that, let my old friend from the Cultivation Alliance speak first." After the All-Seer said this, the surroundings became very quiet, and everyone looked at the void above them, especially those powerful cultivators. They all immediately became alert and revealed looks of surprise. A long laugh that seemed to come from the void echoed in this silence. At the same time, countless rays of golden light suddenly appeared within the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. After the rays of golden light appeared, they all gathered like crazy at one spot. As the golden light moved, the entire sky looked like a huge restriction. This restriction wasn't unmoving either. It was quickly shrinking. In the end, when all of the golden light gathered at the same spot, the sun lost its color. The sky and the earth had also lost their color. The only thing that seemed to be left in the world was that golden light. A person slowly walked out from this golden light. This person had long hair that flowed in the air without any wind. He had a burly stature and looked like a battle god. He looked to be around 40 years old. His face was filled with resolve, and his eyes were like lightning. Anyone who looked at him would tremble, as just him standing there seemed to give off a huge amount of pressure. There were powerful cultivators among the surrounding cultivators. But even when those people saw this person's gaze, they couldn't help but lower their heads. This person was wearing a purple robe, and he had a three-eyed sable on his shoulder. The sable's eyes were also like lightning, and it looked at everything with a cold gaze. All-Seer's expression was normal. After seeing this middle-aged man, he faintly smiled and said, "So it is Elder Sunday. All-Seer greets Elder Sun. I can't believe Elder Sun sent an avatar over for this old man's little birthday celebration. I'm extremely honored." The All-Seer's speech was respectful, but he didn't move at all. It was obvious that he was just being polite. The middle-aged man didn't seem to mind. After walking out of the golden light, he waved his hand behind him. The golden light behind him gradually dimmed, revealing itself to be a golden flying sword, which he then grabbed. "Old monster All-Seer, how could I not come to your 10,000-year birthday celebration?" The middle-aged man laughed as he threw the flying sword in his hand toward the All-Seer. "I came in a rush, so I couldn't prepare any good gifts. This flying sword is an upper mid-quality celestial treasure, and because it was refined for 10,000 years, it has some power. I know you like rainbow colors, and this golden sword is a shade of earth yellow, so it should be to your liking." The All-Seer faintly smiled. After accepting the flying sword, he threw it toward the first person in the yellow division and said, "Kuanping Zi, I gift this sword to you." The yellow division's Kuanping Zi's body trembled as he quickly accepted the sword. His heart was filled with excitement as he replied, "Thank you, Master." The middle-aged man shook his head and bitterly smiled. "Your attitude still hasn't changed." All-Seer faintly smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked around at the surrounding cultivators and slowly said, "The Tao this old man will teach is the Tao of the heaven's fate. If anyone has any disagreement, they may state it at any time, so we can debate the fruit of our Tao." With that, the All-Seer waved his sleeves and sat down. At the moment he sat down, a cloud appeared beneath him. The middle-aged man that came from the Cultivation Alliance also sat down next to him. He paid careful attention to All-Seer and prepared to seek Tao. As for the three-eyed sable, it flew off his shoulder. It moved faster than lightning and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. This kind of speed was something only the half-moon blade at full power could compare to. As he was pondering, he suddenly felt something heavy on his shoulder. The three-eyed sable had landed on his shoulder without him even detecting it. Wang Lin turned his head to look at the sable, and the little sable also looked toward Wang Lin. The three-eyed sable was completely purple except for its three eyes, which gave off ghostly lights. It lied on Wang Lin's shoulder and studied Wang Lin. Its eyes stared at Wang Lin and were completely motionless. Wang Lin stared back at the sable. He felt a sense of familiarity when he saw it. There seemed to be starlight coming from the third eye of the sable. Anyone who looked at it would be lost in its gaze. Star-marked sable. It is a baby star-marked sable. Wang Lin's eyes became serious when he recognized the sable. There were memories related to the sable in the memories he inherited from ancient god Wuxia. This sable was a mysterious life form that lived in space. Once it reaches adulthood, it can transform into anything. It's not surprising for it to transform into human form, and it's the best material for making puppets. During its childhood, it doesn't have many powerful attacks, but its speed is unimaginable. In addition, this kind of sable likes to devour metal and use it to slowly grow. There were many memories of the star-marked sable in ancient god Wuxia's memories. Engraving a teleportation formation on the core of a child sable allows the core to become a magical treasure that can reach unimaginable speed. However, too much time had passed. Although this kind of sable wasn't extinct, there weren't many remaining. During the age of the ancient gods, the star-marked sable was the best kind of pet. The ancient gods especially loved its speed. At the same time, star-marked sables liked the aura of child ancient gods. Most of the time, they wouldn't need to capture one, as one would come to them. The star-marked sable benefits greatly from being with a child ancient god. As the child ancient god grows, the star-marked sable absorbs a massive amount of spiritual energy, speeding up its growth by several-fold. This little sable's third eye was filled with starlight and hadn't reached the state of returning to origin yet, so it was less than 10,000 years old. While looking at the sable, Wang Lin had an idea. He touched his bag of holding, took out a high-quality spirit stone, and put it next to the sable's mouth. The purple sable didn't even look at the spirit stone. It just stared at Wang Lin with confusion in its eyes. Then its body flickered and it disappeared from Wang Lin's shoulder. Wang Lin rubbed his chin. It was clear that the spirit stone wasn't enough to catch its attention. When the sable was staring at him, could it have noticed the scent of an ancient god on him? Although Wang Lin's body had the aura of an ancient god, it was very weak. This bit of aura was only lingering from when he was fused with his original body. After a while, it will disappear. The purple sable came because of the aura, but it was very disappointed because the aura was simply too weak. Although it didn't know what that aura was, when it felt that aura, it felt very comfortable. This kind of feeling was something it had never encountered ever since it was born. After putting away the spirit stone, Wang Lin took out something else. This time, a celestial jade appeared in his hand. The moment he pulled the celestial jade out, there was a flash of purple light. When Wang Lin looked at his left hand, the celestial jade had already disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a smile, and then he took out another celestial jade. This time he focused all of his attention on the jade. With another flash of purple light, the small sable moved at an unimaginable speed. It didn't even pause for a bit as it grabbed the celestial jade with its mouth and flew away. When the purple sable reappeared, it was already on the shoulder of Elder Sun, eating the celestial jade. It would occasionally look toward Wang Lin and pay special attention to his bag of holding. When Elder Sun noticed this, he faintly smiled at Wang Lin and nodded in acknowledgement. The All-Seer sat in the lotus position on the cloud and began teaching Tao. The heavenly art is about seeing the 99 cycles as one origin. Although I can't say I've seen through every spell throughout my cultivation life, I have a bit of comprehension of the essence behind those spells. Cultivate Tao. Cultivate Tao. What is the point of the word cultivate? What is the point of the word Tao? Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, soul formation, soul transformation, and ascendant are considered the first step of cultivation. This old man believes that all of these stages belong to the word cultivating in cultivating Tao. When Wang Lin heard this, he suddenly became serious and focused all of his attention on the All-Seer. Ever since he started cultivating, he always relied on himself, and he controlled a random assortment of spells. The one thing he needed the most was a higher understanding. The incorporeal and corporeal realms after the ascendant stage, as well as the three stages of nirvana, are where some of the fellow cultivators here are stuck at. This is the second step of cultivation. This old man believes that this second step is the bridge between the words cultivate and Tao. when completely moving the soul from the word cultivate to the word Tao. The key here is the second step. Unfortunately, even I haven't been able to completely comprehend it. It is as if they're an invisible force that's endlessly interfering with me as I try to comprehend it. The All-Seer's voice slowly spread across the area as he spoke about how he cultivated Tao. The surroundings became silent. Even the Cultivation Alliance's elder son was silent and revealed a helpless expression. Among the surrounding cultivators, one person asked, "Senior All-Seer, what is the third step of cultivating Tao?" This person was wearing a black robe and there was no one within 100 feet of him. There was also a vicious aura surrounding him. There was a ferocious scar across his face that went from between his brows and reached his neck. All-Seer looked at the person and said, "The third step is the true realm of the word Tao, cultivating for countless years only for Tao. Once one reaches the Tao, then their cultivation will reach an unimaginable stage. However, as for how to cultivate to that stage, this old man doesn't know. This old man's Tao is the heaven's fate. If the heaven's fate wills it, then everything will be successful. If fate hasn't arrived, then all will to dust and will be swiped aside." The surroundings became quiet again. Wang Lin revealed a pondering expression as he carefully comprehended the All-Seer's words. Cultivating Tao has 3 steps. I haven't even finished walking the first step, and the later steps will be even harder and more difficult. People say that cultivation is a heaven-defying matter, and they are not wrong. Wang Lin pondered. If even the All-Seer doesn't know the path to the third step, then does this third step even exist? The All-Seer's gaze swept past Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin raised his head, and his gaze met with the All-Seer's. As if he had seen through Wang Lin's thoughts, he gently smiled at Wang Lin and asked, "Wang Lin, do you have any questions?" After the All-Seer said this, all of the surrounding cultivators locked their gazes on Wang Lin, especially the disciples of the other 6 divisions. It has to be said that in this situation, for a master to personally ask a question was a great honor. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he clasped his hands and respectfully said to the All-Seer, "Master, disciple indeed does have something he doesn't understand." The All-Seer rubbed his white beard as he nodded and smiled. "Let me hear it." Disciple has a question about the phrase, cultivating Tao. Us cultivators often say celestial cultivation, cultivating truth, and cultivating Tao. Master only explained cultivating Tao. But what about celestial cultivation? Cultivating truth? Could those 2 sayings have just appeared out of nowhere? The All-Seer faintly smiled and revealed a look of admiration. Even Elder Son from the Cultivation Alliance let out a smile and gave Wang Lin a meaningful look. The Celestials are gone. Celestial cultivation came from ancient times. The celestial realm was the holy land of cultivators back then. This is how celestial cultivation came to be. What is truth? Truth is the source of everything. After the celestial realm was destroyed, the cultivators were trees without roots, homeless and forced to drift. At that moment, celestial cultivation lost its meaning and at the same time, truth became the core of cultivation. It is said that cultivating truth is also cultivating oneself. And now, both celestials and the truth are things of the past. What we chase now is Tao. But this Tao isn't the Tao of the heavens. The All-Seer's voice was low, and when he got here he suddenly paused. The surrounding cultivators suddenly lost control and began to debate. The fact that people that cultivated Tao were, in fact, not cultivating the Tao of the heavens caused a huge uproar. This seemed contradictory to what the All-Seer said before. At this moment, many questions rose among the cultivators. However, at this moment, all of the powerful cultivators had calm expressions and revealed looks of regret. They all understood the All-Seer's words, but some matters shouldn't be spoken out loud, because it would create some trouble. Elder Son from the Cultivator Alliance frowned. He coughed and looked at the All-Seer. The All-Seer faintly smiled and continued, "The Tao of cultivating Tao is the Tao of seeking a path to the third step. Because no one knows the way, we have to cultivate our own path to reach there." Wang Lin, does that answer your question? Wang Lin revealed a pondering expression. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Disciple wonders if the third step really exists." The all-seer sighed. His face revealed a rare trace of reminiscence as he said, 30,000 years ago, I was like you. I wondered if the third step really existed until I met him. Elder Son obviously knew who he was, and after hearing these words, his expression became ugly. He revealed a look of reminiscence, but there was also trace of fear in his eyes. After those words were said, all of the cultivators became quiet. Only those powerful cultivators revealed a mysterious light in their eyes. Senior All-Seer, who is he? Old friend All-Seer, could you please explain it clearly? All-Seer, what happened? More and more questions about the he that came from All-Seer's mouth popped up. Elder Son's expression was ugly as said, with a heavy tone, Enough, All-Seer, don't talk about this matter anymore. The All-Seer took a look at Elder Son and smiled. In truth, I'm very lucky that during my life's most confused period, he appeared. That person has definitely reached the third step. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Everyone else was the same, and they all stared at the All-Seer for the rest of the story. Elder Son pondered a bit. Then he let out a sigh and waved his hand. Fine, your attitude is also strange. If you want to say it, just say it. The All-Seer smiled. In the countless years that the Cultivation Alliance has existed, it has suffered only once, and it was because of that person. This matter was not big. He was the only person that I have ever met that has reached the third step. Unfortunately, he only appeared for a short period of time and then disappeared without a trace. The All-Seer continued to teach Tao, but almost everyone was still thinking about the he that the All-Seer spoke of. But the All-Seer continued to teach Tao and never talked about him again. The lesson lasted for 3 days. Wang Lin silently listened and gradually gained some understanding. After this old man teaches Tao once every 10,000 years, I give everyone present a great gift. I'll demonstrate a mid-quality celestial spell for everyone. How much you fellow cultivators are able to comprehend is up to your own fate. After the All-Seer said this, almost everyone became very focused. Even those powerful cultivators became focused as well. Some of the ones who were not much weaker than the All-Seer were completely focused on him as well. It has to be said that celestial spells are too rare, and medium-quality celestial spells are even rarer. The reason why so many people came to All-Seer's birthday celebration, aside from the fact that he was famous, had a lot of friends, and was going to teach Tao, was the celestial spell demonstration that takes place afterwards. This tempted every cultivator's heart. Wang Lin took a deep breath and intently looked at the All-Seer. Wang Lin had never seen a celestial spell before. The highest he saw was that restriction that was an imitation of a celestial spell. The restriction was already so powerful, and Wang Lin couldn't even imagine how strong a celestial spell would be. Just as everyone was waiting for the All-Seer to demonstrate, there was suddenly a thunderous roar from the horizon. Rays of sword energy closed in from the distance like falling meteors. When the powerful cultivators noticed this, they calmly looked over. An endless amount of sword energy was coming from the horizon. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it completely covered the sky. The rays' sword energy created waves of sonic booms as they closed in. Wang Lin had only seen this once before, and that was back in the celestial realm, when the white-robed woman from within the pagoda awakened and called for all the celestial swords. The entire celestial realm was surrounded by swords back then. The All-Seer's expression was normal as he looked into the distance. At this moment, countless flying swords flew over. They all gave off the cold aura of a sharp blade as they charged toward this place. Many cultivators who weren't strong enough got out of the way. They didn't dare to obstruct them. A wide passage suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd. Old man All-Seer, how could I not come to your birthday celebration? An arrogant voice echoed through the heavens and earth. At the same time, the flying swords that were flying over spread apart, revealing an old man wearing a green robe. This old man's eyebrows were white and moved without any wind. Although he looked skinny, he gave off a very shocking aura. There were 4 illusionary swords flickering behind his back. Every time they flickered, there would be a thunderous roar. Below him was a serpentine sword that gave off a vicious aura. There was a very thick color of blood on the surface of the serpentine sword. Sword Saint Ling Tianhou used some unknown method to refine the sword so that when people looked at it, their hearts would tremble violently. Several surrounding cultivators' faces turned pale, and they backed up once more. Wang Lin stared at the serpentine sword. That sword was the second reign celestial sword that was stolen by Ling Tianhou. One of the surrounding cultivators quickly exclaimed, "Sword Saint Ling Tianhou!" On planet Tianyun, whether it was individual cultivation or the power of their sect, the Deluo sword sect was the one ranked directly after the heavenly fate sect. Sword Saint Ling Tianhou revealed a gloomy expression on his skinny face, as the countless swords floating behind him released waves of sword hymns. Sword Saint Ling Tianhou loudly shouted, "Disciples, come out and greet Senior All-Seer." After he said this, the sword hymns coming from the flying swords behind him became even stronger. Finally, there was a series of bangs as the flying swords turned into gas one by one. At this moment, a cloud of green fog covered the area behind Ling Tianhou. The fog seemed to cover up the entire sky, causing it to change colors. At the same time, countless pairs of cold eyes appeared one by one inside this green fog. When the green fog cleared, there were suddenly countless disciples standing on flying swords behind Sword Saint Ling Tianhou. These disciples were all wearing black, and each one had an ancient sword on their back. Their gazes were all like lightning as they stared at the All-Seer. There were a lot of them. With one glance, Wang Lin guessed that there was at least 10,000 people behind Sword Saint Ling Tianhou. So many old friends are here. Even Elder Sun is here. Sword Saint Ling Tianhou's gaze swept past everyone until it landed on Elder Sun. Elder Sun faintly smiled and said, "How could I not come to old friend All-Seer's birthday celebration?" Ling Tianhou laughed. Then he looked toward the All-Seer and smiled. "Old man All-Seer, what is it? Do you not welcome me?" The All-Seer smiled. "Forget it. You came at a very good time. I'll use you as the target of the celestial spell demonstration to let all the cultivators here see. How about it?" Ling Tianhou's eyes became cold and he smiled. "That is my intention as well." The All-Seer smiled, then he raised his right hand, formed a seal and said, "Fellow cultivators, the celestial spell I'm about to use is a medium-quality celestial spell. I obtained this spell by accident on a deserted planet. It is called the Celestial Guidance Spell. After studying this spell, I found that it was used by people of the celestial realm to allow us cultivators into the celestial realm. Once it is used, a powerful spell will descend. So please pay close attention." Sword Saint Ling Tianhou let out a cold snort. His gaze was cold as he looked at the All-Seer. The All-Seer faintly smiled as his right hand formed another seal, creating a red light. He raised his left hand to form another seal, and then the red light suddenly became even brighter. The All-Seer's expression was calm as he pointed at the void. The red light in his hand suddenly flew out and charged into the horizon. "Medium-quality celestial guidance spell." The All-Seer's voice seemed to come from the void. There was suddenly a thunderous boom in the sky, and the sky suddenly became red. The clouds churned in the red sky as if there was an angry dragon inside. Thunder could be heard as lightning moved through the clouds like silver snakes. The sky was currently like a raging sea as a heavenly pressure silently descended from above. Under the power of this heavenly pressure, many of the surrounding cultivators' faces became pale. They quickly landed on the ground and sat down in the lotus position to cultivate. As Wang Lin stared at the sky, the celestial spiritual energy in his body became chaotic. It was as if there was a mysterious force coming from the sky that caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Only the metal celestial spiritual energy that was created after 3 cycles wasn't affected and calmly operated as normal. Wang Lin sent out a command and released the metal celestial spiritual energy into his body. He controlled the metal celestial spiritual energy to not touch the normal celestial spiritual energy as it cycled through his body. After the metal celestial spiritual energy made one full cycle, his trembling was mostly stabilized. Although his face was still pale, he was able to remain standing up straight. As for Bai Wei, he lasted for a while before letting out a sigh and descending to the ground to cultivate. In the entire Purple Division, aside from Wang Lin, only Fourth Sister was calmly looking at the sky. None of the ordinary disciples of the Purple Division could withstand the pressure, so they landed. Not only the Purple Division, but almost all of the ordinary disciples of the other divisions landed as well. Only those with powerful cultivation were able to barely remain in the air. However, none of the core disciples of the other 6 divisions fell from the sky. Some had pale expressions like Wang Lin, but they were able to withstand it. Wang Lin's expression returned to normal after the metal celestial spiritual energy finished its 3rd cycle through his body. Fourth Sister turned around and gave him a meaningful look but didn't say a word. The All-Seer's eyes revealed a plain expression. Then his right finger pointed at Ling Tianhou. However, his finger suddenly moved, and when it stopped, it was pointing at the more than 10,000 disciples standing on flying swords behind Ling Tianhou. Sword Saint Ling Tianhou's expression sank. Just as he was about to move forward, the All-Seer faintly smiled and said, "Guiding passage." After he said this, thunderous roars came from the clouds in the sky. The entire sky looked like it had been ripped open by a pair of giant, invisible hands, revealing a giant hole. A burst of 7-colored light descended from the hole and surrounded all of the disciples behind Ling Tianhou. The cold gazes suddenly disappeared from the disciples of the De Lu sword sect. Instead, they were replaced with confused expressions. They lost control of their bodies and slowly flew up into the sky toward the hole where the 7-colored light was coming from. Ling Tianhou let out a roar as the serpentine sword under his feet charged into the sky. The All-Seer let out a faint smile as his hand reached out. The serpentine sword suddenly slowed down and began to struggle and release heaven-shaking sword hymns. Ling Tianhou let out a cold roar and then a red light appeared between his brows. With a flash, the light flew out from between his brows and floated in the sky. It then turned into a giant Qilin beast. This beast was very fierce. After landing on its 4 legs, its large head stared at the All-Seer before charging at him. At the moment the Qilin beast appeared, a roar came out from the 1 billion soul flag inside Wang Lin's origin soul. The roar pierced through the flag and echoed in Wang Lin's origin soul. Although the sound didn't exit his body, the Qilin jumping at the All-Seer suddenly trembled and stopped moving. Its large head suddenly turned. Then its eyes became unimaginably bright and it started scanning the crowd. However, at the moment the Qilin inside the soul flag let out that roar, Wang Lin had already activated the soul flag to hide any trace of the Qilin. So Ling Tianhou's Qilin wasn't able to find anything. Sword Saint Ling Tianhou frowned. At this moment, with the serpentine sword held by the All-Seer and the Qilin beast stopped, the medium-quality celestial spell, Celestial Guidance, unleashed its full power. Bursts of 7-colored light came out from the hole in the sky. At the same time, the songs of nature echoed through the clouds. One by one, illusions suddenly appeared and moved around in the sky. One of the illusions stood in the middle. This illusion was wearing a golden gown and gave off a monstrous amount of celestial spiritual energy. Although it was an illusion, a sense of heavenly pressure was emitted from its body. As it floated in the sky, it looked down, and its gaze fell on the more than 10,000 De Lu sword sect disciples. He didn't open his mouth, but a powerful voice echoed the sky. "I'm the illusionary body of the celestial realm's eternal messenger. I'm here to guide the lower realm cultivators." This phrase seemed to have been said countless times. The messenger then raised his hand and waved it. At this moment, the space where the De Lu sword sect disciples were floating trembled and then was sealed off by a golden light. This scene caused all of the surrounding cultivators who came to the celebration to be shocked. The powerful cultivators all revealed shocked expressions. The celestial realm is already destroyed, so why does the celestial guidance spell still summon a celestial general as a guide? If those people are really taken away, where will they go? Will they be taken to the broken celestial realm? Or to a place no cultivator has been to before? Countless questions appeared in the surrounding cultivators' hearts. At the same time, the all-seer suddenly became infinitely more mysterious in their hearts. How could a medium-quality celestial spell be found by the all-seer on a deserted planet? There is definitely a problem here. Just as various cultivators were guessing, Sword Saint Ling Tianho's face became very gloomy and he shouted, "Old man all-seer, I brought my disciples here to congratulate you, yet you stooped so low as to act against them. What is the meaning of this?" He waved his right hand and the serpentine sword flew back to him. He gave up on trying to stop the spell and wanted to see exactly what the all-seer wanted to do. The all-seer's expression remained the same. "Isn't letting your disciples experience what the celestial realm was like before it was destroyed a good thing?" As the two of them spoke, more than 10,000 Delu Sword sect disciples flew toward the hole in the sky without any control over their bodies and disappeared one by one. Sword Saint Ling Tianho's expression was still gloomy as he stood there, staring coldly at the all-seer. It wasn't until the last Delu Sword sect disciple disappeared into the hole that the strange scene in the sky slowly disappeared and returned to normal. The all-seer raised his head to look at the sky and gently smiled. Although this medium-quality celestial spell has no attack power, it can still send people away even after the celestial realm has collapsed. As for where they are sent to, I have no idea. You! Sword Saint Ling Tianho looked at the all-seer, and his face became even more gloomy. The all-seer looked at Ling Tianho and smiled. "Sword Saint doesn't need to worry. In 3 days all of your disciples will reappear back here. At that time you will have to let this old man borrow a few people to question. I want to see where exactly they went and what they saw." Sword Saint Ling Tianho pondered for a bit. Then he let out a cold snort and no longer said anything. He knew very well that the all-seer wouldn't act against his disciples personally in this kind of situation, or else the all-seer would lose all the respect he had. If the all-seer said they would be back in 3 days, then they would be back in 3 days. The all-seer did all of this to make Sword Saint Ling Tianho look bad. At this moment, some of the more talented people stared at the sky, thinking of something, and there were few secretly imitating the celestial spell. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the sky and began to ponder. This medium-quality celestial spell was very mysterious to him, and it was impossible to learn it with just one demonstration. However, it did let him gain a better understanding of celestial spells. The scene created by the celestial guidance spell was obviously not created by the all-seer. In truth, this spell was an eternal existence. One just needed the method to open the passage and have the qualifications to use it. Anyone who meets these 2 requirements can use it anywhere to take away people they want to guide to the celestial realm. After the all-seer demonstrated this spell, he didn't announce that this Dao teaching session was over. Instead, his eyes revealed a mysterious light and he slowly said, "Today, aside from celebrating my birthday, I also want my fellow cultivators to be witnesses. I have a total of 7 divisions of disciples, and only the yellow and purple divisions don't have anyone holding the title of true disciple. Today is when the true disciples of those 2 divisions will be selected." After he said this, the surrounding cultivators' gazes turned to the yellow and purple divisions. However, most of them were looking at the yellow division. Not many looked toward the purple division. After all, everyone knew that the purple division was too weak. There were 6 people in the yellow division. The 3rd brother of the yellow division held the title of true disciple. However, 30 years ago, he disappeared on his journey outside the sect and was never heard from again. At this moment, all 6 people of the yellow division had expressions as calm as a pond of water without any ripples. The middle-aged woman standing at the end of the line walked forward and respectfully said to the all-seer, "Disciple gives up." After she said that, other disciples of the yellow division also walked out and gave up until there were only 2 people remaining. Of the remaining 2 people, Wang Lin only had a small impression of one of them. It was the one who obtained the sword from the all-seer earlier, Kuanping Zi. Aside from Kuanping Zi, there was an old man standing next to him. This person's face was covered in wrinkles, and he looked extremely abnormal. Although he was wearing a yellow robe, he still looked like a skinny monkey. He was Yundao Zi, the oldest disciple of the Yellow Division, and he held the true disciple title for 800 years before their 3rd brother took it from him. However, this person had no competitive spirit, so he lived a very carefree life. At this moment, he looked at the all-seer, took a step forward, and respectfully said, "Disciple also gives up." The person most suited to receive the true disciple title for the yellow division is second brother, who received the celestial treasure from Master. The all-seer looked meaningfully at Yundao Zi. This look caused Yundao Zi to quickly lower his head and remain silent. The all-seer then shouted, "Kuanping Zi! Disciple is here!" Kuanping Zi's body trembled as he quickly walked forward a few steps and stood up straight. "You are the yellow division's true disciple. If you can maintain that title for 1,000 years, I'll teach you a low-quality celestial spell. The Heavenly Fate 7 disciples are not simple. They are the symbol of my Heavenly Fate sect and are the true disciples of the sect. Can you hold this title well?" The all-seer's voice was filled with majesty. The surrounding cultivators didn't react much, but Sword Saint Ling Tianho's mouth moved. He revealed a look of disdain as if he was saying, "Heavenly Fate 7 disciples, humph." Kuanping Zi knelt down in the air and kowtowed toward the all-seer. "Disciple will remember Master's words." The all-seer nodded. Then he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. A yellow light appeared, causing the all-seer's eyes to become extremely bright. Soon, a yellow crystal appeared in his hand. "I believe you aren't unfamiliar with this item. It is the symbol of the Heavenly Fate 7 disciples. Go into closed-door cultivation for several years to study this. When you come out, I'll give you another life-saving treasure." Kuanping Zi took a deep breath and worked hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. Although he knew for a while that he would get the title, he still felt like he was dreaming. In truth, he understood in his heart that the other disciples of the Yellow Division weren't weak, and each of them was good at hiding their cultivation. Unless they were to fight for real, it would be impossible to see through each other's cultivation. If they were to fight, he had no confidence in winning, and most importantly, the Yellow Division had senior apprentice brother Yundao Zi. Kuanping Zi had already followed Master for more than 2,000 years, but when he joined, senior apprentice brother was already there. He didn't know exactly how long senior apprentice brother had followed Master for. However, although this senior apprentice brother was a bit arrogant and didn't talk to anyone, he also had no interest in the position of true disciple. He didn't even try to fight over it. Wang Lin silently watched this from the side. His gaze was on Yundao Zi more than the others. But what Wang Lin found most strange was that after the all-seer took out that yellow crystal, Yundao Zi's eyes shrank by an almost unnoticeable amount. The calm in his eyes suddenly collapsed and was replaced with fear. However, the fear was quickly replaced by calmness. It was as if what happened earlier didn't happen. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had been paying attention this whole time, he wouldn't have noticed this small detail. After looking for a long time, Yundao Zi turned toward him and revealed a faint smile. This faint smile was a bit strange. It was as if he had seen through everything. Next up is the True Disciple title for the Purple Division. Wang Lin, Zhao Xinming, Bai Wei, are the three of you ready? The all-seer looked at Wang Lin and nodded with a smile. Bai Wei nodded and respectfully said, "Disciple gives up." Fourth sister, Zhao Xinming, looked toward Wang Lin with a serious expression and softly said, "Seventh brother, if I were to give up as well, it would be too easy for you to obtain the title. The battle between the two of us will take place today." The image of Yundao Zi's fearful eyes appeared in Wang Lin's mind, and he revealed a look of hesitation. "Disciple gives up." Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked toward the all-seer. The all-seer was startled. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen that kind of expression on his face. The all-seer frowned as he looked at Wang Lin and asked, in a serious tone, "Why did you give up?" The calm expression also disappeared from Zhao Xinming's face and was replaced with a strange expression. She stared at Wang Lin and silently pondered. The look of fear from Yundao Zi's face still hadn't left Wang Lin's mind. After hearing the all-seer's words, he pondered a bit before answering, "Disciples' cultivation level isn't high enough to compete with fourth sisters." "Wang Lin." The all-seer cut Wang Lin off. Then he gave him a meaningful look and said, in a serious tone, "Master would like you to try to fight for it once." My disciples should not be cowards. Also, you shouldn't be bewitched by others and have your heart filled with unnecessary things. You just need to remember that you should follow your desires on everything. I'll give you half an incense stick of time to think about it carefully. If you still decide to give up, then I won't stop you. The all-seer frowned. After that, he looked at Yundaozi, and his expression turned gloomy. When Yundaozi noticed his master's gaze, his heart trembled and he quickly lowered his head. The all-seer's words landed in the disciples of the other 6 divisions. Their gazes, which were filled with confusion and reevaluation, all fell on Wang Lin, because in their eyes, it was extremely rare for their master to try to change someone else's mind. In the purple division, aside from Sun Yun, Wang Lin was the second person this happened to. Half an incense stick of time slowly passed by. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he looked toward the all-seer, respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Disciple will fight for it once." The all-seer revealed a look of joy and nodded. "Good." Zhao Ximing looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Seventh brother, let's start." One by one, purple stars suddenly appeared around her and began to orbit around her. Wang Lin stared at the stars. On planet Tianyun, it seemed like magical treasures weren't used much when fighting. People used spells instead. Although he hadn't fought much since he got here, everyone he met used spells as the main method of attacking. The stars orbiting Zhao Ximing all began to gather toward her finger as she moved through the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, her entire right arm was covered in a thick, purple light. Even the rest of her body was coated in a layer of purple light, giving her a mysterious feeling. "Seventh brother, I know you don't know what my Tao is, so I'll tell you today. My Tao is the demon's shadow. As long as I've seen a spell once and its requirements are not beyond my cultivation, I can imitate it, though it won't be at full power. This spell is what I created from imitating your demonic finger. I call it the purple demonic hand." As she spoke, she waved her hand forward. The purple light suddenly left her arm and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body flickered as he quickly backed up. At the same time, he raised his right index finger. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body moved, and a purple flame quickly appeared on the tip of his finger. At the moment the flame appeared, a monstrous demonic aura appeared and surrounded the area. "This child, is he really a fit for my Tao? Back then he left me with one phrase. My Tao is the Tao of heaven's fate. Only by finding people who fit my Tao will I have a chance of stepping into the third step." The all-seer's expression remained normal as he paid extra attention to Wang Lin's right index finger. "If this child really is a fit for my Tao, then I, the all-seer, am willing to risk it once at any cost. It has been more than 30,000 years since I encountered him, and I have lost a majority of my disciples since then. For me to do this, am I right? Am I wrong?" The all-seer stared at Wang Lin with a melancholy gaze. Wang Lin's eyes were serious as he said, "Demonic finger!" The purple flame on his finger suddenly flew out and collided with Zhao Xinming's purple demonic hand. When the purple stars completely merged with the purple light, a series of crackling and popping sounds could be heard. A mysterious change was happening inside. The demonic energy coming from the light was several times more intense than Wang Lin's demonic finger. This was clearly created due to some mysterious change from the two spells colliding. Zhao Ximing quickly backed up and slapped her bag of holding. Then a pearl appeared in her hand. She revealed a sly look as she softly said, "Gather." After saying that, the demonic energy that was spreading out suddenly paused and began to move toward the pearl in her hand. Soon, all of the demonic energy was completely absorbed by the pearl. The originally white and flawless pearl was now completely dark. It was as if there were vengeful souls inside, and it gave off waves of cold energy. Zhao Xinming held the pearl and smiled. "Seventh brother, I won't fight you for the title of true disciple, but this demonic energy must belong to me." Wang Lin looked at the pearl and said, with a serious tone, "You created the purple demonic hand to make me use the demonic finger and then absorb the demonic energy from it. Senior apprentice sister, if you had asked me directly, I wouldn't have minded, but now it is impossible for you to obtain that demonic energy. At the moment Wang Lin finished speaking, the demonic energy inside the pearl in Zhao Xinming's hand quickly disappeared like it was never even there. Soon, the dark pearl turned pure white again. This demonic energy wasn't real demonic energy gained from cultivation but an illusion created from Wang Lin's celestial spiritual energy. As a result, Wang Lin had full control over it, and with just one thought he could make it disappear. This kind of modifying celestial spiritual energy couldn't be given to others. Otherwise, if one were to study it, they would surely find the method to cultivate the demonic finger. Wang Lin promised Situ Nan that he would never teach it to anyone else. Zhao Xinming's expression sunk and her bows knitted tightly together. She looked at the pearl in her hand and crushed it with one squeeze. She then raised her head to look at Wang Lin and softly said, "Seventh brother, I only want a bit of your demonic energy. If you give it to me, I will give up. Otherwise." Wang Lin looked at Zhao Xinming. Although they had some dealings in the past, they walked their own paths. Wang Lin calmly said, "Fourth sister, I'm unable to help you with this." Zhao Xinming looked at Wang Lin. Shortly after, she raised her arm and softly said, "9-cycle celestial refining tactic." With that, a powerful, golden light appeared from within Zhao Xinming's body. At the same time, her face was covered in a golden light, giving off a mysterious feeling. Her right hand was like a golden pillar that gave off waves of golden light. Metal celestial spiritual energy began to slowly appear around her right arm, forming a golden vortex that slowly turned inside her arm. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles, 4 cycles, 5 cycles. The energy circled a total of 5 times before the golden vortex stopped and began to spin in reverse. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he raised his left hand. The 3-cycle metal celestial spiritual energy that had been restricted in there was suddenly released and gathered in the palm of his hand. A similar-sized vortex appeared on Wang Lin's left hand and began to slowly turn. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. A look of shock appeared in Zhao Xinming's eyes. She had only given the 9-cycle celestial refining tactic to Wang Lin a few days ago, but he was able to reach 3 cycles in such a short period of time. This was beyond her expectations. Zhao Xinming hid the shock in her eyes and calmly said, "Seventh brother, 3 cycles is useless against me." Wang Lin's expression remained the same as the celestial spiritual energy in his body moved. A strand of celestial spiritual energy moved from his body into the 3-cycle metal celestial spiritual energy. The metal celestial spiritual energy shook violently and made another turn. Now it is 4 cycles. With that, another strand of celestial spiritual energy moved through Wang Lin's body and into this left arm. The 4 cycles metal celestial spiritual energy turned again. Now it is 5 cycles. Although Wang Lin's expression was calm, he was experiencing a great amount of pain inside his body. The metal celestial spiritual energy in his left arm was starting to go out of control. But Wang Lin's mental strength was not something Zhao Xinming could imagine. After all, everything that he experienced on planet Suzaku were things that Zhao Xinming, a disciple of a big and famous sect, would never have experienced. At this moment, in Zhao Xinming's eyes, Wang Lin's expression was calm and his demeanor was normal, not revealing the slightest hint of anything wrong. Wang Lin faintly smiled as he looked at Zhao Xinming and said, "Could it be that you want to see my 6-cycle metal celestial spiritual energy?" Zhao Xinming's expression sunk. She looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Even if you have the power of 6 cycles, you are still not my match." Wang Lin laughed. Then he slapped his bag of holding and the giant demon clan's axe flew out in a ray of black light and floated in the air. At the same time, the beast trap from Wang Lin's wrist flew out and turned into the war chariot. Would I be a match if I added these two? Zhao Xinming looked at Wang Lin. After pondering for a while, she suddenly smiled and softly said, "I underestimated you. 7th brother. I give up." With that, she moved back to where the Purple Division disciples were. However, just at this moment, a ray of purple light suddenly rushed over from the horizon. The disciples of the other 6 divisions looked into the distance at the ray of purple light. More than half of them made a weird face after seeing the purple light. The All-Seer's expression remained the same. He didn't even look at the purple light. He had his hands behind his back and his face was calm. The purple light rushed over and stopped 1,000 feet away, revealing a middle-aged man inside. This person's cheeks were pale and very skinny. He looked like sharp long sword that gave off a cold aura. This aura was very similar to the aura of the disciples of Sword Saint Ling Tianho. He was wearing a purple robe. His clothes were almost exactly the same as Wang Lin's and Bai Wei's. He stood there as he clasped his hands at the All-Seer and said, "Disciple Chun Tao greets Master." "It's him." Bai Wei's eyes became serious. A complex expression flashed across her eyes as fourth sister Zhao Xinming also stared at this person. The Purple Division's sixth brother. The holder of the True Disciple title before Sun Yun. It is said that he followed Master for a very long time. When he lost to Sun Yun, he left the Heavenly Fate sect to train himself outside. Waves of soft discussion came from the disciples of the other 6 divisions. The All-Seer's gaze fell on Chun Tao. He revealed a look of admiration and said, "You were able to make it back. Very good." Chun Tao had a stoic expression as he said, "Disciple originally wasn't going to be late, but when I passed Planet Black Ink, I saw a rare treasure there. I wanted to give it to Master as a gift and was thus delayed." The All-Seer laughed and asked, "What kind of treasure caught your eye?" Chun Tao's expression was calm as he slapped his bag of holding and an item appeared in his hand. This item was a flower with 6 colors. The flower itself was white, but the 6 leaves were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and yellow. The 6 different colors did not make the white flower look out of place. Instead, they gave it an out-of-this-world feel. Chun Tao sent the flower forward and respectfully said, "It is because of this mysterious flower. Disciples' knowledge isn't enough, so I am unable to recognize what this flower is. But on Planet Black Ink, there were 3 high-quality desolate beasts fighting over it. Disciple was curious, so I took it." The flower slowly flew toward the All-Seer and stopped before him. The All-Seer looked at the flower, pondered a bit and said, "This flower is called the 7-colored glaze. It takes 10 years for it to take root, 100 years for the leaves to grow, 1,000 years for it to bud, and 10,000 years for it to bloom. Every time it blooms, it releases 1 color until it has bloomed 6 times. On the 7th bloom, it releases a 7-colored light. Beasts love this flower, and if a beast were to devour it when it releases the 7-colored light, it would benefit a lot. It is considered a heavenly treasure. I believe it is ranked 93rd by the Cultivation Alliance. Elder Son, am I correct?" As the All-Seer spoke, he looked toward Elder Son. Elder Son faintly smiled and nodded. "That is correct. It is the 7-colored glaze, but it's not complete yet and hasn't formed the last leaf. However, with the All-Seer's spell, it won't take long for its 7th leaf to form as well." The All-Seer raised his right hand and caught the flower. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll accept this." Chun Tao's eyes lit up. He then looked at the 3 Purple Division disciples and calmly said, "It looks like my Purple Division is becoming smaller and smaller. Bai Wei, Zhao Xinming, how have you guys been?" Bai Wei's expression was a bit unnatural. He didn't say anything. As for Zhao Xinming, she revealed a complex expression. She sighed and said, "I just knew that you would definitely return for Master's birthday celebration." Chun Tao looked at Zhao Xinming before taking a glance at Wang Lin, and then no longer paid any more attention to Wang Lin. "Where is Sun Yun?" Zhao Xinming let out a sigh and sent out a voice transmission. Chun Tao's expression sank. He jerked his head to look at Zhao Xinming before sweeping his gaze toward Wang Lin and saying, "You are 7th brother? Speak your name." "Wang Lin." Wang Lin's eye were calm. From the moment Chun Tao appeared, he wasn't hiding his cultivation. Wang Lin could vaguely see that his cultivation was past the soul transformation stage and should be at the ascendant stage. As for which stage of ascendant, Wang Lin wasn't able to tell. "You aren't worthy of being my 7th brother. Sun Yun is my only 7th brother." Chun Tao's expression was calm as he moved his gaze away from Wang Lin. The All-Seer was still observing his disciples. He smiled but didn't speak. Chun Tao looked at the All-Seer with respect and decisively said, "Master, Disciple came back this time because I wanted to regain my title of true disciple. I hope Master can agree. The All-Seer faintly smiled and said, right now, in the Purple Division, only you and your seventh brother have the right to the title of true disciple. Between the two of you, only one will get it. Chun Tao revealed a chilly smile and took a step forward. With one step, he was able to arrive before Wang Lin. His hand moved faster than lightning as he threw out a seal that arrived 1 foot away from Wang Lin. A series of thunderous roars could be heard as Wang Lin's body quickly backed up and the giant demon clan axe appeared before him to block the force of the seal. At the same time, the metal celestial spiritual energy on his left arm was used, and that was how he was able to stabilize himself after backing up a few dozen feet. He stood there and stared at Chun Tao with a gloomy expression. Wang Lin had been on guard the whole time. The attack earlier wasn't to attack him but to shock him. Even though the attack landed in the air, the shockwave was able to knock him away. Wang Lin clearly couldn't compete with this kind of power. Wang Lin didn't know that Chun Tao was even more shocked. The spell he used just now was very powerful, and even though it didn't land directly, the shockwave should have been able to send a brat merely at the mid-stage of soul transformation flying hundreds of feet. In the end, he should have been able to suppress Wang Lin and wouldn't have to do any more to obtain the title of true disciple. But he only caused Wang Lin to back up a few dozen feet. Not only did this not suppress him, it made it look like he pushed Wang Lin away because he wanted to battle. Chun Tao frowned as he coldly looked at Wang Lin and said, in tone that Wang Lin couldn't refuse, "You, give up." As Wang Lin looked at Chun Tao, his gaze gradually became cold. This person's overbearance was extremely obvious. He raised his left hand and sent out the 5-cycle metal celestial spiritual energy. The 5-cycle metal celestial spiritual energy spun as it shot out. In almost the blind of an eye, it arrived before Chun Tao. Chun Tao looked at it and softly said, "This is not how you use this spell." With that, he pointed his right finger forward and then the vortex of metal celestial spiritual energy suddenly stopped and released waves of loud, humming sounds. Chun Tao flicked the golden vortex, causing it to spin once and the power to increase even more. It had clearly reached 6 cycles. Chun Tao didn't stop and flicked it 3 more times. An aura that felt like it could destroy the heavens and earth spread out from the golden vortex. At this moment, the vortex reached its limit of 9 cycles. Chun Tao raised his head and looked at Wang Lin with disdain. He pressed his right hand forward, causing the golden vortex to change directions and charge toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was gloomy as he quickly backed up. He grabbed the axe, jumped into the air, and swung the axe down. After a thunderous roar, a ray of axe energy more than 10 feet tall came out from the axe and descended on the golden vortex. After the axe energy landed on the golden vortex, it caused it slow down for a bit, but it was still rushing toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt danger closing in, but he didn't panic at all. He raised his hand into the air and slashed it across the sky. Silver light suddenly appeared above the golden vortex, and at the same time the teleportation skill was used by Wang Lin. However, his target wasn't himself but the golden vortex covered by the silver light. Wang Lin formed teleportation spells one by one and in the blink of an eye it was all complete. He softly said, "Greater teleportation." At the moment he spoke, the golden vortex was already 3 feet away from him, so he could feel its destructive aura. However, he didn't have a trace of panic on his face. The 9-cycle vortex quickly closed in, but when it was 1 foot away from Wang Lin, the silver light surrounding it began to flash violently. Then it disappeared as if it never existed. This scene caused all of the surrounding cultivators' gazes to become focused. A hint of admiration appeared in the All-Seer's eyes and he nodded. Chun Tao's eyes lit up. He no longer underestimated Wang Lin like before. All of this happened in a short period of time. Almost at the same moment the vortex disappeared, Wang Lin put the axe away. His hand formed a seal, which he threw toward the war chariot not far away, and he said, "Spirit beast appear." Earlier, Chun Tao only took a glance at the war chariot and didn't pay much attention to it. Now he suddenly turned his head toward it as a monstrous, unyielding aura spread out from it. At the same time, The giant spirit beast quickly condensed and released a thunderous roar. This roar pierced the heavens. All of the disciples of the other 6 divisions were shocked. They had never seen a treasure like this before. So after hearing the unyielding roar, Wang Lin's position in their hearts went up by 1 step. Even some of the guests revealed mysterious lights in their eyes. Even some of the old monsters revealed pondering expressions. Even Sword Saint Ling Tianho revealed a look of shock when the spirit beast appeared. Wang Lin floated in the air and shouted, "Devour him!" The spirit beast let out roar as it charged forward. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was charging toward Chun Tao. A hint of battle intent appeared in Chun Tao's eyes, and his hand formed a seal. In an instant, a purple ball suddenly appeared in his hand, and at the moment the spirit beast arrived, the purple ball in Chun Tao's hand collapsed. With a boom, the shockwave caused most of the surrounding cultivators' ears to hurt. Chun Tao stood there unmoving, but there were many holes on his clothes, making him look very disheveled. As for the spirit beast, it was pushed back several hundred feet. It shook its body and then let out another roar and charged again like crazy. This time several chains appeared on its body, and they were pulled completely straight. One end of the chains were connected to its body and the other to the war chariot. The battle intent in Chun Tao's eyes became even stronger as he laughed. What a good beast! It is interesting. With that, he simply tore off the top half of his clothes and exposed his upper body. He slapped his bag of holding and a long, black rope appeared in his hand. This rope was like a living creature. The moment it appeared, there was a fishy smell, and it emitted a desolate aura. Beast, my earth dragon tendon survived on a demonic planet by itself for 500 years. It was extracted from a dead demonic dragon. I want to see if you can escape from this dragon tendon. With that, he took a step forward and swung the dragon tendon directly at the spirit beast, all while ignoring Wang Lin. The spirit beast let out a roar and charged out. It dodged the dragon tendon, appeared next to Chun Tao in an instant, and attempted to devour him. Chun Tao let out a laugh, then his body flickered and he moved out of the way. He moved the dragon tendon at an impossible angle and wrapped it around the spirit beast's neck in an instant. At the same time, Chun Tao moved himself on top of the spirit beast's head. He viciously grabbed the dragon tendon and said, "Beast, I want to see where you're going to run to now." Wang Lin's expression was still calm. He raised his hand and started making seals. Then he pointed at the war chariot and softly said, "War chariot, 5th seal, release." With that, a flash of black light appeared in Wang Lin's hand, and at the same time, the giant spirit beast suddenly trembled. Shortly after, a never-before-seen fierceness appeared in the spirit beast's eyes. It suddenly raised its head and let out a fierce roar. Not only did this roar contain its unyielding nature, it was filled with the joy of being released after being trapped for tens of thousands of years. Back when Wang Lin obtained the war chariot, he also got the inheritance to use it properly. However, he was too weak, and it was more likely for it to devour him before even injuring the enemy. That's why Wang Lin had never opened the seals on the war chariot. Today was the first time he opened the first of the 5 seals, causing its power to increase drastically. The god-slaying war chariot was something that could slay celestial gods, so how could it be so weak? Once all 5 seals have been released, its power will be unimaginable. However, with Wang Lin's current cultivation, even just opening the first seal was very dangerous. If he couldn't control it, then what awaited him was the backlash from the war chariot. However, because his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of soul transformation, he had some confidence, or else he wouldn't have so easily decided to release the seal. Not only did the aura of the spirit beast change when the first seal was released, but the fierce spikes on the chariot itself also began to change. Those spikes began to move and grew even longer, making them look even fiercer than before. There were also waves of black light coming from the spikes. The black light moved along the chains and entered the spirit beast's body. The spirit beast let out a crazy roar, and its body suddenly grew several times larger, from few dozen feet to few hundred feet. It stood there as a towering beast and violently shook its body. For the first time, Chun Tao, who was standing on it, suddenly had a change of expression. Waves of black light came out from the spirit beast and rushed toward Chun Tao. Chun Tao held the dragon tendon with one hand and formed a seal with this other hand as balls of purple light appeared around him. As the black light rushed in, the balls of purple light all collapsed. Among the thunderous explosions, Chun Tao let out a muffled groan. At this moment, the spirit beast's giant body was covered by the black light. Then the spirit beast suddenly scattered into rays of black light as if its body had collapsed. In the end, there was only the dragon tendon holding nothing, and Chun Tao, who had an ugly expression on his face. Before him were rays of black light spinning in a circle. In almost the blink of an eye, the rays of black light reformed into the giant spirit beast 100 feet away from Chun Tao. After opening the first seal, the spirit beast no longer relied solely on devouring to attack. It could now use some of its innate abilities. Although Chun Tao's expression was ugly, the battle intent in his eyes became even stronger. He suddenly turned around to look at Wang Lin and gloomily said, "Junior apprentice brother. You now have the qualifications to be my junior apprentice brother. However, those qualifications have a price." Wang Lin stared at Chun Tao and slowly said, "You don't have the qualifications to be my senior apprentice brother." Chun Tao looked at Wang Lin, laughed and said, "Fighting this beast is going to waste a bit of time, but as long as I capture you, this beast won't be able to run." The opponent was an ascendant cultivator, so Wang Lin knew that he wasn't a match. But he couldn't just give up like this. Even if he loses, he wanted this person to know that he shouldn't be messed with. At this moment, Chun Tao rushed over. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he didn't move at all. Instead, he raised his right hand. This time, he extended his pinky. Situ Nan hesitated for a very long time before finally teaching Wang Lin the last of his 3 killing spells. Situ Nan told him in a very serious tone not to casually use this spell before he reaches the late stage of soul transformation. If he tries to use it at the early stage of soul transformation, before it even harms the enemy, he will experience backlash that an early-stage soul transformation cultivator can't withstand. Only after reaching the mid-stage of soul transformation can he barely use it, but he shouldn't use its full power, or else he will still suffer from backlash. Even at the late stage of soul transformation, he will have to be careful when using this 3rd killing spell. Only after he reaches the ascendant stage can he use this spell as he wishes. Wang Lin's right pinky pointed at Chun Tao. At this moment, there was no celestial spiritual energy left in his body, and even his life aura was slowly disappearing. There was now no life left in his body. This scene shocked a majority of the surrounding cultivators. Even the All-Seer's eyes became serious as he took a closer look. Sword Saint Ling Tianho stared at Wang Lin and revealed a mysterious smile. "This child is not bad." Of the surrounding cultivators, there was a red-faced old man with a giant, red gourd behind his back. He let out an alcoholic burp as he looked at Wang Lin and muttered, "Why does this spell look exactly the same as the one used by that madman I met on the way here?" When Chun Tao was 5 feet away from Wang Lin, he was suddenly overcome with a feeling of danger that he hadn't felt in a very long time. The last time he felt this was when he was facing some old masters. At this moment, all of Wang Lin's life aura disappeared. Only his eyes were bright, but they were filled with the coldness of death. This gaze caused Chun Tao to be shocked. What kind of gaze is this? Even those that cultivate the ruthless Tao can't have this kind of gaze. Wang Lin softly said, "Underworld Finger." Underworld Finger was the last of Situ Nan's killing spells. Cultivating this spell is not like the other 2 spells, both of which can be learned through comprehension. This 3rd spell can only be learned after cultivating the Underworld Ascension method and using it to enter the Underworld. Only after experiencing the transition between life and death can one comprehend this spell. Back then, Situ Nan was able to gain enlightenment in the transition between life and death while cultivating the Underworld Ascension method. Then he combined it with the celestial spell to create this killing spell. Situ Nan once proudly bragged that although the power of this spell wasn't as strong as that broken celestial spells, it couldn't be far off. It is because of this that this spell requires one to reach the ascendant stage before they can freely use it. With a point of his pinky, the sky suddenly darkened and streaks of lightning suddenly flew across it. At the same time, the sky seemed to be opened by a pair of giant hands, and a giant mountain and river scroll appeared in the sky. This underworld finger activated Wang Lin's domain. Waves of gray gas came out of the scroll like crazy and began to gather at an unimaginable speed, forming a second underworld finger. Some of the surrounding cultivators exclaimed, "Life and death domain." At this moment, all of the cultivators' gazes landed on Wang Lin. The two underworld fingers moved extremely quickly toward Chun Tao. The battle intent in Chun Tao's eyes intensified as his body flickered, and he raised both of his hands. Two separate half-moon-shaped golden lights appeared in his palms. At the moment the underworld fingers arrived, he blocked both of them. A heaven-shattering sound echoed from before Chun Tao's body. The sky seemed to be torn by a tornado, and the life and death domain disappeared. Wang Lin's body backed up several dozen feet, and then he backed up another several hundred feet before he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The celestial spiritual energy in his body was a complete mess as he looked up at Chun Tao and gloomily said, "I give up." As for Chun Tao, his expression was normal as he withdrew his arms and looked at Wang Lin with an indifferent gaze. The battle intent in his eyes didn't lessen but became even stronger as he said, in a serious tone, "Once you reach the ascendant stage, you and I will battle again, seventh brother." Chun Tao took a deep breath and suppressed the violent celestial spiritual energy in his body. Wang Lin's attack was completely outside of Chun Tao's expectations. If it wasn't for the fact that he encountered some good fortune on the way back and reached the mid-stage of Ascendant, even though he could have withstood the blow, he would have definitely been injured. The All-Seer looked at Wang Lin. The admiration in his eyes became even stronger and he smiled. "Both of you belong to the Purple Division and are both my disciples, so don't hold a grudge against each other. Chun Tao, you won today, so you will be the Purple Division's true disciple." With that, the All-Seer pointed to the spot between his eyebrows and a crystal-clear purple crystal appeared from his forehead and landed in his hand. He then threw the crystal. It flew in a ray of purple light toward Chun Tao and entered the spot between Chun Tao's eyebrows. The All-Seer slowly said, "This isn't your first time obtaining the title, so slowly comprehend it yourself." Chun Tao took a deep breath, gave the All-Seer a deep bow, and respectfully said, "Disciple thanks Master." The All-Seer nodded. Then his gaze fell on the surrounding cultivators. He clasped his hands and gently said, "Everyone, my birthday celebration is now considered finished. Fellow cultivators, if you don't have important matters to attend to, please rest at my heavenly fate sect for a few more days, so we may talk about Tao and compare our understanding." Many of the surrounding cultivators responded politely, but almost all of them left immediately. In one day of time, tens of thousands of rays of light flew out of the heavenly fate sect and into the distance. Sword Saint Ling Tianho let out a smile as he took a step and turned into a ray of light, flying off into the distance. As he flew away, he said, "Old man All-Seer, as per our promise, 3 months from now we will meet outside the gate to the East Demon Spirit Sea. You better have the people you will send in picked." The All-Seer's eyes became serious and he nodded. He turned toward Wang Lin and said, "Wang Lin, follow me to worship the ancestral spirit. Afterward, Master will teach you a forbidden spell and give you a life-saving treasure. After that you will be considered a real disciple under me." Wang Lin respectfully responded and his eyes lit up. Forbidden spell. Only after truly becoming a disciple of the All-Seer and worshipping the ancestral spirit can one study the forbidden spell that the All-Seer created from imitating a celestial spell. This is an opportunity that tens of thousands of people wished for. The All-Seer waved his sleeves and a 7-colored cloud appeared. The cloud wrapped around Wang Lin and took him away toward the main sect. Wang Lin was inside the cloud as it moved through the blue sky. The mountain and rivers under his feet passed by in a flash. After several breaths of time, the 7-colored cloud passed the various divisions of the Heavenly Fate sect and arrived outside the main sect. What appeared before Wang Lin was a world even more majestic than the celestial realm. 3 towering mountains extended above the clouds. The mountain in the middle was snow white. When the sunlight hit the mountain, it created a blinding glare that caused anyone who looked at it to feel dizzy. There was greenery scattered all over the mountain, making it look even more magnificent. There was no road on the mountain. It was purely snow white. This snow was 9 ghost snow which won't melt for 10,000 years. It would be impossible for a mortal to get close, because if they came within 1,000 feet of the snow, their body would completely freeze. While Wang Lin was inside the 7-colored cloud, he could clearly feel the cold aura moving outside the cloud. Aside from the middle mountain, which was completely white, the other 2 mountains on the sides were black. Compared with the pure white of the mountain in the middle, this kind of black gave off a powerful sense of contrast. One by one, the black snowflakes fell on the 2 mountains like they would never end. From a distance, the scene before him didn't look real. It was as if someone had used the power of the heavens and earth to draw a very striking black and white mountain and river painting. As Wang Lin took a meaningful look at the heavenly fate sect's main sect, his eyes gradually calmed down from the initial shock. The all-seer waved his sleeves, and the 7-colored cloud surrounding them suddenly disappeared. After the cloud disappeared, the cold aura rushed in and tried to invade Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's expression remained normal as the celestial spiritual energy inside his body moved, creating a light screen outside his body. The cold aura circled around the light screen for a bit before disappearing. The all-seer had his hand behind his back as he looked at the 3 mountains and asked, "Wang Lin, what do you think about this place?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and then slowly said, "This place has a very powerful cold aura and is a great place to cultivate anything that requires cold and yin energy." The all-seer faintly smiled and said, "Is that all?" Wang Lin lowered his head and respectfully said, "Disciple isn't knowledgeable enough to see any more." The all-seer shook his head. Then he looked at Wang Lin with a smile that was not a smile and said, "I always decide which forbidden spell each student will learn, but if you can see through the mysteries of this mountain, teacher will break the rules and let you choose whichever spell you want. Wang Lin, are you tempted?" Wang Lin raised his head, looked at the all-seer with a gentle expression, and said, "Since teacher orders it, how would disciple dare to not follow?" He pointed at the black mountain on the left with this right hand and said, "This mountain is completely black. Even the snow that falls on it is black. However, this black snow is not cold. So when compared to the white snow in the middle, it gives off a strange atmosphere." The all-seer's expression remained normal as he smiled and said, "Oh? Continue." Wang Lin pointed at the mountain on the right and said, "This mountain is even stranger, as I can detect a hint of life from it. Although almost everything has life, this is the first time disciple has felt the life of a mountain." The all-seer's expression was still calm as he smiled and said, "Is that all? If this is all, you still don't have the right to pick a forbidden spell from Master." Wang Lin faintly smiled as he shook his head and said, "Master, those 2 mountains are fake." After he said that, a hint of shock appeared in the all-seer's eyes. He took another look at Wang Lin before letting out a laugh. He waved his sleeves and took the 2 of them toward the middle mountain at lightning speed. This child's mental strength is far above others. To be able to find clues about my spell at the mid-stage of soul transformation is very rare. Wang Lin's expression was very normal, but his heart was shaking. When he saw the 3 mountains, a very old memory from ancient god Wuxia appeared in his mind. That was the 9th time Wuxia had refined a treasure, and it was the last time he did. This treasure was a trident. Wuxia searched for endless amounts of materials before he finally finished refining it. He was very satisfied with the treasure, but it only took physical shape. It had no soul. Therefore, Wuxia dripped some of his ancient god blood on it, threw it toward a big planet, and the trident turned into 3 heaven-piercing mountains. This way, the trident would become a mountain and slowly form a mountain soul. After that, he left. According to Wuxia's plan, once he finished training his technique, he would come back to get the treasure. At that time, the mountain should have formed and he would have a top-quality treasure. The 3 mountains created by the trident were almost exactly the same as the 3 mountains Wang Lin was looking at now. But he immediately discarded the idea that this was the trident, because it was indeed, as he said earlier, 2 of the mountains were fake. However, the all-seer's cultivation is heavenly. If he were to hide it, then it would be impossible for me to see through it at my current cultivation level. Wang Lin cleared his mind when they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Wang Lin, Master will wait for you up there. You can't use teleportation, and the faster you get up there, the better the reward will be. It won't be hard for you with your cultivation to travel 100 steps, but the 100 steps at the top will depend on your fortune. The 100 steps at the top are what Master calls the shattered land of the Celestials. The All-Seer turned around, took a step, and disappeared without a trace before Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the white mountain peak. There was an endless amount of white snow falling. If one looked up for too long, they would feel the illusion that countless sharp and white swords were coming down. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin didn't immediately ascend the mountain but sat down to cultivate. After one incense stick of time, he opened his eyes. His eyes were completely calm. He then stood up and began to walk to the peak step by step. The cold wind howled and the snow chilled him to the bones. As Wang Lin walked, the cold aura got even stronger, and the cold wind howled loudly and continued to blow on Wang Lin. There would be no footprints when one stepped on the white snow. The entire mountain was like a giant, white crystal. If Immortal had a treasure to protect them from the cold, they would have no way to continue, because there was no place for them to get a foothold. But for Wang Lin, his feet never touched the mountain. He floated 3 inches above the mountain's surface as he worked his way up. It wasn't impossible to use teleportation here, but since the All-Seer said that this was a test, then using teleportation would mean he failed the test. This is why Wang Lin didn't teleport but calmly walked up the mountain step by step. The howl of the cold wind filled his ears, and the shining, white snow glared before him. Outside of his body was the cold aura that continued to try to invade him, and below his feet was an icy surface that one would slip on the moment they landed on it. Nevertheless, this kind of test was not something Wang Lin couldn't handle. Back in the land of the ancient god, he went through many places like this. Time slowly passed. As he got closer to the top, the cold aura became even stronger and the light around Wang Lin's body became even brighter. When he was 100 steps from the top, he stopped and didn't continue to move forward. He let out a deep breath, and at the moment he let it out, there were a series of crackling sounds. The breath was frozen into specks of ice 3 inches away from his mouth and gave off a crisp crackling sound. At the same time, the cold aura rushed into his mouth and nose. The aura only slowly disappeared with the help of the celestial spiritual energy inside his body. Wang Lin raised his head. 100 steps away, at the peak of the mountain, there was a tower covered in snow. The tower was giving off a 7-colored light and looked very beautiful. Shattered land of the Celestials. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. After pondering for a while, he descended. For the first time since he arrived, his 2 feet stepped on the mountain. At the moment his 2 feet touched the mountain, he felt like there was no friction at all. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he let out a cold snort and his right foot took a normal step forward. But with a boom, Wang Lin's right foot smashed 1 inch into the ground and created a solid foothold. Just at this moment, an unimaginably cold aura came from the ground. This cold aura was several times colder than what he had experienced before. The aura entered his body through his foot and rushed toward his chest through his veins. But just as the cold aura was moving through Wang Lin's body, a divine sense suddenly came from Wang Lin's origin soul. When this divine sense swept through his body, the cold aura strangely calmed down and moved back through his right foot to return to the mountain. This cold aura isn't colder than my heart. If it can't freeze my heart, how could it freeze my soul, my body? This is a joke. Wang Lin sneered as he took another step. The coldness on his face became the coldest thing on the mountain. The cold wind disappeared 3 inches away from him, and the cold snow disappeared 3 inches away from the top of his head. Wang Lin imprinted his foot into the mountain step by step as he walked directly toward the peak. The current him was able to do this not because his cultivation was strong enough to suppress the cold here, but because of the coldness in his heart. The coldness in his heart wouldn't melt and thus gave him an unyielding will. This was the state of purity of mind. My heart is cold, so no cold in the world can stop me for even half a second. Wang Lin's gaze was cold and the aura he gave off was cold. Right now he no longer felt human but gave off the aura of never-melting primordial ice. On the top of the tower at the peak of the mountain, the All-Seer sat there, looking at Wang Lin as he walked step by step toward the peak. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at Wang Lin and was lost in his thoughts. Originally, the All-Seer only thought that Wang Lin would take 10 steps into the shattered land of the Celestials before stopping. 10 steps was the limit of a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. If Wang Lin could do that, he would bring Wang Lin to the tower to teach him a forbidden spell. But right now Wang Lin had already walked 21 steps, and this was the limit of a soul transformation cultivator. Only with the celestial spiritual energy of an ascendant cultivator could one take the 22nd step and not have their origin soul frozen. Even with the All-Seer's mental strength, he couldn't help but feel shock in his heart. Purity of mind. This child is purifying his mind here. Celestial cultivation, truth cultivation, and Tao cultivation. It seems this child has gained some enlightenment. His heart is cold, so no matter how cold something is, it can't affect his heart. Using this state, he was able to take 21 steps. Wang Lin, master underestimated you. If you cultivate for more than 10,000 years, I wonder if you can reach the 3 realms of nirvana. Wang Lin stopped after taking the 21st step. His entire body was now ice cold. My domain is a sliver of the comprehension of life and death under reincarnation. The Tao of reincarnation is one of the most ruthless Taos in existence. Behind Wang Lin, the sky changed colors and the snow falling behind him began to churn. Then a giant scroll suddenly appeared behind him. Rivers and mountains appeared on the scroll. However, there were no colors, only black and white. Wang Lin took a deep breath, raised his foot, and took the 22nd step. With this step, the entire mountain trembled and the ice below him cracked. This showed exactly how strong that step was. The All-Seer's eyes released a golden glow as he stood inside the tower. Back then, Sun Yun was able to take 26 steps with late-stage soul transformation cultivation. Wang Lin, how many steps can you take? Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and looked at the tower at the mountain peak. After pondering for a while, he raised his foot and took another step. This time he didn't just take 1 step, he took 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. On the first step, Wang Lin raised his head and his eyes became cold. On the second step, his entire body was as cold as ice. On the third step, the life and death scroll behind him suddenly shrank and floated above his head. On the fourth step, Wang Lin was filled with energy as the coldness in his heart filled his body. This coldness fused with his domain to create a mysterious force, and with it he took the 5th step. After this 5th step, Wang Lin's gaze was like lightning as he looked at the tower on the mountain peak. He took 5 steps in a row, and every step he took would cause an echo of rumbling sounds from the mountain. After taking 5 steps, countless cracks appeared around Wang Lin. However, rather than collapsing, they began to mysteriously recover. 27 steps. The life and death scroll floating above Wang Lin went from being 3 inches above his head to entering his head and completely fusing with his origin soul. At this moment, a shocking aura suddenly came out from Wang Lin's body. His long hair moved without any wind, and the snow around him began to swirl as it was pushed away from him. Domain. It is something one comprehends when reaching the soul formation stage, and then one gains understanding of it over the 3 stages of the soul formation stage before it can take physical form. By then, one only needs enough cultivation and celestial jades to refine one's body from a mortal body to a celestial body. Then, after one's origin soul completely fuses with their body, they can reach the soul transformation stage. One's domain will become a completely corporeal existence when they comprehend at it the soul transformation stage. However, this process doesn't happen instantly but gradually over time. Wang Lin's life and death domain was a very rare domain, and it was very hard to make it corporeal. Up until now, Wang Lin only had a vague understanding of how to make it corporeal. He still hadn't grasped the key points. If he continued like this, then his chance of reaching the ascendant stage was slim. But today, at the shattered land of the Celestials, his domain and his purity of mind fused, allowing him to take 5 more steps from his original 22-step limit. These 5 steps were steps down the road of Tao filled with the determination of not looking back. If he didn't take a step, it would be fine, but if he did, then he had to surpass those before him. Using this moment, Wang Lin was able to take an important step forward in making his domain corporeal. Although this step didn't increase his understanding of his domain much or increase his cultivation much, it paved a very important road toward reaching the ascendant stage. Domain enters the body. In the tower, the All-Seer took a deep breath and said, "This child has hope of reaching the ascendant stage within 100 years. 27 steps. Wang Lin pondered. He could feel that 27 steps was the limit. In truth, on the 25th step, his Tao and domain reached their current limit, but due to his domain entering his body and the enlightenment he obtained, he was able to take a few more steps to reach the 27-step total. Wang Lin knew that he wasn't able to take the 28th step. If he were to take that step, all of his cultivation would disappear and even his origin soul would shatter. Just at this moment, the 7-colored light at the top of the tower started shining brightly and turned into 7 halos of light that surrounded the entire mountain. In that instant, all of the coldness surrounding the mountain suddenly disappeared. The ice before Wang Lin began to glow with a 7-colored light, and a 7-colored rainbow flew out from the ground before him. "Come up to see me." The All-Seer's voice came from the tower at the peak, and it was filled with majesty. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he took a deep breath and adjusted his cultivation a bit before stepping onto the rainbow. With one step, he stepped onto the rainbow, and with the second step, he crossed the remaining 70-plus steps to arrive at the foot of the tower. This was a very ordinary-looking tower. At this moment, rays of 7-colored light gathered at the foot of the tower and formed into the All-Seer. "The ancestor of my heavenly fate sect isn't a cultivator but this heaven fate spell. The only thing I seek is the heaven's fate. Fate spells can be created by the heavens and by humans, but no matter what, fate is the key. I just happened to pass planet Suzaku when you were comprehending your domain. I saw you following your domain to its origin, and I was tempted by my love of talent to accept you as a disciple. This means there was fate between us, the fate of master and disciple. I, the All-Seer, have followed the heaven's fate my entire life, and thus I accepted you as my disciple." At this point, the All-Seer paused and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was respectful. He just stood there and remained silent. "You walking 27 steps was outside my expectations. You didn't disappoint me." The All-Seer withdrew his gaze, raised his hand, and grasped at the air. With a ripping sound echoing in the area, the sky was split in half by that casual grasp, creating a huge rift. 7-colored light came out from the rift and covered the entire sect. Right now, the main sect and the 3 mountains were covered by this 7-colored light. At the same time, the 7 divisions each released a colored halo matching their division. At this moment, a portion of planet Tianyun was covered in this 7-colored light. At the source of all this 7-colored light, the rift, the All-Seer exuded a 7-colored aura and smiled. "For my whole life, I've loved the 7-color the most. If you add the black and white from the 3 mountains here, the 9 colors together is the most beautiful scene in the world." With that, the All-Seer's expression became serious. At this moment, all the gentleness from before was gone and was replaced with majesty. He looked at Wang Lin and shouted, "Wang Lin, kneel." Without a word, Wang Lin quickly kneeled and raised his head to look at the All-Seer. The All-Seer's right hand pointed at Wang Lin and he shouted, "Today I, the All-Seer, accept Wang Lin as the Purple Division's 7th disciple under the 9 colors. Wang Lin, are you willing to become my disciple? Follow the sect rules. Not betray the heavenly fate sect. Focus on cultivation. Walk down the path of Grand Tao, and complete your Tao. You answer me." Wang Lin's eyes became serious. He revealed a determined look and said, "As long as Master doesn't betray me, I won't betray Master. As long as the Heavenly Fate Sect doesn't betray me, I won't betray the Heavenly Fate Sect. This is my, Wang Lin's promise." The All-Seer's eyes narrowed, and he carefully looked at Wang Lin before slowly nodding. His left hand reached out toward the rift and the entire sky suddenly trembled. A giant, seven-colored altar slowly descended from the sky. This altar was too big. When only a piece of it descended, there was a series of crackling sounds. It was as if the ground couldn't hold its weight. There were countless seven-colored wooden tablets on the altar. At this moment, with the wave of the All-Seer's left hand, a wooden tablet flew out and landed in his palm. The All-Seer's nail was like a knife as he quickly carved something onto the tablet. Planet Tianyun, first year of Yanwu. Wang Lin was accepted as the seventh disciple of the Purple Division. With that, the All-Seer threw the tablet and then it burned into purple flames. It flew back in a ray of purple light back to the altar. Now I will teach you a forbidden technique. What kind do you want to learn? When the All-Seer's question landed in his ears, Wang Lin pondered. All forbidden spells are derived from celestial spells, so there are great differences in power between each forbidden spell. Some forbidden spells are derived from mid-quality celestial spells. These spells are a lot more powerful than forbidden spells derived from low-quality celestial spells. In fact, their power might not be that much weaker than a real low-quality celestial spell. Also, if there are spells that are derived from high-quality celestial spells, they are not any weaker than low-quality celestial spells. They may be even stronger. In the end, the power of a forbidden spell depends on the quality of the celestial spell it is derived from. Wang Lin wasn't short on offensive spells. Whether it was the 3 killing spells from Situ Nan or the War Chariot with the first seal released, they were all attacking methods. In addition to those, he still had the Celestial Sword and the Half-Moon Blade. The Half-Moon Blade might just be one of Wang Lin's most important treasures. As for escape spells, with the teleportation restriction, he wasn't worried. Although it takes a bit of time to use, once used, its power is extraordinary. As for when he is in space, he has the Silver Dragon Compass, so his speed there isn't slower than anyone else's. However, this is all comparing to Ascendant-level cultivators. The power one obtains when their cultivation passes the Ascendant stage and reaches the 2 Yin and Yang stages, or past those to the 3 Nirvana stages, is not something Wang Lin can imagine right now. The All-Seer didn't break Wang Lin's train of thought. He silently stared into the distance without any hint of impatience. This was Wang Lin's first choice. The All-Seer wanted to see what kind of spell this child would pick. Shortly after, Wang Lin raised his head to look up at the All-Seer and slowly said, "Disciple wants to learn a survival spell." Survival? The All-Seer looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "How do you want to survive?" Wang Lin's voice was calm as he slowly said, "As long as there is a hint of life, I would be able to survive and continue my pursuit of the Grand Tao." The All-Seer faintly smiled as he shook his head and said, "Master doesn't have a spell like that." Wang Lin pondered and didn't speak. The All-Seer pondered a bit before saying, "Forget it. To ask you to choose is to let your own fortune do the work. But for me to ask you is your master's mistake. Your fate can't be found with a question. It will depend on your own fortune. Now master will open the door to 3,600 forbidden spells. You can go pick one yourself." With that, the All-Seer raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. Wang Lin only saw a 7-colored door open up as the All-Seer's finger pointed toward him. Then his body flew toward the door without his consent. He gradually moved through the door. What appeared before Wang Lin was a 7-colored world. This place was boundless, but there were 3,600 identical All-Seers here. They were either sitting in the lotus position, cultivating, or battling. The 3,600 All-Seers were scattered across this world and cultivating their own spells. Every spell was different. Wang Lin silently stood there, watching all the different All-Seers. At first glance, Wang Lin saw an All-Seer standing in the distance. This All-Seer's hands formed seals and moved in an unpredictable manner. Rays of metal celestial spiritual energy appeared from his hand. The metal celestial energy formed a giant vortex. 1 turn, 2 turns, soon it easily reached 9 turns. At this moment, a power that shocked Wang Lin's heart slowly came out from the vortex. This power was very strong. 9-cycle celestial refining tactic. Wang Lin looked at it for a bit before looking at the next one. He saw another all-seer sitting in the lotus position 300 feet away. His eyes weren't closed. They were releasing a bright light. Strands of black gas were floating out from his body and gathering above his head. More and more black gas gathered above his head until a black cloud was formed. The black cloud suddenly began to churn like crazy, and then immediately descended from above and surrounded that all-seer. There were hissing sounds coming from the black cloud before it suddenly moved and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Forbidden spell, immortal demon body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin isn't in a rush as he checked out all 3,600 forbidden spells one by one. In the distance, there was a white-robed all-seer whose eyes were releasing a mysterious light. He raised his right hand and released a 7-colored glow. His eyes flashed purple, and then the purple from the light in his hand flew out and disappeared into the void. A shockwave echoed in his heart as Wang Lin silently watched this scene before him. He didn't know how long he had been here, and of the 3,600 spells, he had seen a majority of them. However, out of all of them, only this one had shocked him to this degree. This spell was very powerful, but that was not the key point. The key point was that this spell was based on the 7-colored light. It has to be said that the all-seer liked the 7-colored light the most, so a spell based on it couldn't be weak. Wang Lin looked for a very long time before turning around and never looking at it again. In a very inconspicuous part of this 7-colored world, there was a wide, empty area with only a gray-robed all-seer sitting there. There was no sign of any celestial spiritual energy fluctuations. He just sat there cultivating with his eyes closed. Wang Lin only took one look as he passed by him and then jumped over this area. However, just as he jumped over, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and carefully inspected this all-seer that was cultivating. Gray. The all-seer likes the 7-color, and the 9-color is the apex. So where did gray come from? Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Although this all-seer looked exactly the same as all the other ones, Wang Lin was able to tell at a glance this one seemed a bit younger. A younger all-seer. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He sat down in the lotus position and then stared at the gray-robed all-seer. He sat there for several days. During these several days, the gray-robed all-seer didn't move. It was as if time had stopped. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin was still silently sitting there, but he still hadn't seen this all-seer move an inch. Strange. Wang Lin revealed a pondering expression as he raised his right hand and moved it very rapidly, creating afterimages. Soon, an illusionary restriction appeared in his hand and turned into a black seal. He hit the seal, then it quickly flew at the gray-robed all-seer, who was still silently sitting there. This was the first time he attacked since coming here. The restriction flew through the air and went right through the gray-robed all-seer. The all-seer didn't move at all and disappeared along with the restriction. Wang Lin was startled. He spread out his divine sense to carefully check the surrounding area but found no trace of the gray-robed all-seer. Strange. Wang Lin frowned. He pondered for a bit before spreading out his divine sense and searching this 7-colored world at lightning speed. An unknown amount of time passed. On this day, while Wang Lin was flying, his expression suddenly changed and he turned to the left without any hesitation. Not long after, Wang Lin stopped and saw an all-seer sitting in the lotus position 1,000 feet before him. He was wearing a gray robe. This was the strange, gray-robed all-seer that Wang Lin had been looking for these past several days. Wang Lin quickly flew over and stopped 100 feet before him. He pondered for a bit before slapping his bag of holding. The celestial sword appeared in his hand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and without a word, he swung the sword. A ray of sword energy shot out, and the half-moon blade followed it. The speed of the half-moon blade was unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, the half-moon blade pierced through the chest of the gray-robed all-seer. However, it didn't do any harm to him. It was as if his existence was just an illusion. The sword energy that followed shortly after also just went directly through the gray-robed all-seer and flew off into the distance. Just at this moment, killing intent came from the gray-robed all-seer. This killing intent was very powerful. It was almost monstrous enough to reach the heavens. In almost the blink of an eye, the killing intent filled the surrounding area and quickly spread. Far in the distance, all the other all-seers that were practicing their spells stopped and looked over in this direction with mysterious lights in their eyes. At this moment, in this seven-colored world, all the other all-seers felt the change that happened here. The other all-seers immediately flew over here, and in the blink of an eye, all of them arrived within 5,000 kilometers of the gray-robed all-seer. Seal! A shout came from all the all-seers within 5,000 kilometers. An unimaginable and mysterious power suddenly appeared. It descended from the heavens like a giant net and quickly rushed toward the gray-robed all-seer to seal him. The gray-robed all-seer revealed a sneer as he raised his head and only said one word, "Scram!" With one word, the sky changed colors and the giant net shattered. An unimaginable killing intent quickly swept across 5,000 kilometers. All the all-seers within 5,000 kilometers were quickly forced to retreat. Soon, they retreated tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, only a few all-seers remained within 5,000 kilometers of the gray-robed all-seer. These all-seers were the ones that possessed powerful forbidden spells. Under the assault of this killing intent, Wang Lin was immediately soaked in cold sweat. This killing intent was countless times stronger than his original bodies. It was like comparing the shining moon to a firefly. They were simply not comparable. Before, Wang Lin believed that his original body's killing intent was the strongest. But now this gray-robed all-seer was the one with the most powerful killing intent he had ever seen. However, this wasn't what shocked Wang Lin the most. What shocked him the most was that when all the other all-seers rushed over, he clearly felt with his divine sense that all 3,600 all-seers had arrived. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly stared at the cold-faced all-seer. He was the 3601th. There is one extra. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Just at this moment, the gray-robed all-seer suddenly opened his eyes. This was the first time he opened his eyes. He had a pair of gray eyes. He looked at Wang Lin but didn't say a word. However, when this gaze fell on him, Wang Lin felt his origin soul shake and his ears filled with roaring thunder. "Don't bother me." Wang Lin's origin soul shook violently, and he lost awareness of his surroundings. When he regained his senses, the gray-robed all-seer had disappeared without a trace. Strange. Wang Lin's expression darkened and he silently pondered for a bit. Then he spread out his divine sense and began to search again. He gave up on checking all the remaining all-seers for their spells and began searching for this strange, gray-robed all-seer. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin searched with all his might and was able to meet the gray-robed all-seer once again. Every time he tried, none of his attacks had any effect, and the gray-robed all-seer would disappear without a trace. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find out how the gray-robed all-seer disappeared. Until the sixth time. To be exact, the sixth time wasn't Wang Lin who found the gray-robed all-seer, but the gray-robed all-seer found Wang Lin. On this day, Wang Lin had already given up on searching and decided to learn that seven-colored spell. That spell was what he considered the best spell here. He silently stood before the all-seer that demonstrated the seven-colored spell. Just as he let out a sigh and was about to decide, a voice entered his ears like a cold breeze. "Are you the all-seer's disciple?" Wang Lin was startled as he slowly turned around to look behind him. The gray-robed all-seer appeared like a ghost 10 feet behind him. At the same time, the all-seer that was practicing the seven-colored spell stopped showing off the spell and raised his head to look at the gray-robed all-seer. The gray-robed all-seer glared at the other all-seer, causing the other all-seer to retreat and disappear off into the distance as if he dreaded the gray-robed all-seer. Wang Lin nodded and said, "Yes, I am. Why are you here?" The gray-robed all-seer's voice was still cold. Wang Lin calmly said, "To pick a forbidden spell." "Forbidden spell?" The gray-robed all-seer revealed a look of disdain. Then he looked at Wang Lin and said, "It is very rare for him to let someone in here. I'm afraid it was for me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he asked, "Senior is?" The gray-robed all-seer didn't respond to Wang Lin's question but carefully examined Wang Lin and calmly said, "Display your domain." Wang Lin frowned but then immediately relaxed and brought out his life and death domain. Shortly after, the domain turned into black and white light above his head, and then suddenly merged to form the life and death scroll. The gray-robed all-seer's eyes lit up. Then he nodded and said, "Attack me!" Without a word, Wang Lin raised his hand and the life and death scroll suddenly appeared in his grasp. Then he suddenly pulled it open. The current him was like the heavens controlling the life and death domain. He looked at the gray-robed all-seer and said, "Life and death, reincarnation." With that, strands of gray gas came out from the black and white mountain and river painting on the life and death scroll. The strands of gray gas were like vicious dragons as they charged toward the gray-robed all-seer. The gray-robed all-seer's eyes revealed a gray glow that pierced through space and landed in Wang Lin's eyes. As for the gray gas that was charging toward the gray-robed all-seer like fierce dragons, it silently collapsed before him. Life and death domain. The gray-robed all-seer looked Wang Lin and said, "The all-seer's reason for letting you come here is probably for you to get my celestial slaughter art. He probably wanted to see if you were fated to learn this spell. The celestial slaughter art isn't a celestial spell. It's imitated from a celestial spell of unknown rank. This celestial tactic is a very good match for your life and death domain. However, for you to learn my celestial slaughter art, you have to promise me one thing." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, "Speak." The gray-robed all-seer's eyes were cold as he slowly said, "Once you use the celestial slaughter art, you must not leave your enemies alive. If you can promise me that, I'll teach it you." Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he faintly smiled and shook his head. "I won't learn it." With that, he clasped his hands at the gray-robed all-seer and turned around to leave. The gray-robed all-seer's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and a strand of gray gas suddenly appeared in his palm. This strand of gray gas was like a sharp sword. With a casual wave, the gray gas shot out toward Wang Lin with a loud shrill. Wang Lin suddenly turned around. His eyes were calm as he stared at gray-robed all-seer. The gray gas passed by Wang Lin and landed on an all-seer that was practicing a spell more than 10,000 feet away. The all-seer didn't even have a chance to dodge. The gray gas hit him directly. Then his body trembled and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. At the same time, a ray of gray light flew back from the cloud of smoke to the gray-robed all-seer, revealing it to be a complex seal. The gray-robed all-seer calmly said, "This seal is formed by the celestial slaughter art, using the killing road to obtain life force and having the life force circle you to form life seals. The more of these seals you have, the stronger your defense. I have millions of these seals on me, so even if planet Tianyun explodes, I'll be fine. You don't want to learn this spell." Wang Lin pondered a bit before asking, "Why must I learn it?" The gray-robed all-seer coldly said, "You are the 6th person the all-seer has sent in. I don't like the number 7, but I also have a promise with the all-seer. However, if you still want to pass, then forget it." Wang Lin looked at the person before him and suddenly said, "What is your relationship with my master?" The gray-robed all-seer coldly looked at Wang Lin. He waved his right hand and a strand of gray gas formed into a jade before disappearing without a trace. Wang Lin revealed a pondering expression. Shortly after, he grabbed the jade formed by the gray gas. At the moment he touched the jade, the 7-colored world around him suddenly changed. It was as if the world was turning upside down and his vision went blurry. When he regained his vision, he was back on the top of the tower. Before him, the all-seer revealed a mysterious light in his eyes. He stared at the jade in Wang Lin's hand and stroked his beard. "Celestial slaughter art, good?" Wang Lin didn't speak, but he slowly frowned. The all-seer looked at Wang Lin and laughed. "Don't think too much about it. That person is your master's 2nd origin soul. I cultivated it back when I was young. However, during the time I was at the yin and yang stage, due to a few matters, I had to split from him. The celestial slaughter art matches the survival that you wished for." Wang Lin pondered a bit before putting the jade away. He didn't believe everything the all-seer said, but Wang Lin was very cunning, so he didn't show any of it on his face as he nodded. The all-seer reached out into the void, and a ray of purple light immediately appeared. The purple light turned into a purple ring. After carefully looking at the ring, he threw it at Wang Lin and said, "This light is made of the purple light from the seven-colored light. It will be your life-saving treasure. This treasure can block the full power of a late-stage ascendant cultivator twice. However, you must remember that if you break the sect rules, I'll remove one attack from it. Break the rules twice and this treasure will have no effect. The second disciple of the Purple Division that was killed by you used his life-saving treasure one time in all these countless years and then broke the sect rules once. Otherwise, there would be no way for you to so easily obtain his origin soul. However, because it was him who acted first multiple times to attack you, I won't pursue this matter. But Wang Lin, remember that there won't be a second time." Wang Lin accepted the ring. Instead of putting it on his finger, he put it inside his bag of holding and said, "Thank you, Master." The all-seer nodded. Then he waved his sleeves and said, "I have taught you a forbidden spell and given you a life-saving treasure. You can go back." With that, he turned around and walked toward the tower. Wang Lin took a few steps back before suddenly raising his head and saying, "Master, disciple wants to leave the sect to train." The all-seer didn't turn around, but his voice came. "A disciple of my heavenly fate sect can only leave the sect to train if they leave as a messenger. Take my token to the Star Service Court and pick a cultivation country below rank 6 to be a messenger to. However, don't be late to the Eastern Demon Sea in 3 months." With that, the all-seer's figure walked into the tower and disappeared without a trace. A white token flew out of the tower and landed in Wang Lin's hand. At the same time, a gentle force began to spread out from the tower and pushed Wang Lin off the mountain. More than 50 kilometers away, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he looked at the black and white mountains one more time before quickly leaving. The Star Service Court was above the Red Division. After Wang Lin left the main sect, he didn't waste any time and charged directly toward the Red Division. Red light continued to be emitted from the peak of the Red Division's mountain, covering the area and making it look like a sea of blood. Wang Lin's figure quickly flew toward the Red Division. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a cold voice shout, "Incoming person, stop!" Wang Lin didn't speak a word as he threw the token the all-seer gave him and charged into the Red Division. When the person who shouted saw the token, he let out a cold snort but didn't stop Wang Lin from charging in. After Wang Lin entered, the space rippled and a middle-aged man wearing red walked out. He coldly looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to and muttered to himself, "Seventh brother of the Purple Division." Shortly after, Wang Lin left the Red Division and looked toward the west. Rank 5 Cultivation Country, Linyu, Planet Tianyun, a Rank 7 cultivation planet under the Cultivation Alliance. Can be said that even amongst the Rank 7 cultivation planets, it is a top-tier existence, and that's because there is a person named All-Seer on planet Tianyun. The All-Seer is considered an extremely respected sage of his generation. He even has a seat in the Cultivation Alliance. He is someone many don't wish to mess with. A Rank 7 cultivation planet would normally have many Rank 6 cultivation planets under their control to bolster their own power. But this is not true for planet Tianyun. There are only 5 cultivation planets around planet Tianyun, and they are all Rank 6 cultivation planets. They are named Heaven, Earth, Human, Life, and Fate. There is a giant transfer array connecting these 5 planets to planet Tianyun. However, the cost of opening it is great, so it is not easily used. Aside from these 5 planets, there are many more smaller planets around planet Tianyun. These are all personal cultivation caves of old monsters. Even though there are transfer arrays connecting them, they are normally sealed and won't easily be opened. At the extreme eastern part of the planet Tianyun, there is a giant transfer array. This transfer array is controlled by the Heavenly Fate sect and has someone stationed there year-round. Zhao Zi was one of the guards in charge of this area. He woke up early in the day and has been sitting in the lotus position outside the array ever since. Zhao Zi was the Green Division's 5th generation disciple. He has cultivated for 700 years and has reached the mid-stage of soul formation. He is more or less satisfied with his life. It has to be said that just being a disciple of the heavenly fate sect gives him a very high position on this planet. Anywhere he goes, he will be admired and respected by others. Zhao Zi opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Only 3 more months and someone will come to replace me. Once I return to the sect, I must go into closed-door cultivation for several years to push toward the late stage of soul formation. Once I reach the late stage of soul formation, I'll apply to leave the sect to train. If I can get myself some celestial jades, then Zhao Xi, might really have a chance to reach the soul transformation stage. While thinking about this, Zhao Xi's eyes revealed a look of longing. Unfortunately, my luck is not good. If I were as lucky as the ancestors who were directly accepted as the founding ancestors' disciples, then none of this would be a problem. Alas, ever since Zhao Xi was a child, I dreamed of reaching the ascendant stage. I would be able to have a planet as my own cultivation cave. Isn't that the most joyous thing in the world? Zhao Xi let out a bitter smile. Then he took a deep breath and was about to continue cultivating. However, just at this moment, a ray of purple light moved across the sky like a meteor and broke the sound barrier. Soon, the purple light closed in and was only 10,000 feet away. Zhao Zi's expression became serious. He didn't stand up but coldly looked at the incoming ray of purple light. There were also a few people that used the transfer array every day. Aside from the few very powerful cultivators, even if their cultivation level was higher than his, Zhao Xi still looked down on them because he, Zhao Xi, was a disciple of the heavenly fate sect. At this moment, just as the sun began to rise in the sky, the ray of purple light slowed down, allowing Zhao Xi to see the person inside it. This person had a head full of long hair that was simply flowing behind him. He was wearing a purple robe and arrived 10 feet before Zhao Xi with one step. The person then looked at Zhao Xi coldly. Zhao Xi's gaze fell on the token on this person's waist. On the token, there was a 7 clearly carved out. At the moment he saw the token, Zhao Xi's body started trembling. Without any hesitation, he stood up and respectfully said, "Green Division's 5th generation disciple, Zhao Xi greets Purple Division's 7th ancestor." Zhao Xi's demeanor right now was extremely respectful, but his heart was pounding. Although he wasn't qualified to join the founding ancestor's birthday celebration, he had heard plenty of rumors. Among these rumors, the one that was talked about the most was that the founding ancestor accepted a new disciple, the 7th disciple of the Purple Division, Wang Lin. As soon as this Wang Lin entered the Purple Division, he completely turned it upside down. After brutally killing the Purple Division's second brother, he even joined the fight for the title of True Disciple. This person used his mid-stage soul transformation cultivation to fight the 4th sister of the Purple Division, who was at the late stage of soul transformation and won. But this was not the important part of the rumor. The important part was that the 6th brother of the Purple Division, who was an ascendant cultivator, suddenly returned, and a great battle started. Although Wang Lin lost this battle, all of the Heavenly Fate sect disciples' view of him changed greatly. The 3 killing spells became Wang Lin's signature move, and the powerful demonic aura gave Wang Lin a peerless aura. These various rumors passed through many people before finally reaching Zhao Xi's ears. As far as he knew, this Wang Lin was a demonic cultivator who not only had a bad temper but would immediately kill anyone who irritated him. "Open the formation to Earth planet." Wang Lin's voice was calm. He stepped past Zhao Xi and directly entered the transfer array. When he was in the air, he had already observed his transfer array. This array took up an almost 5-kilometer-wide area and had countless complex symbols carved into the ground. Waves of powerful aura came out from the array and spread out. From a distance, it looked like there was dense fog here that prevented people from getting a better look. There were countless ravines within this 5-kilometer area. They were like intertwining rivers before they all flowed into the ocean. There was a mysterious power that moved through these ravines filled with energy. The transfer array that covered this 5-kilometer area no longer looked like a transfer array, it was more like a primal beast. The complexity of this array was already far beyond any other transfer array Wang Lin had seen before. Xiaoxi took a deep breath and immediately responded. He went to the side of the transfer array, formed a seal, and sent a ray of green light toward it. At the moment the green light entered the transfer array, the giant transfer array began to rumble. In the end, it was like the heavens were shaking. The mysterious power inside the complex ravines began to gradually spread out and emit a ghostly light. At this moment, if one were looking from above, they would see sections of the ravines gradually lighting up to form a giant symbol. This was a symbol that covered a 5-kilometer wide area, and its complexity was unimaginable. At this moment, Wang Lin was standing at the center of this symbol. In almost the blink of an eye, the giant symbol released a powerful glow. This light covered the area, and at that moment the heavens and earth were covered in a ghostly light. Xiaoxi was already used to this, so as soon as the array lit up, he closed his eyes. After counting 5 seconds, he opened them. There was no one left inside the array, and everything was the same as before. Only the ghostly light remained. It looked like a cloud of fireflies as it slowly drifted back into the ravines. Xiaoxi looked at the empty transfer array with envy in his yes. Then he let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "I wonder what this Purple Division's 7th ancestor is going to the Earth planet for. Well, this has nothing to do with me, and I should focus on cultivating so I can reach the late stage of soul formation as soon as possible." Xiaoxi shook his head and then sat down and continued cultivating. The Earth planet was one of the 5 planets orbiting planet Tianyun. From a distance, it was completely earth yellow and there were countless halos moving over its surface. The size of this planet was around the same as planet Suzaku. The Xianyuan sect was the only rank 6 cultivation country on this planet. The entire Xianyuan sect was one country, and it had countless cultivators. Their ancestor was named Xianming. His cultivation was already past the ascendant stage. There was very little sea on this planet, so most of it was land. Millions of miles to the west of Xianyuan was where the rank 5 cultivation country of Lingyu lied. On this day, the area around the transfer array next to the Xianyuan sect had been cleaned out. There was no one but disciples of the sect within dozens of meters of the array. Outside the transfer array, the junior sect master of the Xianyuan sect, Su Yunshan, silently stood there. He had a treasured fan that he would occasionally hit his palm with. 3 days ago, he heard from a good friend in the Heavenly Fate sect that someone from the Purple Division was going to come to become the messenger for Lingyu. Normally, Su Yunshan wouldn't care about a small matter like this, but when he learned that the person that was coming was the Purple Division's 7th brother, the new disciple that the All-Seer had just accepted, Wang Lin, he suddenly had a change of heart. As someone from the rank 6 cultivation country that was under the control of planet Tianyun, he had a detailed recording of each of the All-Seer's disciples to note their preferences. His main focus was normally the true disciples, and he normally wouldn't care about Wang Lin if not for the fact that the All-Seer seemed to have been paying close attention to him during the birthday celebration. This Wang Lin had appeared out of nowhere, so the Xianyuan sect knew very little about him. Also, from the Xianyuan sect's point of view, Wang Lin had a lot of potential. It was better to make friends now rather than later, and that was why this was happening. Behind Su Yunshan stood several old people. They all had heads of white hair and were the most powerful of the Xianyuan sect's elders. Time slowly passed until it was noon. When the sun was at its highest, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the transfer array. The rumbling noise caught Su Yunshan's attention. He put away the treasured fan, put on a smile, and looked at the transfer array. The rumbling sound became louder and louder. Ghostly light came out from the ground and covered the sky to form an illusionary symbol. At the center of the symbol, space bent and a person slowly walked out. This person was wearing a purple robe and there was a 7 carved onto the purple token on his waist. The symbol above the array slowly disappeared. Wang Lin walked out of the array and calmly looked around before his gaze landed on Su Yunshan. Su Yunshan's eyes narrowed before he let out a laugh and asked, "Are you Wang Lin, the All-Seer's disciple?" Wang Lin's expression was calm as he clasped his hands. "I am, sir is." Su Yunshan smiled and said, I'm the junior sect master of the Xianxia sect of Earth Planet. I'm here to do my duty as a host. Brother Wang, please don't refuse. Then I'll bother Brother Su. Wang Lin faintly smiled. This Su Yunshan's cultivation level was the same as his mid-stage of soul transformation. He left the Heavenly Fate sect because he wanted a quiet place to cultivate. There was too much competition and fighting at the Heavenly Fate sect, so it was not suited for cultivation. He had just arrived on the planet and couldn't simply refuse his host's hospitality. Su Yunshan laughed and talked the entire way. After telling Wang Lin about the situation on the planet, he arranged a very beautiful and peaceful place for Wang Lin to stay. After setting their meeting time tomorrow, Su Yunshan left. The environment here was very graceful and quiet. Wang Lin went inside the room, opened the window, and looked outside. Delicate flowers covered the area and were all competing with each other to bloom. Wang Lin opened the door and slowly walked through this flower garden. The most important thing right now is to raise my cultivation level. Although I have been away from planet Suzaku for a few years now, Tuo-san is still like a sword hanging above my head. He can leave the land of ancient God at any time, and when he does, he will definitely come for me. Wang Lin frowned. The matter with Tuo-san was like having a fishbone stuck in his throat. It was like an invisible whip that forced him to continue cultivating so that he could continue to survive. While looking at the beautiful flowers in the garden, Wang Lin began to ponder. Celestial slaughter art. I was able to study it for a bit on the way here. It is indeed an exquisite art. To use life force seals to protect my body can indeed create a powerful defense. The heaven-defying bead is still missing the metal element for it to be complete. The matter of getting metal element is another thing I need to resolve as soon as possible. Situ Nen thinks that the heaven-defying bead will only recognize an owner after the 5 elements are complete. At that moment, will it finally be able to show its real power? However, he doesn't know what kind of power the heaven-defying bead has for the Cultivation Alliance to fight over it. I wonder how things are going on planet Suzaku. Wang Lin raised his head to look into the void. His gaze seemed to travel an unfathomable distance and landed on the faraway planet Suzaku. After staying at the Xianxia sect for 2 days, Su Yunshan guided Wang Lin to the rank 5 cultivation country of Lingyu. In these 2 days, Su Yunshan was a good talker. After making an effort to get to know Wang Lin, they got along well. The country of Lingyu already knew that a core disciple of the Purple Division was being sent as the messenger. The entire country put this as top priority and had everything prepared to greet the messenger. At the border of Lingyu, Su Yunshan faintly smiled and said, "Brother Wang, this is the rank 5 cultivation country of Lingyu. This country isn't very big. It only has 4 sections. But this country produces a lot of spirit items and is very famous on this planet." Wang Lin nodded. The two of them moved very fast as they passed the border and quickly entered the country of Lingyu. At the center of Lingyu, there was a heaven-ascending tower. This was where all the messengers lived. There were more than 100 cultivators standing outside the tower, waiting for the arrival of the messenger. Not long after, 2 rays of light came from the horizon, breaking the sound barrier. At this moment, the people at the foot of the tower all raised their heads. When the 2 rays of light closed in, the cultivators at the foot of the tower respectfully said, "The cultivators of Ling you greet the Heavenly Fate Sect's Lord Messenger and the Xianxia Sect's Junior Sect Master." Su Yuanshan laughed and said, "I'll say goodbye now. If I have time in the future, we can drink and talk again." With that, Su Yunshan flew off into the distance. After Su Yunshan left, Wang Lin was the only one left in the sky. He floated in the air and calmly looked at the people below him. Among the more than 100 cultivators here, 10 of them were at the highest cultivation level, the late stage of soul transformation. Everyone else's cultivation levels were a bit low. Among these people, one of them caught Wang Lin's attention. This person had a head of white hair and looked very old. He was the one with the highest cultivation level here. He was basically half a step into the ascendant stage. Wang Lin slowly descended and landed at the base of the tower. He didn't let those cultivators before him speak before calmly saying, "Although I'm the messenger, I won't bother you with anything. Keep doing what you were doing before. I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation. So no one is allowed within 5,000 kilometers of here. The surrounding cultivators were all startled, but all of these cultivators had lived for a long time and were all as sly as foxes. After the initial startle, they all quickly responded and scattered. The old man who was half a step into the ascendant stage carefully looked at Wang Lin before leaving. The cultivators beside the old man quickly followed him. In an instant, the base of the tower was devoid of anyone beside Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he waved his sleeves and walked into the tower. Once he was inside, he sat down in the lotus position and slapped his bag of holding to take out the restriction flag. With one shake of the flag, countless strands of black gas charged out of the tower and covered the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. The surrounding 5,000-kilometer area was suddenly covered in a black fog and gave off a gloomy aura. After finishing all of this, Wang Lin pondered a bit before hitting his forehead with his palm and spitting out a 30-foot-long flag. Although the 1 billion soul flag had lost most of its soul fragments, there were still several primary souls left. Wang Lin shook the flag, causing the primary souls to be released into the black fog to increase protection. He released every primary soul except for the Qilin soul fragment, because that wouldn't be convenient to release. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Then he waved his hand and a jade appeared. This jade was completely gray. It was the one that the gray-robed all-seer gave him, the Celestial Slaughter Art. Celestial Slaughter Art. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then his divine sense entered the jade. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 month went by. In this past month, none of the sects of Ling Yu could figure out this new messenger. Normally, when a messenger came, they would demand spirit stones and celestial jades. In order to avoid trouble, they would always give them some. This had basically become a tradition. But now this person who came from planet Tianyun and was even the disciple of the All-Seer didn't leave the tower for an entire month. The surrounding area was also covered in a black fog, causing normal people to not dare to take one step into the area. There were some soul transformation cultivators who wanted to enter to see what was going on. But after going 1,000 feet deep into the fog, they all quickly retreated with ugly expressions. The new messenger gradually became more mysterious in the eyes of the cultivators of Ling Yu. At this moment, inside the tower, Wang Lin was still sitting in the lotus position. He looked exactly the same as he did 1 month ago. He spent this entire month of studying the contents of the jade. The Celestial Slaughter Art was, in fact, a life force seal, meaning it was not something that could easily be comprehended. Wang Lin's talent was already not very good, and the Celestial Slaughter Art was very complex. He could only slowly think about it and carefully experiment to gradually master it. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't rush this. Time continued to pass and another half a month went by. Not only did the cultivators of Ling Yu not lose interest in this messenger, they became even more interested. This was because there was a change in the black fog surrounding the tower. In the first month, it was quiet, but in the last half-month, there were loud whistling sounds. It was as if there were many flying swords flying back and forth through the area. There were also thunderous roars that could shake the heavens coming out from the black fog. This made all of the cultivators of Ling Yu even more curious. Finally, the old man who was half a step into the ascendant stage stood up and took a trip to the tower. 3 days later, the old man came back. His expression was very ugly and his eyes were filled with shock. After he came back, all of the sects sent out a message saying that no disciple is allowed within 5,000 kilometers of the tower, or else they would be punished as a traitor. As a result, the area 5,000 kilometers around the tower became a forbidden zone in Ling Yu. Wang Lin spent the entire month and a half studying the Celestial Slaughter Art. This art depended on slaughter, so the more one killed, more seals would stack on top of each other. Once the seals stack to a certain point, it will become the strongest defense in the world. However, this art was very difficult to cultivate. After 1.5 months of time, Wang Lin still couldn't find the essence to it and finally decided to give up on it for now. Instead, he decided to comprehend the heavens so that he could continue to refine his current spells. During that time, he encountered a backlash from the war chariot. This was the first backlash after he released the first seal. Wang Lin was already prepared for this, and after battling with the beast for several days, he used a secret spell to suppress it. The spirit beast's backlash failed. The old man from Ling Yu entered the area during that time and personally saw the unyielding spirit beast. After suppressing the war chariot, Wang Lin silently cultivated for several days. On this day, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes showed signs of enlightenment. The celestial slaughter art should be comprehended amidst slaughter. Trying to comprehend it by just sitting here is a bit lacking. If I really want to cultivate this art, then everything must start with slaughter. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he stood up, took one step, and stepped directly out of the tower. Wang Lin was floating 10,000 feet above the tower. With eyes bright as torches, he raised his right hand and all the black fog began rushing toward him. It looked like the black fog was being pushed from its outer rim toward Wang Lin. The sky and clouds changed color. Roaring thunder echoed from within the clouds. These thunderous roars spread out and echoed across all of Lingyu. In almost the blink of an eye, all of the black fog within 5,000 kilometers gathered in his hand in the form of a ball the size of a baby's head, and it had lightning running through it. The ball was filled with fog and flashes of the restrictions. There was also a powerful pressure coming out of it as it flickered. Wang Lin squeezed his hand and the flashing restriction inside suddenly collapsed and turned into countless strands of black gas which started to circle around him. Finally, the strands of black gas intertwined before him to form a golden-purple flag. The flag waved without any wind and created bursts of flapping sounds. At this moment, the surrounding 5,000-kilometer area was clear, but there were still some roars coming from the void, and flashes of black shadows could be seen. Primary souls, return. Wang Lin opened his mouth and the primary souls rushed back into it and then to the soul flag inside his origin soul. While I'm cultivating the celestial slaughter art, I might as well refine the soul flag too. Then my chance of survival on planet Tianyun will increase. Also, Master wants me to go to the Eastern Demon Sea in 3 months. Now I only have 1.5 months left. Should I go or not? Wang Lin's divine sense spread across Ling Yun before his body turned into smoke and disappeared. Ling Yu, 5 Spirit Mountain. The number 1 cultivator in Ling Yu, the old man who was half a step into the ascendant stage, was Old Man Tiantai of 5 Spirit Mountain. He was currently sitting at the top of 5 Spirit Mountain, absorbing the power of the moon, and cultivating. Old Man Tiantai opened his eyes. They were calm as he looked at the void and slowly said, Old Man Tiantai greets Lord Messenger. A ray of purple light appeared in the void as Wang Lin appeared. He clasped his hands at Old Man Tiantai and said, Sorry to bother you. Old Man Tiantai took a deep breath and shook his head. It was I who was rude. If I didn't break the rule and enter the area last time and surprise that unyielding beast, I believe Lord Messenger would have had an easier time taming it. No problem. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at Old Man Tiantai. This old man had already reached Tao-seeking part of the path to the ascendant stage. This was a very important stage for any late-stage soul transformation cultivator. It was a matter of life and death. One can be seeking Tao in the morning and be dead by night. The old man slightly closed his eyes and said with a deep voice, Since Lord Messenger isn't here about me entering the area, then what is Lord Messenger looking for an old man who is half a step into the grave for? Wang Lin looked at the distance and slowly said, Does this planet have any demonic beast gathering grounds? Old Man Tiantai's eyes became serious and he began to ponder. Shortly after, he waved his hand and a jade suddenly appeared. He said, Lord Messenger, there are 3 demonic beast gathering grounds on the planet, and they are recorded here. After accepting the jade, Wang Lin swept it with his divine sense. He nodded toward the old man before disappearing without a trace. Old Man Tiantai looked at where Wang Lin disappeared before slowly closing his eyes and muttering to himself. This child is filled with brewing killing intent. His trip this time is to kill. I hope that no one offends him along the way. At the northern end of planet Earth, there are dense mountains that cover millions of kilometers. That place is a gathering ground for demonic beasts. There are even desolate beasts as powerful as ascendant cultivators there. That place is also where all the disciples on the planet test themselves. However, the 300,000-kilometer area at the center is considered a forbidden area, and one shouldn't casually enter it. Wang Lin put the jade away. Then he locked on to the direction he wanted to go, waved his right hand in the air, and a silver light suddenly appeared before him. Wang Lin began taking steps inside the silver light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As if he were walking up a flight of stairs, he took 10 steps in a row. 10 steps was what he could currently withstand to teleport at once. After 10 steps, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body flickered. At this moment, his body began to flash violently. Finally, there was a thunderous roar, and once the sound disappeared, there was no one there anymore. A large amount of silver light suddenly appeared in the clear sky in the northern part of the planet. The clear, blue sky began to change as ripples silently appeared and began to spread. After a few breaths of time, there was a bright flash of silver light at the center of the ripples. The brightness of the silver light could match the sun. It was as if there were 2 suns, one golden and one silver. Wang Lin's figure stepped out from the silver light. His face was a bit pale and his breathing was a bit heavy. Only after he took out a pill and ate it did he slowly start to feel better. After he appeared, the silver light slowly disappeared and the change in the sky slowly returned to normal. Wang Lin didn't stop. He turned into a ray of light and charged toward the dense mountain range ahead of him. The ground before him was no longer an earthy yellow. It now had a layer of blue, ghostly light above it. There was a giant stone tablet that someone had placed into the ground with a powerful spell. There were several large, red words filled with killing intent carved onto the tablet. Earth, Northern Demonic Lands. These 4 large words gave off a powerful aura that seemed to come at you like a tidal wave. The aura caused the surroundings to have a constant gust of wind that whistled on endlessly. As Wang Lin stood under the giant tablet, he raised his head and silently looked at it for a long time. There was a thin layer of mist behind the tablet, but it didn't conceal anything. If one looked carefully or spread out their divine sense, they would clearly see what was there. There was an endless stretch of mountain ranges behind the tablet. There were no roads, the ground was covered in leaves, and the air was filled with a rotting smell. Aside from this, the area was completely silent and without a sign of life. Even though it was daytime, there was a very cold aura coming out from the ground and spreading across the area. Wang Lin carefully looked at it for a while. After pondering a bit, he raised his foot and stepped toward the mountain range. The celestial slaughter art must be experienced during slaughter. Today, I'll use this place to begin my cultivation of the celestial slaughter art. Just at this moment, several rays of sword energy appeared in the horizon. These sword energies were of all different bright colors and were emitting powerful energy. It was clear that none of these people had weak cultivation. Senior apprentice brother, we are here. Before the sword energy closed in, a voice came from one of them. Wang Lin's stride didn't even slightly pause because of the appearance of these people. He continued to step into the mountain range and his figure disappeared into the thin layer of mist. Shortly after his figure disappeared, several rays of sword energy landed before the tablet, revealing 5 people. Among the 5, 3 were male and 2 were female. Their clothes were clearly divided into 2 different styles, and all 5 of them were dressed well, were good-looking, and had powerful auras. Of the 2 females, one of them was wearing a red dress and had a beauty mark above her mouth. She softly said, "Senior apprentice brother, I think I just saw someone enter this area." This girl didn't look very old, but her cultivation level was at the late stage of core formation. Among the 3 males, there was one who was very good-looking and middle-aged. He was wearing a green and white robe. His hair was tied up with simple, black belt, and he had an ordinary sword on his back. After he heard the girl, he faintly smiled and said, "This is not a forbidden place, and a lot of different people from different sects come here to train. So there is nothing strange about seeing other people here. Once Uncle Master and them arrive, we will go inside together. At that time, all the cultivators we meet will avoid us, so you don't have to worry about it." Another one of the males among the three, who looked like he was 20 or so years old and was wearing a blue robe, smiled and said, "That's right. Brother Gua belongs to the Delu Sword sect, which is one of the top 2 sects on planet Tianyun. Even if he meets disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect, if they are too weak, they will still avoid him. There is no need to talk about the small sects on planet Earth." As for the remaining male and female, they were both silent. They didn't say a word. The woman even showed a hint of hatred when she looked at the three, especially toward the man named Gua, and her hatred wasn't hidden at all. In terms of appearance, this woman was considered the prettier of the two. She was wearing a white, cotton dress. On her waist she used a light blue silk ribbon to tie an elegant bow, and there was a rose hairpin on her silky, ink-black hair. Her skin was as smooth and flawless as jade without any need for makeup, and if it wasn't for the hatred on her face, she would be even more beautiful. The man named Gua faintly smiled. He didn't seem to care about the woman at all and softly said, "Lady Qianqin, you can relax. I promise to leave one brilliant golden fruit for you. Enough for you to bring back to your sect." The woman named Qianqin's face was filled with killing intent as she stared at the man named Gua and coldly said, "Even with how famous the Deluo sword sect is, I can't believe you would use such despicable methods. I'm truly blind to have believed in you." The man named Gua shook his head and said, "If one has the luck, anyone can obtain these heavenly treasures. The brilliant golden fruit is of great use to my uncle master. Since you asked me for help, then I must report it to my sect." Wang Lin's figure moved inside this mountain range like lightning and his eyes became cold. Delu Sword Sect. Interesting. This will be a good chance to try to find some information on Senior Zhou Yi's location. I just don't know what that brilliant golden fruit is. 3 hours later, under the stone tablet, 3 rays of light came from the horizon. They were followed by a series of thunderous sonic booms. These 3 rays of light descend from the sky with the pressure of a 10,000-man army. They landed directly next to the 7 people waiting beneath the stone tablet. Following the thunderous roar, their landing created a gust of wind that blew everyone but the man named Gua back several feet. Their faces were all extremely pale and filled with fear. After the gust passed, 3 figures were revealed. All 3 of them were white-haired old men, and a powerful sword energy could be felt from underneath each of their black robes. Each one of them had a treasure sword that gave off waves of sword pressure on their backs. Among the 3, only one person was at the late stage of soul formation. The other 2 were at the early stage of soul transformation. Once the man named Gua saw the 3 of them, his heart trembled. He immediately bowed and respectfully said, "6th generation disciple Gua Xingyi greets Uncle Master." The person he bowed to was the only soul formation cultivator among the 3. Gua Xingyi's expression was extremely respectful. The soul formation old man smiled, nodded and said, "Gua Xingyi, come and greet the 2 sword pavilion elders." He moved to the side and gave Gua Xingyi a look. Gua Xingyi quickly kneeled down on one knee and said, with even more respect than before, "Disciple greets elders." One of the 2 early-stage soul transformation old men was short and the other one was tall. The tall one said, "Stand up and speak. Was the brilliant golden fruit found by you?" Gua Xingyi quickly got up. Then he pointed at the woman, Qianqin, who still hadn't said a word and simply looked at him with a cold gaze. "This woman is Junior's good friend. The brilliant golden fruits were found by her sect, but there were demonic beasts guarding them, and they couldn't obtain them with their power. Junior just happened to pass by and agreed to go with them." The 2 soul transformation elders looked at each. The short one asked, "Little girl, how many brilliant golden fruits did you see?" Qianqin originally wasn't willing to speak, but under the old man's lightning-like gaze, she couldn't help but softly say, "There are about 100 fruits." 100! The short old man's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "The demonic beasts guarding 100 brilliant golden fruits must be extremely powerful. For your sect to find it, they aren't simple." Qianqin didn't speak, but the white-robed man beside her said, with indignation, "My sect expended a lot of effort and sacrificed several elders to find the brilliant golden fruits. Your Delu sword sect." Qianqin frowned and shouted, Shut up! The man's face was filled with anger. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and no longer spoke. Guoxingyi hesitated for a bit before respectfully saying, Lord Elder, Chen Qin is Junior's good friend. After obtaining the brilliant golden fruits, would it be possible to give her one? The tall old man laughed and said, If we can find them, then we'll give her one. Lead the way. Chen Qin let out a sigh and held some complex feelings in her heart. She had no choice but to lead the way, or else it would affect her sect. With how tyrannical the Deluo sword sect was, anyone that dared to go against them would be wiped out. Not to mention the fact that just these two elders here gave off an aura that was several times more powerful than the head elder of her sect. Compared to the Delu sword sect, her sect was like a firefly. They stood no chance of resisting. Guoxingyi, to abuse my trust. Chen Qin felt bitter in her heart. She gave Guoxingyi a vicious look before clenching her jaw and walking into the northern demonic lands. The white-robed man that belonged to the same sect as her followed with a gloomy expression. The people of the Deluo sword sect walked into the thin mist and disappeared. Wang Lin was making his way through the northern demonic land. He had his hands behind his back and his feet were 3 inches off the ground as he flew through the area. He was still comprehending the various changes in the celestial slaughter art and how to change life force into a life force seal. The surrounding mountain range was completely silent without any sign of life. As he was flying, a ghostly light flashed a bit before him. Then a figure suddenly shot out of hiding and charged at Wang Lin. The figure's speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before him. It was surrounded by a layer of black fog and a bloody smell rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body didn't stop. His expression didn't even change. At the moment the black figure closed in, he rubbed his right hand's fingers and pointed at it. He directly stabbed his finger into the black fog. A ray of gray gas came out from Wang Lin's fingertip. However, this gray gas was extremely weak, so right after it appeared, a majority of it disappeared. Not much gray gas had entered the black figure. A sizzling sound suddenly came out from the black fog. It was as if snow was melting. The black fog boiled until it finally dissipated, revealing a fist-sized beast. This small beast didn't have any limbs, only a big mouth. There were no teeth, but a sour smell came from within its mouth. The spit of this beast was clearly very powerful. At this moment, Wang Lin's finger directly stabbed into the small creature's body. He moved his finger around, causing the small beast's body to shatter into pieces and disappear. Wang Lin withdrew his finger and continued to move. As he withdrew his finger, strands of gray gas came from the shattered remains of the small beast and circled around his finger. The celestial slaughter art harvests life force during slaughter. I just don't know if what I have between my fingers is life force. Wang Lin lowered his head to look at the gray gas around his finger. After pondering for a bit, he continued flying. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin moved very quickly but didn't go too deep into the area. He had his divine sense spread out and locked onto the people of the Deluo sword sect. Their every move was clearly seen by Wang Lin's divine sense. They could hide nothing. Wang Lin wanted to see what exactly this brilliant golden fruit was. He also wanted to use the people of the Deluo sword sect, especially those 2 soul transformation old men, as practice for his celestial slaughter art. Even now Wang Lin didn't have any goodwill toward the Deluo sword sect. Right now, as Wang Lin flew through the mountain range, the gray gas around his fingers was several times thicker than before. The strands of gray gas were like strings that quickly circled Wang Lin's fingers. There was no lack of demonic beasts here in the northern demonic land. However, none of them were a threat to Wang Lin. If it wasn't for his desire to see what that brilliant golden fruit was, Wang Lin would have already gone deeper into the area to practice the celestial slaughter art with the powerful creatures. On this day, Wang Lin withdrew his finger from the head of a bull that had the power of a soul formation cultivator. At the moment he withdrew his finger, a thick stand of gray gas came out from the bull's forehead and circled his finger. The bull's body trembled and its gaze slowly faded until it fell down and remained motionless. Just at this moment, a ray of black lightning came from the distance. Along with a fierce roar, the mosquito's ferocious body appeared next to Wang Lin. Its large mouth stabbed into the bull's head, and with one suck, it sucked all the blood, flesh, essence, and the core of the bull. Only the bull's skeleton was left on the ground. After the mosquito beast finished sucking, a white light appeared around it. After flashing a few times, the white light disappeared, causing the terrifying hair on the mosquito beast to look even more fierce. The mosquito beast was very happy and began to fly in circles before Wang Lin. Along the way, every time Wang Lin killed a soul formation or above beast, he would call out the mosquito beast, so it could absorb the beast's essence and core in order to stimulate the mosquito's growth. If it wasn't for the fact that the thunder toad wasn't suited for this method of growth, he would have released the thunder toad as well. The mosquito was, after all, a beast from the stars. Although it appeared on planet Suzaku for some reason back then, its ferocity was not something a beast from a cultivation planet could match. This beast lived to devour. It could devour any kind of beast in the world, and the more it devours, the stronger it becomes. After it started following Wang Lin, it had devoured countless pills, heavenly treasures, cores, and the like. Although its strength was still at the nascent soul stage, even some soul formation beasts would be affected by its ferocity. Wang Lin's body moved forward and floated in the air. Then the mosquito let out a roar and moved. It moved like lightning and appeared below Wang Lin's feet. Then it brought Wang Lin deep into the mountain range. As it flew, Wang Lin noticed something. The mosquito beast also noticed it and immediately stopped. It remained motionless as it waited for Wang Lin's order. Wang Lin looked toward the south, revealed a smile, and muttered to himself, "Did they find the brilliant golden fruit?" With a thought, the mosquito moved toward the south without a sound. It was like a ghost a night. However, its eyes were filled with bloodlust and lit up like a ghostly flame. Wang Lin paid attention to the changes happening to the mosquito beast in these past few days. The mosquito beast seemed to be at a critical stage and was about to make a breakthrough. Every time the mosquito devoured the essence and core of a beast, there would be flashes of white light around it, just like when it devoured those white lines from the chaotic broken stars. Looking at the ghostly light in the mosquito's eyes, an image suddenly appeared inside Wang Lin's mind. On a certain large planet, there were countless mosquito beasts that covered the entire sky. Their gazes were all bright like ghostly flames. The people of the Deluo sword sect moved quickly. They didn't make any stops and charged toward their destination following Xianxia's guidance. Along the way, if any beast appeared, the two soul transformation elders would only need to send out a seal and the beast would be turned to dust. Their power was beyond Xianxia's comprehension. Her own sect spent a lot of effort to get here, and seeing the beasts that gave her sect so much trouble destroyed so easily made her heart feel bitter. At this moment, she thought that this was all fate. If she could get just one fruit out of this trip, that would be enough. As for Guoxingyin, he was very caring and kept trying to talk to Qianqin along the way. He was clearly trying to repair the relationship between them. After experiencing the power of the Delu sword sect, she could only feel helpless and feign ignorance while enduring the humiliation. Along the way, Guoxingyin's uncle master kept looking at Qianqin's voluptuous body, and his eyes revealed a mysterious light. The group was very relaxed because even if some powerful demonic beasts showed up, the two soul transformation elders would easily take care of them. But in truth, after entering this place, the ones who were most nervous were the two Delu sword sect elders. This wasn't the first time the two of them had entered the Earth Northern demonic land, but this time was the most bizarre. At the beginning, when they first entered, they didn't have this feeling, but as they went deeper, a pressure that could cause someone to completely break down slowly surrounded the area. This kind of feeling might have been too faint for the others to feel, but for the two early-stage soul transformation elders of the Delu sword sect, this feeling was very strong. It was as if there was a pair of eyes watching them, but when they tried to check with their divine senses, they found nothing. It was like everything was just their own imagination. We haven't gone deep into the mountains, so there shouldn't be any desolate beasts around here. Why is this feeling so clear? Although the two elders looked very calm, they were nervously talking to each other through their divine senses as they trailed behind the group. Maybe something happened here. In these past 10 days, This feeling has constantly been there, but both of us have been checking our surroundings and nothing has happened. I think that whatever it is not targeting the two of us. Forget it. This place is simply too strange. Once we are done with the matter at hand, it is best for us to leave as soon as possible. Every second we stay here is making it more difficult for me to breathe. It's as if there is a large mountain weighing down on top of me. There is even a feeling like I'm about to collapse, lose control, and kill someone. This is a feeling I haven't had since I reached the soul formation stage. The short old man's eyes lit up and then he quickly sent his message. You also have this urge to kill? When I was killing that beast earlier, I almost lost control of myself. Shifeng, there is definitely something wrong here. Should we leave now? The old man named Shi pondered a bit. Then he looked at the juniors before them and said, "We have already gotten this far, and there are only 3 days left. There shouldn't be any problems. We just need to increase our speed." The two of them looked at each other. They remained silent and continued to rush to their destination. The people before them, including the soul formation old man, didn't notice the fear that the two soul transformation cultivators were feeling. They continued to feel that the journey was going very smoothly. The brilliant golden fruit isn't meant to be eaten. It is a material for refining treasures. This fruit can increase the power of any metal element treasure, and the more one uses, the stronger the treasure becomes. Rumor has it that the 4 illusionary swords behind Sword Saint Ling Tianho of the De Lu sword sect were refined with a large amount of brilliant golden fruits. However, the amount he used was beyond imagination, and that was how he refined those 4 peerless swords. The places where the brilliant golden fruit can grow are extremely unpredictable. The fruit is formed from natural metal element and is a heavenly treasure that can appear anywhere. Once this fruit begins to grow, it looks exactly the same as any other normal fruit, but once it matures, it suddenly changes and is filled with metal element. After it matures, the time before it falls off the tree varies greatly. It can be as short as a few breaths of time or as long as several months. There is no rhyme or reason behind the time it takes for it to fall after it matures. Even to this day, no one knows. Once the fruit matures, it attracts many metal element beasts, and these beasts become its protectors. The beasts guard the fruit until it falls, and once the fruit falls, the withered fruit's energy is absorbed by the roots, forming golden spirit roots. When a beast eats the golden spirit root, their intelligence is awakened, and they gain many benefits. However, if too many brilliant golden fruits are taken before they fall, the formation of the golden spirit roots is affected. If too many fruits are taken, the golden spirit root won't form at all. After the De Lu sword sect people left, Wang Lin silently appeared on the mosquito's back. He looked toward where they were going and casually followed behind them. Due to the oppressive feeling that the two elders were feeling, the entire group was forced to move faster, so the normal 3-day journey was complete in 1.5 days. At this moment, Chen Qin, who had been leading the way, pointed forward and said, 2 months ago, Junior's sect found the brilliant golden fruits there. Everyone's gazes followed the woman's finger. This location was where 2 mountains met, and between them was a valley. It was really quiet here. Not a sound could be heard, and the ground was covered in leaves that gave off a rotting smell. Following her finger, they could see a faint golden light coming from inside the valley, but there were many trees blocking the way, so it was hard to see exactly what was inside. After Chen Qin finished speaking, she took a few steps back and remained silent. The 2 De Lu sword sect elders looked at each other. The taller one took a few steps out. His hand formed a seal, and he pressed his hand forward into the air. A thick amount of celestial spiritual energy suddenly gathered before him and blew toward the valley in a celestial gust. As the celestial gust flew across the area, the rotten leaves all disappeared, revealing what was underneath. All of the trees blocking the view were pushed apart by this celestial gust as well. A straight passage suddenly appeared before everyone. The end of the tunnel led deep into the valley. There was a ton of wild grass inside this valley, but everyone's gazes first fell to the eastern side of the valley. In the middle of an area covered in wild grass, there was a bunch of blooming golden flowers. There wasn't just one golden flower but an entire field. There was at least a dozen of them, and they were all competing with each other to bloom. Below the flowers were oval-shaped fruits the size of a thumb. These fruits were golden and had countless granular spots on them. From a distance they looked like grapes. They seemed very ordinary and not different from normal wild fruits. Brilliant golden fruit. It indeed is the brilliant golden fruit. The two elders' eyes immediately lit up once they saw the fruits. The two of them didn't immediately enter the valley but carefully checked it. Finally, their gazes landed on a bush of wild grass 1 meter from the brilliant golden fruits. There was a small pile of rotting leaves on top of that bush of wild grass. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about this. After all, these rotting leaves were very common here. At this moment, a strange wind blew through the valley, causing the grass to rustle. The grass rustled and all of the leaves inside the valley were moved by this gust of wind. However, it was these leaves flying into the air that caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. At the moment these leaves flew into the air, what was revealed on the backside of the leaves were countless red spots. Their red dots were motionless. It was as if they were growing from the rotting leaves. 9 multitude bug. The tall elder named Shifang said this with a gloomy expression and then looked toward the short elder. 100 brilliant golden fruits would naturally have fierce guardians. Having 9 multitude bugs here is nothing to be surprised about. However, dealing with these bugs requires bait. The short elder's eyes lit up as his gaze landed on Xianxia and the white-robed man beside her, and he revealed a cruel smile. At this moment, no one noticed that a ferocious figure was floating 1,000 feet away from them, and it was watching them. On the back of the ferocious figure sat a person with an ice-cold gaze. His gaze was so cold that there was no hint of warmth coming from it. This is clearly the golden spirit root. What the heck is a brilliant golden fruit? I guess these people don't really understand how to use this treasure and believe that the fruit is the essence. They don't realize that compared to the golden spirit root, the fruit is really insignificant. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although the brilliant golden fruit sounded unfamiliar to him, after seeing it, he was able to find it inside 2C's memories. This treasure was formed from the natural 5 elements, so it has existed for a long time and would naturally be in 2C's memory. The best way to use it was to devour the root. This would make his body even stronger. For a child ancient god, this treasure was a rare nutritional supplement. Wang Lin was pondering when he suddenly looked down at the mosquito beast. At this moment, there was a faint, milky white light coming from the mosquito. Its gaze was locked onto the brilliant golden fruits in the valley and revealed an expression filled with desire for the fruits. Wang Lin had an idea and then patted the mosquito's head. The mosquito turned around, and after seeing Wang Lin nod to it, its eyes quickly revealed an excited light, quickly turned around and stared at the brilliant golden fruits. This time it revealed a must-have gaze. Could this fruit have some special use for the mosquito? Wang Lin's eyes faintly lit up. The 2 De Lu sword sect elders looked at each other. Then the short elder suddenly reached out with his hand. The man in white next to Xianxia exclaimed, and his body was thrown into the valley by an invisible force. Just as he was thrown into the valley, a sharp sound that could pierce the heavens echoed within the valley. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of red dots came out from the rotting leaves covering the valley and began to gather. From a distance, this sight was terrifying. Senior apprentice brother. Xianxia suddenly turned around. She looked at the people of the Dailu sword sect and shrilled, "What is the meaning of this, senior?" Just as Xianxia finished speaking, those countless red dots began to move. The red dots gathered to form a giant, red cloud. Then it began to emit a loud buzzing sound and moved toward the white-robed young man. The speed was simply too fast. It moved like a red lightning bolt and surrounded the white-robed young man. At this moment, a scene that shocked everyone but the 2 elders to silence unfolded before them. The countless red dots broke through the white-robed young man's clothes and dug into his body. In just 3 breaths of time, his white robe was blood red. Bursts of terrifying screams and shrills came from his mouth. The intense pain caused him to keep scratching himself, and bone-deep cuts appeared all over his body. His body struggled and rolled violently in the valley. His eyes revealed a deep sense of despair and unimaginable hatred. Senior apprentice brother. Xianxia trembled violently and revealed a pitiful smile. At this moment, almost all of the red dots in the valley appeared and entered the young man's body. His eyes slowly dimmed and his miserable screams slowly weakened. This happened extremely quickly, but it was very shocking. It caused everyone's expressions to become very ugly. Today's matter was caused by me. If Xianxia's senior apprentice brother hadn't died, then it would have been fine and there wouldn't be a grudge between us. Xiaoqing looked toward Xianxia with killing intent. As for the other woman, the one who called Guoxingyin senior apprentice brother, her face was pale, her small hand covered her mouth, and she looked like she was about to puke. Her body was trembling, as she was clearly terrified by what just happened. Only the blue-robed man who was always praising Guoxingyin didn't show any sign of discomfort on his face. Instead, when he looked toward the valley, he had an intoxicated expression. The De-Lu sword sex Shifang smiled at the short elder and said, "It looks like the two of us don't have to kill anymore. That one person has already lured a majority of the 9 multitude bugs into his body." The short elder smiled and said, "Brother sure is better with restrictions. I hope you won't hold back. Once we obtain the brilliant golden fruits, we still have to report back to the sect." Shifang laughed. Without a word, he slapped his bag and a red jade appeared in his hand. His right hand took the form of a sword as he pointed at the jade and said, "Sword seal restriction. Open." With that, the jade immediately began to buzz and then flew into the valley as a ray of red light. When the red jade flew into the valley, the buzzing sound became even louder, and strands of red silk came out from the jade. Then, after a pause, there was a thunderous roar, and the red jade began to move in a mysterious fashion. In the blink of an eye, the speed of its movement increased until it seemed to have melted into countless strands. These countless red strands charged toward the young man that was barely struggling. The red silk moved extremely fast and arrived before the young man in the blink of an eye. The red silk didn't enter the young man but instead intertwined together to form a net, which surrounded the young man and the ground several feet around him. At this moment, the De-Lu sword sect elder, Shifang's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Seal!" With the word seal, the red net began to emit a red light. There was a series of crackling sounds as countless rays of red light appeared all over the red net, forming a very powerful seal. After finishing all of this, the short, old elder immediately walked into the valley. Just as he entered, sound came from the leaves and red dots appeared from them. However, there weren't many of them this time. The short elder's expression was normal as he raised his right hand and flicked his finger. Every time he flicked, he sent out a ray of sword energy and a large amount of red dots were destroyed. In truth, if there were a few more 9 multitude bugs, it would have been very difficult for him to handle them, but now that there weren't many left, it looked like it was very easy for him to deal with them. The De-Lu sword sex Shifang flew into the valley. With his help, the remaining bugs were immediately destroyed. The third person to enter the valley was Guoxingyi's uncle master, and after him was everyone else. As for Xianxia, the anger on her face had disappeared, and what remained was a terrifying calmness. After the short elder threw out the last ray of sword energy to destroy the last remaining 9 multitude bug, his eyes lit up and they landed on the field of golden flowers. "Lu Songi, go pick those brilliant golden fruits." The short elder's voice was filled with a, "No one can disobey me, majesty." Lu Songi was the soul formation old man. After hearing this, he immediately nodded and was about to harvest the brilliant golden fruits. However, just at this moment, a gentle gust of wind entered the valley. At first there was nothing abnormal about this wind. At most it just rustled the leaves on the ground. However, when the wind landed on the 2 elders, their expressions changed greatly. Shifang suddenly turned his head, and his eyes lit up as he looked toward the outside of the valley. The short elder's face was gloomy. He placed his right hand over his bag of holding, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Their movement suddenly changed the entire atmosphere in the valley. There was now a killing intent surrounding the valley. As a result, the old man named Lu that was about to go harvest the fruit suddenly stopped and revealed a shocked expression. As for the other people, they were all the same. Only Chen Qin's eyes were calm as she looked at the body of her senior apprentice brother that had already died. It was as if everything happening around her had nothing to do with her anymore. Shifeng pondered a bit and then shouted, "Fellow cultivator that just arrived. There is no need to pretend or hide. I'm one of the Delu sword sect's elders, Shifeng. I wish for fellow cultivator to come out to speak." The two elders looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At the moment that wind came, that feeling from before increased several-fold. At first it felt like there was a fierce beast far away, but then in the blink of an eye, that fierce beast was before his eyes. This drastic change immediately caused the two elders' hearts to tremble violently. A thick mass of gray gas came toward the valley. The gray gas was so thick that no one could clearly see the person inside. The gray gas stopped outside the valley. The moment the gray gas appeared, Shifeng's expression became extremely ugly. The short elder's face was gloomy and he said, word for word, "Sir, you are." When he finished speaking, he didn't wait for a response. He let out a roar. His right hand touched his bag of holding, and a bronze mirror appeared in his hand. The mirror was thrown into the air and suddenly grew to 3 feet wide. It released a green light that surrounded the gray gas. At the moment the short elder threw out the mirror, Shifeng, who had fought with the short elder for a long time, meaning their cooperation was very good, formed a seal with his 2 hands without any hesitation, and the treasured sword on his back flew into the air. The sword floated vertically above his head, and the illusion of a large sword appeared behind him. Shifeng shouted, "Chop!" At the moment 2 elders attacked. The soul formation old man, Lu Songyi, moved like lightning and quickly charged toward the brilliant golden fruits. He had cultivated for a long time and knew how to seize the moment of opportunity. Because he was already close to the fruits, he arrived there in the blink of an eye. The light from the bronze mirror was like a restriction that surrounded the gray gas. At the same time, Shifeng's sword closed in like it was from the peak of the 9th heaven. Before the sword even closed in, there were already sonic booms from it breaking the sound barrier. The Delu sword sect was famous for their swords, so the power of their swords couldn't be weak. However, at the moment the sword energy descended, the gray gas suddenly moved. This movement was like 10,000 horses charging, like a tsunami that was sky-high. In an instant, the gray gas charged through everything and surrounded the entire valley. Along with this charge, there was a cold voice that came from within the gray gas. How could the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? This voice was extremely cold, and the moment the voice landed on everyone's ears, it caused them all to shiver. The green light surrounding the gray gas immediately collapsed into countless rays of green light before dissipating. Cracking sounds came from the bronze mirror in the sky before boom. The sword energy Shifeng had struck out broke. The 2 Delu sword sect elders both almost coughed out blood at the same time as their bodies exploded backwards, leaving behind deep footprints in the ground. Every footprint they left caused the ground to tremble slightly. As the gray gas spread, one strand of it shot out like a sword. Its target wasn't the 2 elders but the soul formation old man, Lu Songyi, who was trying to secretly harvest the brilliant golden fruits. Lu Songyi's expression changed greatly. He knew that couldn't move in time, so he began to teleport. He knew that teleporting here was very dangerous, but at this moment he couldn't worry about it too much. His figure began to distort and was about to disappear. However, a cold snort came from within the gray gas as it was charging at him. After the snort, the gray gas suddenly closed and broke through the distorted space. In the blink of an eye, it charged through Lu Songyi's body just before he could teleport away. Lu Songyi's expression changed greatly and he was about to speak, but his body suddenly trembled and began to expand like a balloon. This scene was simply too strange. Lu Songyi's body reached its limit before boom. A Delu sword sect soul formation cultivator was forced to explode just like that. Bang bang bang. The sound was still echoing inside the valley while a large amount of flesh and blood rained to the ground. A faint blood mist slowly surrounded the area. In the blood mist, a figure wearing purple slowly walked into the valley. This person had long hair that was casually flowing behind his head. His face wasn't handsome, but he gave off an out-of-this-world feeling. On his finger there were 2 rays of gray gas moving around like 2 small dragons. On his waist there was a purple token with the word 7 carved onto it. Wang Lin's appearance caused the entire valley to become completely silent. Guoxingyi's face was completely pale without any trace of blood, and his body was faintly trembling. His right hand clenched onto his sword until his fingers went white. His junior apprentice sister revealed a look of terror. Finally, she wasn't able to stand it anymore, and so she knelt down to puke. Her face was extremely pale. As for the blue-robed young man who didn't seem to be from the De Lu sword sect, he looked even more intoxicated than before as he took a deep breath of this air that tasted like blood. Aside from the 3 of them, the woman named Xianxia revealed an unsettling and struggling expression. This junior's cultivation and mentality weren't strong enough to be comparable to the 2 elders. Although the 2 of them had their hearts shaken up and realized that things had gone south, their expressions were calm and only a bit ugly. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze swept past each of them. Then his hand randomly pointed at the air and strands of gray gas came out from the scattered flesh inside the valley and quickly gathered together. A big cloud of gray gas was formed and quickly moved toward Wang Lin's finger. A large amount of gray gas gathered toward Wang Lin's finger to form a ball at his fingertip. The ball was very cloudy and contained a mysterious force, so when one looked at it, they couldn't stop themselves from staring. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he casually squeezed his finger. There was a fluctuation of energy coming from inside the ball, causing it to shrink until it was only the size of a fingernail. Wang Lin grabbed it with his hand, and when he opened his hand, the gray ball of gas was gone. The De Lu sword sect's Shifang looked at the token on Wang Lin's waist before saying, word for word, Heavenly Fate Sect, Purple Division's 7th disciple, Wang Lin. Wang Lin withdrew his hand. Then he looked at Shifang and said, answer one of my questions and I'll let one of you go today. Shifang began to laugh as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. Then a powerful sword energy came from the sheath on his back. The sword energy was green, and it ascended into the sky. Shifang sneered, Wang Lin, although you are a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator, with the 2 of us at the early stage along with our sword treasures from the sect, even if you were to kill us, you would be seriously injured. Let's see how you will go to the Eastern Demonic Spirit Sea when it opens in 1.5 months. He had already heard rumors of the list of people chosen to enter the Eastern Demonic Spirit Sea. He heard that the newly accepted Purple Division 7th disciple was one of the people chosen. Now that he had seen Wang Lin, he decided to gamble. He gambled that Wang Lin wouldn't dare to casually act against them because they both could retaliate in full force and end up injuring him. This would mess up Wang Lin's trip to the Eastern Demonic Spirit Sea. The short elder hadn't spoken a word since Wang Lin appeared, but his eyes had been locked onto him. Now that he heard Wang Lin's words, he secretly realized that something was wrong. According to his observations, this person was not one to do things without carefully considering them beforehand. Rather than wasting time talking to this person, he would rather they team up and take this chance to attack now. Their chance of winning against a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator with 2 early-stage soul transformation cultivators was already not high. The short elder clenched his teeth, and without a word he began to move. He slapped his bag of holding and a blood-colored flag appeared in his hand. With one wave, a blood mist came out from the flag and immediately covered his entire body. Accept your death. The short elder let out a shout as his hand formed seals and he viciously sent out his palms. Several bloody palm prints that carried the smell of blood suddenly appeared within the blood mist and shot toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the short elder bit his tongue and spat out a large amount of essence blood. The color of this blood had a hint of gold, and after he coughed out the blood, he began to chant. He chanted like a ghost, making it hard to hear, but a mysterious force suddenly appeared as if it had descended from the heavens. Heavenly Ghost Devour. After finishing the chant, the short elder's eyes lit up. With a loud shout, the slightly golden essence blood began to move in a mysterious way, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. At the moment it disappeared, a 100-foot-tall illusionary head suddenly appeared behind the short elder. This head was very big and it was greenish-black. There was no hair on the head, and it looked like a vicious ghost. Although the head was illusionary, it looked corporeal and gave off a cold aura. The moment the head appeared, it let out a roar and flew out from behind the short elder and charged toward Wang Lin. The short elder shouted, "Attack!" Shifang clenched his teeth. Without a word, his hand formed a seal and slashed down. The sword behind his back let out an earth-shattering sword him and suddenly charged toward Wang Lin like a vicious dragon. At the same time, Shifang still found that their chances were not good, so he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Next, he sat down in the lotus position and caught his essence blood at the center of his palm. Then he let out a roar and slapped it on his forehead. With a thunderous thud, Shifang's body trembled, and a ball of green light came out from his forehead. In the green light, Shifang's origin soul suddenly flew out. Then he opened his mouth and blinding, green light shined from his mouth. The green light turned into a sword as long as a finger with a willow leaf carved onto it. His origin soul entered the sword and quickly chased after the sword energy he had just sent out. Accept your death. The two early-stage Delu sword sect elders were already fighting with all they had. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stood there, and his gaze remained the same. He took one step, raised his hand, pressed at the air, and black light appeared on his fingers. Finger of death. With one finger, tens of thousands of souls die. With one finger, all of the grass in the valley turned brown, and even the already withered leaves began to collapse. They weren't just collapsing on the outside. Even the roots collapsed. The several bloody palms that were charging toward Wang Lin now collided with his finger, and without any pause, they all immediately collapsed. However, if they had just collapsed, then it wouldn't show the true power of the finger of death. The blood print that was breaking apart was slowly retreating, but before it was able to retreat far, it was immediately pulled back toward Wang Lin's finger due to the power of the finger of death. This scene happened extremely fast. From the outside, it looked like when Wang Lin's thumb had pressed down on the bloody palms, they were absorbed by his thumb, and it now had a blood-red color. After absorbing the power of the blood palm, Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. Not only did the thumb not stop, it moved even faster. Wang Lin bypassed the sword energy from Shifang, and then immediately pressed his thumb down between the brows of the ghostly head. The ghostly head's eyes released a ghostly light, and at the moment Wang Lin's thumb arrived, it opened its mouth and swallowed Wang Lin's thumb. Eh? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he let out a smile. Since you want to devour, then I'll let you devour your fill. With that, Wang Lin's thumb began to glow red as he pushed all the power he had absorbed from the bloody palms into the head. At the same time, a sliver of the destructive force from the finger of death that could destroy everything entered the head as well. The ghostly head immediately began to expand. A cry came from the head as he immediately began to retreat, but he only retreated 30 feet before he exploded with a bang. The short elder's life spell was broken, causing his face to immediately turn pale and cough out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes are filled with terror as he turned around and ran without any hesitation. He was truly scared. He once used this heavenly ghost devour spell against a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. Although that mid-stage soul transformation cultivator was able to break it in the end, he was in danger the entire time. But Wang Lin was able to break it so casually. How could he not run? Wang Lin coldly looked at where the short elder was escaping to and slapped his bag of holding, bringing the celestial sword out. From within the celestial sword came Su Ligua's arrogant voice. Grandson, don't run. Your grandpa Su will let my junior brother play with you. As soon as the voice came from the flying sword, the half-moon blade immediately charged out toward the short elder. All of this happened extremely fast. In almost an instant, Wang Lin broke the bloody palms, destroyed the ghostly head, and caused the short elder to run for his life. At this moment, Shifang's sword energy was quickly closing in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around and saw Shifang's origin soul, which was on the small sword behind the sword energy. His expression remained the same, his body didn't move, and he only raised his left arm. Metal celestial energy suddenly came from his left arm and filled the valley. At the same time, his left arm was like the sun releasing a blinding golden light, and a vortex slowly condensed at the center of his palm. "For cycle metal celestial spiritual energy," said Wang Lin softly as he gently pushed his palm forward. With a series of rumbling sounds, the golden vortex in his hand suddenly charged out and directly collided with the sword energy. At this moment, a large number of cracks appeared in the valley, and even many of the surrounding mountains began to collapse. After the sword energy was the small sword with the willow leaf engraved on it. It charged through the air past the collision and went directly toward the area between Wang Lin's brows. Its speed was extremely fast, so although Wang Lin was at the mid-stage of soul transformation, even he didn't want to mess with an early-stage soul transformation cultivator who was going all out by merging their origin soul with their life-saving spell. However, this was only true before he had the soul lasher. Now, his expression didn't even change. He quickly backed up as he touched his bag of holding, and a black shadow suddenly appeared, breaking the sound barrier right when it came out. With a crisp sound, the small sword trembled as if it had been hit by a powerful force, and its speed immediately decreased. There was another crisp sound as the whip hit the sword. An angry roar came from the small sword, and a green flame suddenly condensed around it. It broke through space and immediately appeared 3 inches away from Wang Lin's forehead. "Oh, desperate now." Wang Lin quickly backed up as the whip moved at lightning speed toward the sword. With a series of crisp sounds, the whip landed on the small sword, causing a series of miserable screams to come from it. In the end, a large amount of black gas poured out of it. It immediately stopped charging at Wang Lin and turned around to escape, except now the light on the sword was extremely faint. A large amount of black gas came out from the small sword and turned into the shape of Shifang. The current him was extremely weak. It was as if a gentle breeze could make him collapse. Shifang wanted to return to his body, but Wang Lin wouldn't give him that chance. Just as his origin soul was about to condense, Wang Lin's right hand pointed forward and a ray of green light shot out. The target wasn't Shifang's origin soul but his body. Shifang watched as the green light turned into a giant monster. The most eye-catching part of this monster was its sharp mouth. At this moment, the sharp mouth was moving at lightning speed as it descended from above. Then it pierced through Shifang's head and stabbed deep into his body. Shifang's essence, blood, and flesh, along with some remaining celestial spiritual energy and anything that was devourable, were sucked dry in an instant. In the end, all that remained was a corpse. Shifang's origin soul that had just formed from the small sword stared dumbfoundedly at what just happened. He turned around to give Wang Lin a vicious look before flying toward the juniors in the distance. There were 4 juniors, 2 male and 2 female. Shifang didn't hesitate at all as he charged toward Guoxingyi. Guoxingyi was confused. He didn't knew why the elder was charging toward him. His vision suddenly went dark and there was suddenly a wound on his forehead. It was the small sword it had pierced through it. Guoxingyi's body trembled and his eyes dimmed. However, his eyes suddenly lit up once more. But there was a strong sense of weakness coming from those eyes. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he looked at the scene with interest. It has to be said that possession was not simple. Even Situ Nan took more than 10 days to complete the possession. However, this elder was able to immediately regain his sanity and looked like he had already completed a majority of the possession process. This point surprised Wang Lin. At this moment, Guoxingyi's face was pale. He stared at Wang Lin and quickly said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, everything was my fault this time. If you let me leave, I'll give you the method of this quick possession technique. I also swear by my true soul that I'll never speak of the matter here today." With that, Shifang waved his hand, and aside from Chen Qin, the other 2 immediately exploded and died. "Fellow cultivator Wang, this girl, Chen Qin, is still a virgin. I have a spell that can use virgins to heal your wounds. If you let me go, I'll gift that to you as well. Shifang's heart pounded extremely fast as he looked at Wang Lin. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't be begging like this. Qian Qin's body trembled after hearing Shifang's words. She looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression before clenching her teeth, kneeling down to the ground and softly saying, I beg Senior to please kill this person and the other Delu Sword Sect Elder. Qian Qin doesn't have anything to give, but I am willing to spend my life serving Senior like a cattle or a horse. Shifang's face was gloomy, and a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he slowly said, Do you know if there was anything abnormal when Sword Saint Ling Tianho returned from the celestial realm 200 years ago? 200 years ago, Shifang was startled. He pondered a bit before his eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Lin and asked, Could it be that you're talking that sword spirit? Wang Lin's eyes became serious and he said, Tell me about it. Shifang pondered. After a long time, he bitterly said, I only heard about it, so I don't know the details. I heard that the Sword Saint was a mess when he returned, and after that, a series of murders occurred inside the sect. Finally, an unknown sword spirit appeared and had a huge battle with the Sword Saint. After that, the sword spirit disappeared. No one knows where it went. Wang Lin looked at Shifang. This person was not telling the truth. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he calmly said, Place your fast possession method in a jade and give it to me. Shifang raised his head. He looked at Wang Lin and said, Do you agree to let me go? Wang Lin coldly looked at this person and said, That will depend on whether what you imprinted on the jade is real or fake. Shifang clenched his teeth as he took out a jade and imprinted the possession technique and the healing spell on it. Then he threw the jade directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his hand to catch it and began to read it with his divine sense. He directly skipped past the spell that used a virgin to heal and focused on the possession technique. Shifang's eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, he began to move. He charged into the distance and was about to leave the valley. Wang Lin didn't even look at him as he pointed at him with his left finger. The gray gas that had been circling his finger suddenly shot out toward Shifang, breaking the sound barrier in the process. Shifang immediately noticed. He jerked his head around and shouted, Wang Lin, are you still a cultivator? His body flickered. He was about to teleport, but he had just finished possessing this body, so everything was in a weakened state. Just as his body began to use celestial spiritual energy, the two strands of gray gas suddenly sped up and closed in on him at an unimaginable speed. Shifang's pupils shrank. Then his body trembled a bit and stopped moving. The two strands of gray had already entered his body and cycled through him like crazy along his veins. After 3 breaths of time, with a loud bang, Shifang's body suddenly collapsed. A large amount of flesh and blood rained from the sky again, and gray gas once again gathered from the flesh and returned to Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his head and his divine sense withdrew from the jade. This fast possession technique does have some value. Wang Lin put the jade away and looked into the distance. That was where the half-moon blade and celestial sword were. The short elder was trapped by them and was waiting for Wang Lin's questioning. Wang Lin didn't immediately move there but slowly walked to west side of the valley. This was where all the flowers were. He squatted down, picked up a fruit, and smelled it. Wang Lin's action caused the mosquito beast that just ate Shifang's body begin to rapid beat its wings. Its eyes revealed a willingness to please. Even the woman named Qian Qin's eyes became serious as she looked at the brilliant golden fruit in Wang Lin's hand, and she couldn't help but sigh. Her sect had spent a lot of effort to find the brilliant golden fruit, but they unexpectedly met the people of the Dailu Sword Sect. She originally thought that everything was set in stone. But then there was a sudden change that resulted in the scene before her. The sudden appearance of the Heavenly Fate Sect's Purple Division 7th disciple, Wang Lin, easily changed everything. Wang Lin softly whispered, Don't worry. After the mosquito heard this, it quickly nodded. Its eyes contained a hint of fanaticism. As Wang Lin held the brilliant golden fruit, He wanted to test if this fruit could fill up the metal element of the heaven-defying bead. If not, then he would just feed it to the mosquito beast. The heaven-defying bead was only missing the metal element after the battle at the Suzaku tomb. It was still missing half of the required element. Wang Lin pressed the brilliant golden fruit against his forehead, and it went inside it. After a while, he revealed a look of disappointment and loosened his hand. I was too impatient. How could completing the heaven-defying bead be such a simple matter? 700 years of cultivation, and even with my luck, I was only able to complete 4 of the elements. Every completion was filled with danger, so I believe that the completion of this last metal element won't be simple either. I just don't know if that golden spirit root will have any effect. Wang Lin secretly sighed. Then he reached out and about. Of all the brilliant golden fruits flew into the air. The mosquito let out a cry of joy as it sucked hard with its mouth and devoured all the brilliant golden fruits. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared around the mosquito and flashed brightly 9 times before returning to normal. Seeing that the mosquito seemed to have enough, Wang Lin no longer picked more fruits. His right hand formed a seal and sent out a ray of spiritual energy. This energy landed on the flowers, causing them to release a golden glow. This glow was very blinding. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't back up but instead slapped his bag of holding and took out a large amount of jades. He imprinted his divine sense onto each of the jades and placed one next to each flower. Not far away, the woman named Xianxia stared at Wang Lin with a confused expression. She didn't know why he wasn't picking the fruit but instead looked like he was setting up a formation. Could it be that to harvest the brilliant golden fruit, a formation that is required? The confusion in Xianxia's eyes increased. After placing down the last jade, the pondering expression in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with a sense of clarity. According to the memories of the ancient god, only after this fruit has naturally grown, naturally ripened, and naturally withered will the golden spirit root form. However, I don't have the time to wait right now. The time it takes for the fruits to completely wither is random. It can take days or years. I don't have time to wait, so I have to use this spell from Tuxi's memory. An ancient god uses the bones of a demonic beast, but I'm using jades, so the effect may not be as good. Wang Lin felt helpless about this. With how powerful the ancient gods were, all the materials they used were the best. He faintly shook his hand and then raised it to form a very strange gesture. This gesture was not the seal of a cultivator, but something from the memory of ancient god Tuxi that had the effect of a catalyst. This was the gesture to activate the formation. Wang Lin muttered, "Die!" After he said that word, a ray of yellow light shot out from his left hand and landed on a jade. The moment the yellow light landed on the jade let out a high-pitched shrill. Shortly after, the jade exploded. This scene caused Wang Lin to frown. Even Xianxia, who was in the distance, was scared. However, although the jade had exploded, the yellow light didn't disappear but became even stronger. When the jade exploded, the yellow light charged out and landed on another piece of jade. After that, there was a series of explosions. At almost the instant the yellow light touched a jade, it would cause it to explode to dust. Wang Lin frowned even harder. After several breaths of time, the yellow light became stronger and stronger. It was now golden and was no different from the color of the flowers. The golden light surrounded all the flowers, causing them to slowly shrink as if they were about to fall off their stems. Not only the flowers, but even the brilliant golden fruits began to shrink and slowly wither. Even the stem was the same. It was as if they were all being baked by intense heat. This scene caused the mosquito beast to let out a series of sad cries and reveal a deep sense of sadness. If it wasn't for the fact that it trusted Wang Lin a lot, it would have already come down to steal the fruits. As for Xianxia, her heart hurt as she stared at the withering brilliant golden fruits. Her heart bled and ached for the withering fruits. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but his eyes were very serious as he silently stared at the withering brilliant golden fruits. The entire atmosphere of the valley became heavy. It didn't take long for all the golden flower petals to fall. However, the petals didn't fall like normal flowers. Instead, they melted into a golden liquid that fused with the ground. After the petals came the brilliant golden fruits. They also melted into drops of golden liquid that fused with the ground. After that it was the stems. This whole process lasted half an incense stick of time. After that period of time, there was nothing left on the ground. The mosquito let out a sad cry. His head loosened and it began to pout in the air. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he walked toward where the brilliant golden fruits once were. He looked at the ground and suddenly his eyes shined brightly. He squatted down and his right hand slowly dug into the ground. He let out a smile as he pulled his hand back and something that shined as brightly as the sun came up with his hand. He had pulled out a mysterious object that looked like a ginseng with 4 whiskers and was glowing like the sun. When one looked at it, they would get a very warm feeling. Wang Lin secretly thought, for whisker golden spirit root, if I had let it form naturally, it could have at least reached 5 whiskers. The mosquito in the sky was completely stunned as it stared at the root in Wang Lin's hand. This kind of gaze had never appeared in its eyes before born. This gaze was filled with a hint of madness. Xianxia also had her small mouth opened as she stared at the root in Wang Lin's hand, and her mind went blank. At this moment, she finally understood that what she thought earlier was her own ignorance. The true use of this brilliant golden fruit was to harvest its roots. Wang Lin plucked one whisker and pressed it against his forehead. Shortly after, his expression changed. This object was more effective than the brilliant golden fruit and could make the metal element of the heaven-defying bead increase a bit. However, the amount was simply too small. He calculated that even if he absorbed this entire root, it would only increase the metal element by 10%. He let out a sigh as he plucked a whisker and threw it at the mosquito beast, whose eyes still contained that hint of madness and want but had restrained itself from charging down. The mosquito let out a happy cry as it quickly flew to catch the whisker. With one suck, it completely swallowed the whisker. Only 2 of the 4 whiskers were left. After the mosquito devoured the whisker, the madness in its eyes slowly disappeared. This time, it began to glow, and unlike before, it didn't end and continued to glow. Finally, the mosquito slowly curled up its wings and its entire body curled together. The golden light released from its body became even stronger until it formed a golden cocoon that completely surrounded the mosquito. The golden cocoon slowly darkened as it completely surrounded the mosquito, making it so no one could see inside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he forced his divine sense into the cocoon. After observing it a bit, he revealed a happy smile. After the mosquito has devoured so many treasures, it is finally going to evolve. Its strength should increase a lot this time. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the golden cocoon was put away into the bag of holding. After he put it away, he pondered a bit and waved his hand, causing a ray of green light to appear. When the green light appeared, it turned into a giant thunder toad and landed with a thud. Its eyes were filled with laziness. However, this laziness completely disappeared when it saw the 2 whiskers in Wang Lin's eyes. The lazy gaze turned into a serious stare. Wang Lin faintly smiled. Then he plucked one whisker and threw it at the thunder toad. The thunder toad's stomach expanded and a red tongue shot out from its mouth. The whisker that was in the air disappeared without a trace. A thunderous roar came from the thunder toad. Then it slowly began to close its eyes as if it was very tired. Wang Lin pressed at the air and returned the thunder toad back to his bag of holding. Then he looked at the woman, Xianxia, who was still watching. When Xianxia noticed Wang Lin's gaze, her body trembled. She quickly bowed but didn't say a word. I was able to obtain this golden spirit root thanks to your luck. You can take this last whisker. With that, Wang Lin plucked the last whisker and put away the main root for his original body. He took one step. Then his body turned into green gas and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia was startled and subconsciously caught the whisker floating toward her. Everything before her was like a dream. She wouldn't dare to believe it was all true. When she turned her head, the man named Wang Lin was already gone without a trace. Xianxia stood there for a very long time before putting away the whisker. She walked up to her fellow sect member. Then she let out a sigh and quickly left this place. Wang Lin's body moved like lightning. It didn't take long before he crossed a mountain range and entered the depths of this land. Here was where the short elder of the De Lu sword sect was sitting in the lotus position on a giant tree with an extremely pale face. 1 inch away from between his brows was the half-moon blade, which seemed to just be floating there. 1 inch above his head was the celestial sword. It was also just floating there. Although the sword was motionless, it gave off a powerful sword energy. After seeing Wang Lin arrive, the old man let out a sigh of relief. Fellow cultivator Wang Lin, if there is any problem, we can talk about it. This old man will tell you anything you want to know without a single lie. The short elder was helpless because his cultivation was weaker and his treasures were worse. Wang Lin didn't even have to chase him. All he had to do was throw 2 treasures at him and it was enough to drive him crazy. The flying sword wasn't too bad. Although it was very sturdy, the sword energy wasn't too powerful. However, just this sturdiness was a big problem for him too. No matter what he tried, it had no effect on the flying sword. If it wasn't for the fact that he was running for his life, he would have done whatever it took to take it so he could study it. What really caused the short elder to completely give up was this strange half-moon blade. This half-moon blade was like a primordial war god that harvested lives. Its speed was too fast, and the entire time it was extremely close to his head. It was as if it had a powerful hold on his neck, so no matter what he did, it would be difficult for him to escape death. As a result, how could the short elder dare to run anymore? Just like this, with a blade and sword pointed at him, he waited for Wang Lin's arrival. The bitterness in his heart was very strong. He regretted coming here with Shifeng and offending this fiend. He couldn't be bothered about whether Shifeng was still alive or not. All he was worried about was how to save his own life. Strands of gray gas moved around Wang Lin's finger as he stared at the old man. He calmly said, "Many years ago, when the Sword Saint returned from the celestial realm, was there anything abnormal? Hesitate and die. Lie and die. Say something different from what Shifeng said or die." The short elder was startled, but he quickly blurted out, "When the revered Sword Saint returned, there was a terrifying sword spirit that had chased after him. It battled with the Sword Saint for many days before collapsing. The Sword Saint sealed away? Of the sword spirit deep within East Demon Spirit Sea." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "What is so mysterious about the East Demon Spirit Sea?" The short elder didn't dare to delay and said, "The East Demon Spirit Sea is one of the 3 great forbidden areas of planet Tianyu. There are many ancient demons inside there. Every 10,000 years, the control of the gate to the area changes ownership. This time it belongs to my De Lu sword sect. The gate is opened every 5,000 years, and every time it opens, every sect sends disciples to enter to capture ancient demons. Capturing ancient demons is only secondary. The main reason for the East Demon Spirit Sea is a trial, a bloody trial. Once one enters, the danger is extremely high. It can even be said that the fewer people that come out, the better, because the real benefit is when you leave, you will receive the demon spirit inheritance." At this moment, the short elder's eyes were filled with greed. Demon spirit inheritance? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. That is correct. This demon spirit inheritance can push cultivator's cultivation 1 whole level. If one receives it during the Dao-seeking stage, then it will decrease the risk and increase the chance of reaching the ascendant stage by a lot. Of course, if one is already at the ascendant stage, it will still help increase their cultivation level. If one is at the late stage of ascendant, it might even help them take the step into the incorporeal yin and corporeal yang stages and obtain a body that can last for tens of thousands of years. This is why it is such a big deal for planet Tianyun. There are many greedy people, but the East Demon Spirit Sea is very dangerous. If you want the benefits, then you must be willing to pay. Anyone that is allowed to enter is one of the most outstanding people of their generation. There is even a rumor that it is possible for only one person to come out. If someone can do that, they will obtain a never-before-seen reward, a low-quality celestial spell. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then his eyes lit up. With one thought, Su Ligua seemed to notice, and the half-moon blade immediately lit up. In an instant, the half-moon blade penetrated the head of the short elder. The short elder's body trembled, blood gushed out of his mouth, and his eyes dimmed. He pointed at Wang Lin as his eyes gradually closed. Then he fell on the ground and remained motionless. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the half-moon blade and celestial sword returned to his bag of holding. Then his body flickered and disappeared. 3 incense sticks of time after Wang Lin left, the short elder suddenly opened his eyes and the hole between them slowly closed. He took a deep breath and looked dispirited. He turned around and looked viciously at the void and muttered to himself, "You want to kill me? Well, it's not that easy. This old man cultivates the 3-soul method, which allows me to survive death 3 times. I didn't think I would use my last one here. Wang Lin, once I return to the Dalu sword sect, I'll definitely find a way to force you to your death to get my revenge for today." His eyes gave off cold light as he flew off into the distance. However, just at the moment he moved, 2 strands of gray gas silently shot out from the jungle in the valley. Their speed was too fast, and they broke the sound barrier as they closed in. The short elder's expression changed greatly, and without any hesitation, he shouted, "Scatter!" With one word, a large amount of ripples appeared around his body to block the 2 strands of gray gas. At the same time, the short elder's body took a step back. Half of his body entered the void and he was just about to teleport away. But he was too late. The 2 strands of gray gas completely ignored the ripples and went directly through them. Like 2 wild chains, the strands of gray gas directly charged into the short elder's body. The old man's face turned pale and let out a pitiful smile. He could feel the 2 strands of gray gas cycle like crazy inside his body, and with every cycle he would lose some of his life force. Wang Lin continued to move in the depths of the earth northern demonic land. The gray gas around him would sometimes be thick and sometimes be thin. The most eye-catching was the several strands of gray gas that were constantly moving between his fingers. As he flew, his expression suddenly changed. He looked behind him and let out a sneer. Shortly after, a thick strand of gray gas came from behind Wang Lin and formed a ball of gray gas before him. After taking one look at the ball, Wang Lin reached out to grab it. When he opened his hand, the ball of gas had disappeared. Wang Lin moved like lightning, and as he flew, he turned into a giant cloud of gray gas, as he charged into the depths of the earth northern demonic land. Time waits for no one. The East Demon Spirit Sea will be the perfect place for me to practice the celestial slaughter art. This is one of the reasons for going. Zhou has helped me before, and now he is trapped in the East Demon Spirit Sea. There are a few people who I owe, and I'll repay them all. I must go to try and help him. This is the second reason for going. Master All-Seer cares about the heavenly fate and would not do anything without reason. If he wants me to go, he must have his reasons. If I don't go, I'll be going against fate, and that would make it hard to get a foothold on planet Tianyun. This is the third reason for going. I just don't know if I'll have the luck to find something that can help increase the metal element in the heaven-defying bead. If the heaven-defying bead is complete, it will probably have great benefits for Wan Air, and might even awaken her. Wang Lin touched his forehead and revealed a gentle look of reminiscence. While thinking about Li Muin, Wang Lin felt a hint of warmth in his cold heart. Li Muin was the only one who walked into his heart and came with him to planet Tianyun. Wan Air? Wang Lin pondered a bit before letting out a sigh. Then his body turned into gray gas and disappeared. The deeper one goes into the earth northern demonic land, the stronger the demonic beasts becomes. In the inner 150,000 kilometers, there are even desolate beasts as strong as ascendant cultivators. In the last 10 days, the earth northern demonic land was covered in endless gray gas. Strands of gray gas rose from the ground and took life away with it. However, this gray gas never went within 150,000 kilometers of the center, so the desolate beasts didn't bother with it. This gray gas also only lasted for a mere 10 days before disappearing, so it didn't cause any lasting effect. 10 days later, there were only 6 days left before the opening of the East Demon Spirit Sea. So Wang Lin left this area. In contrast to 10 days ago, There was now a very well-hidden killing intent and a hint of gray gas moving inside his eyes. The most eye-catching were the 5 strands of gray gas moving between his fingers that were emitting the sound of howling wind. This sound seemed to contain a mysterious power, and anyone that heard it would have their attention drawn by it. The celestial slaughter art can be considered to be at the small completion stage. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked out of the Earth northern demonic land and looked up at the sky. Transforming life force into seals is difficult. In this trip, I was only able to make 3 seals. A gray symbol appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. This symbol wasn't complex. It was filled with life force. After the symbol appeared, it immediately began to spread, and it covered his body in an instant. Shortly after, another identical symbol appeared and covered his body. With a total of 3 flashes, 3 symbols covered his body. Wang Lin lowered his head to look at his body. Then he formed a sword with his finger and waved his finger. There was a grinding sound from the point of contact, but the finger didn't pierce through. East Sea. Wang Lin looked into the distance and revealed a look of determination. There is a mysterious place in the void in planet Tianyun's vicinity. From a distance, this just looks like a place where a lot of floating objects have gathered, an endless sea of floating objects. There are only 2 colors here, green and red. All of the floating things here are these 2 colors. Every 5,000 years, this sea of floating stuff emits a mysterious power, and a lot of mysterious things are absorbed into the sea by this power. Among these mysterious things are corpses and treasures. Anything and everything can be absorbed. This place is like a giant treasure trove that only absorbs and never emits. If you want the treasures, you must go inside. No one knows how this place was formed. Rumor has it that when planet Tianyun came to be, this place had already existed for a long time. Some people say that this place was a palace of a powerful celestial general. Later, when the celestial realm collapsed, it was somehow impacted and turned into ruins. However, this ruin that everyone sees is only a state created by a powerful spell. If one is fortunate enough to go inside, they can definitely recover the celestial palace. There are even rumors that this place is a tunnel that links to another space. Maybe people can find a passage to the realm beyond the celestial realm here. Overall, there are countless rumors about this place, and every one of these rumors are filled with confidence as if they have some definitive facts. This sea of unknown origin is on the eastern side of planet Tianyun, so after a long time, it was referred to as the East Sea. Back when the All-Seer first completed his Tao, he invited several friends, including Sword Saint Ling Tianho before their relationship broke down, and explored this place 3 times. The first 2 times they came back empty-handed, but on the 3rd time only half of the people that went returned. It was also after that time that Sword Saint Ling Tianho's and the All-Seer's friendship broke apart. Even until now, they have never talked about what happened on that 3rd expedition. However, after that time, the All-Seer said one thing. There is an ancient demon inside there. From today onward, this place belongs to my planet Tiantun, and this place will be called the Gate to the East Demon Spirit Sea. The words ancient demon spread during that time and were remembered by countless people. Even someone from the Cultivation Alliance came to check the East Demon Spirit Sea. However, in regards to letting outsiders enter the East Demon Spirit Sea, the All-Seer Ling Tianho and all the other old monsters around had a rare, uniform opinion about it. They would never allow anyone from the outside to enter. This place was the forbidden area of planet Tianyun. After the situation stayed like this for a very long time, this East Demon Spirit Sea just naturally became a forbidden area that belonged to planet Tianyun. There aren't many mysterious places like the East Demon Spirit Sea, but they aren't very rare either. The Cultivation Alliance doesn't want to have a bad relationship with the cultivators of planet Tianyun over such a place, because for them, it is not worth it. The opening of the East Demon Spirit Sea every 5,000 years is a big event for planet Tianyun. At the moment it opens, there will be a tide phase that lasts for several months. The tide phase is when the mysterious power from within the East Demon Spirit Sea spreads out across a very large area. As long as the cultivators are there, they can see that countless treasures, countless spells, countless corpses of demonic beasts, and countless strange things are pulled and absorbed into the East Demon Spirit Sea. Every time it opens, all the old monsters around Tianyun send in their disciples. Although it is very dangerous, it only opens once every 5,000 years. It is too good of an opportunity to miss, so might as well risk it. Every time the gate to the East Demon Spirit Sea opens, a large amount of people enter. On the lower end, there are a few hundred, but on the upper end, there are more than 1,000. The weakest are at the soul transformation stage, while the strongest are people who have touched the yin and yang stage. That is the highest cultivation level allowed, because planet Tianyun has a very strict requirement on people who can enter. Anyone above the ascendant stage is definitely not allowed to enter. After all, this place is used for training everyone's disciples. Even when it is open, it is only half open so they won't all die inside. However, nothing is absolute and everything depends on what gets sucked in during the tide phase. If there was something so heaven-defying that it would even tempt these old monsters, then the East Demon Spirit Sea would become very lively. At this moment, there are still 5 days until the East Demon Spirit Sea opens. But there were already countless cultivators outside the East Demon Spirit Sea. These cultivators were all people who were going to enter this time around. They were wearing various different clothing, and although they mingled, the distinction between each sect was very clear. The disciples of each sect were all grouped together and it was very lively. As time passed, more and more cultivators appeared outside the East Demon Spirit Sea. Even some old monsters that never showed their faces had come with their disciples. Every time one of them appeared, it would cause an uproar among the cultivators. All of the cultivators would make way, as they didn't dare to block these people's path. On this day, a ray of red light almost covered the entire area outside the East Demon Spirit Sea. At the same time, a thick smell of blood spread across the area. This caused the surroundings to look like a world of blood. Blood planet's ancestor. Some cultivators immediately recognized the person from the smell of blood. At this moment, everyone stopped their chattering. From within the blood-red light, a giant, blood-red jade slowly floated toward the East Demon Spirit Sea. On the top of the giant jade sat a woman. She had red phoenix eyes, her beautiful brows contained killing intent, and she was wearing a white robe that when compared to the blood-red jade below her, it created a powerful visual contrast. Although she was sitting in the lotus position, one could still see her slim figure. She had a head of silky, black hair, a tender and white sunflower seed face, skin as smooth as crystal, an exquisite nose, and her red phoenix eyes glowed like the blazing sun shining on the lake on the surface but contained well-hidden depth and coldness within. If one were to accidentally get caught inside her eyes, they would be out of luck. She sat on the blood jade and flew over. Everyone who saw her moved out of the way, allowing her to reach the outside of the East Demon Spirit Sea. She stopped in an empty area. Along the way, the woman didn't say a word. When the blood jade finally stopped, she closed her eyes and began cultivating. Blood Ancestor's daughter, Yao Shishue. Some cultivators immediately recognized her. Blood Ancestor Yao Xinghai was a famous old monster around planet Tianyun. This person's cultivation level was really high. He has challenged the All-Seer total of 7 times, and although he lost all 7 times, his cultivation level was higher each time. Especially the 7th time when he showed off his terrifying blood spells. This person owned his own cultivation planet around planet Tianyun. He captured natives to provide him with blood to cultivate his demonic techniques. This Yao Xinghai has never accepted any disciple except for one girl. This girl was his beloved daughter. He taught her all of his techniques and even helped change her life by defying the heavens to allow her bloodline power to awaken. This father and daughter duo spends most of their time on the blood planet and never interacts with anyone. But the more they stay isolated, the less people are willing to mess with them. Let's not talk about the matter here for now. On Earth planet, one of the 5 planets orbiting planet Tianyun, outside the large transfer array in the Xianyuan sect, the junior master of the Xianyuan sect, Su Yunshan, was silently standing there. Although he looked calm, he was constantly hitting his palm with the fan in his hand and looking at the distance. Behind him followed 3 people. These 3 people were all white-haired old men. Although they wore simple clothes, They gave off a terrifying aura, making it feel like the air around them was becoming thin. On the outer rim of the transfer array sat several hundred Xianxia sect disciples. They were sitting at various corners of the transfer array and were silently cultivating. They were waiting for the command to use the spiritual energy inside their bodies to stimulate the celestial energy inside the transfer array to activate it. As Sun Yunshan softly tapped the jade fan in his hand, his face was without any hint of impatience and was still calm. Not long after, a ray of pink light came from the horizon. Sun Yunshan frowned and revealed a look of helplessness. He then put away the fan and looked at the pink light. The pink light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived. The light made a circle around the area before landing 10 feet away from Sun Yunshan, revealing a girl in her 20s. This girl was wearing a pink dress and her skin was as smooth and clear as crystal. She was like a person made of jade. She gave off a fragrance that would cause people to be completely intoxicated by her. The girl puffed her cheeks and quickly said, "Elder brother, you promised me that as long as I could make it, you would let me go." Sun Yunshan looked at her and shouted, "What nonsense! The East Demon Spirit Sea is not a place you can go with your cultivation level. Although Father is in closed-door cultivation, he has already ordered that you are not allowed to go. Xianxia, bring her back to the sect." One of the old men behind Sun Yunshan took a step forward and stood next to the girl. He clasped his hands and said, "My lady, please don't make it hard for Xianxia." The girl snorted. She didn't even look at Xianxia. She looked at Sun Yunshan and said, "Mother agreed." Sun Yunshan was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. He no longer bothered with the girl as he looked at the horizon and revealed a smile. "Brother Wang, I have been waiting for you." After Sun Yunshan finished speaking, a ray of purple light rushed over like lightning. It quickly closed in, landed on the ground, and revealed Wang Lin inside. Wang Lin faintly smiled and clasped his hands. "I was met with a little delay on the way here. I didn't think Brother Sun would be waiting." Sun Yunshan laughed and said, "No problem. I was originally going to head to the East Demon Spirit Sea yesterday, but heard that Brother Wang was someone the All-Seer picked to go. I thought about it and decided to wait a few days for Brother Wang so we could go together. I'm not in a rush." Wang Lin gave him a warm smile and said, "Thank you for your consideration." With that, he looked at the people around Sun Yunshan. Sun Yunshan laughed. "These three are the Xianxia sect's elders responsible for my safety, as my cultivation can't match Brother Wang's. If it wasn't for Father's order, I wouldn't go to the East Demon Spirit Sea." Wang Lin smiled. Brother Sun is funny. As for the girl wearing pink, her gaze shifted as she stared at Wang Lin and showed a hint of surprise. Sun Yunshan pointed at the girl and said, "Brother Wang, this is my little sister, Sun Raunin." With that, he gave her a stare and shouted, "This is the All-Seer's core disciple, Wang Lin. Why haven't you greet him yet?" Sun Raunin wrinkled her nose as she greeted Wang Lin with her voice that was like a bird singing. "Raunin, greet elder brother Wang." Wang Lin smiled and nodded. He didn't take more than one look at her before his gaze fell on the transfer array. Sun Yunshan was very smart and naturally knew Wang Lin's thoughts. So he said, "Brother Wang, it is getting late, so let us get going." Wang Lin nodded. Then the two of them walked side by side toward the center of the transfer array. As Sun Yunshan walked, he didn't even turn his head, and as he slowly said, "Xianxia, come back." Xianxia didn't say a word as he turned around and walked toward the transfer array, along with the other two elders. The only one left outside the transfer array was the pink-dressed girl. She stomped her feet and shouted toward Sun Yunshan, "Big brother, just let me go." Sun Yunshan said, without any hesitation, "No, activate the array." After the shout, the hundreds of disciples outside the transfer array opened their eyes and started using their spiritual energy, causing a large amount of spiritual energy to enter the array. This array wasn't a normal array but one that sent people into space. The amount of celestial jades and spirit stones required to activate this array was enormous. A series of rumbling sounds came from the array as a powerful force began to spread out from it like a shockwave. Those hundreds of disciples' clothes were blown back and created a lot of flapping noises. Their faces were all pale, but none of them moved an inch. Shortly after, a rainbow hundreds of feet wide suddenly shot upwards and pierced into the sky. Rings of light began to spread out in the sky, and a majority of the sky on the planet was covered by this ripple of rings. The ripples lasted for half an incense stick of time before disappearing. At the moment the rainbow shot into the sky, the girl next to the array revealed a hint of pride. Her right hand touched her bag of holding and a jade appeared in her grasp. "Humph, if you don't want me to go, then I'll just follow you guys secretly. I stole Dad's 1,000 transfer jade, and with it I can follow along. Maybe I'll even find some treasures in the East Sea." The moment the jade appeared in her hand, it released a white light and surrounded the girl in an instant. With a flash of white light, her body turned into a strand of white light and fused with the rainbow. East of planet Tianyun, location of the gate to the East Demon Spirit Sea. There were only 3 days until it would open. The number of surrounding cultivators had increased to a frightening amount. There were at least 10,000 people here. However, among all these cultivators, not all of them were going to go inside. In fact, a majority of the people present were just here to view the tide phase. After all, this only happened once every 5,000 years, and for some cultivators that was their entire life. If one can't step into the yin and yang stage and break past the first step, they can't live for 5,000 years. Even old monsters that rarely appeared were here outside the East Demon Spirit Sea. Some of these old monsters came by themselves, some had their disciples with them. Every one of them that appeared caused an uproar and took an area for themselves. But the more they acted like this, the fewer people would be willing to offend them. Luckily, these people all knew each other, so even if they took an area, no one would mess with each other. For example, the blood ancestor's daughter, Xianxia. No one has taken a step into the area 1,000 feet around her. On this day, there were only 2 days until the gate would open. A large amount of specks of light appeared in the void. There were simply too many specks of light, so it looked like all the stars in space were charging toward this location. Just these lights created a powerful pressure, like a huge storm was about to arrive. At this moment, aside from the famous old monsters, all the other cultivators' expressions changed. Even the blood ancestor's daughter, Xianxia, opened her eyes to look at the endless specks of golden light. Xianxia softly muttered, "Sword Saint." The golden specks coming from the distance turned into ancient swords. Then rays of sword energy suddenly closed in, creating a powerful pressure. As they closed in, all of the cultivators around the East Demon Spirit Sea entrance moved out of the way. This scene was more grand than any of the other old monsters that arrived. Among the large amount of sword energy, there was a giant Qilin beast. Sword Saint Ling Tianho was sitting on the head of the Qilin, and his eyes were as bright as torches. Behind him were 4 flashing illusionary swords, making him look even more fierce. There were 12 people behind the Sword Saint. These 12 people each had an ancient sword on their back. There were illusions of various beasts coming from each sword, forming the 12 beasts. The 12 swords. Some of the people here recognized these 12 people. All of the people of planet Tianyun knew that Sword Saint Ling Tianho was always in competition with the All-Seer. It has gone on for countless years, and it still continues. The All-Seer was already 1 head above the Sword Saint. But the Sword Saint was never discouraged and never stopped. The All-Seer had the 7 heavenly fate disciples, and he went on to make the Delu sword sect's 12 swords. The 7 heavenly fate disciples had celestial spell inheritances, while the 12 swords had demonic beast spirits protecting them. The moment the Sword Saint arrived, a large opening of 50 kilometers immediately opened up, and within it was only the Sword Saint and his 12 disciples. Ling Tianho's expression was very gloomy. He originally wouldn't come here this early, but this trip was very important to him. He looked at the sea of floating stuff and revealed a look of reminiscence. Back then, when he returned from the celestial realm, that sword spirit chased after him. What shocked him the most was how powerful the sword spirit was. In the end, he lured it here and used a special spell to trap it inside the East Demon Spirit Sea. This time he was going to borrow the power of the tide phase to drag the sword spirit into the depths of the East Demon Spirit Sea so that it can never return. That sword spirit belonged to that female celestial general. Although it is very powerful, it won't listen to me. Since it won't listen to me, then no one else can have it, especially that old thief, the all-seer. Ling Tianho let out a soft snort and revealed a gloomy expression. Ling Tianho was thinking when his expression suddenly changed. He looked into the void and revealed a mysterious light. A large cloud of cold air suddenly appeared in space. This cold cloud was dark green and was filled with skulls. There were countless skulls inside this dark green cloud. At least 1,000. There was even some flesh still remaining on some of the skulls. Among those skulls, there was one that was very large. This was clearly the skull of a primordial beast. On top of this giant skull sat a middle-aged man. This person was surrounded by a death aura that obstructed his figure. The images of skulls flashed all around him. They seemed to be endless like a forest of skulls. Along the way, he charged directly through, not bothering about anyone else, and directly entered the 50-kilometer area around Sword St. Ling Tianho that no one else dared to enter. The middle-aged man surrounded by the death aura and sitting on the giant skull let out a raspy laugh. Old friend Ling Tian. Sword St. Ling Tianho faintly smiled and said, Greed. This greed was the one on planet Suzaku that wanted to devour ancient cultivators to recover his cultivation. He also wanted to find where that divine retribution came from and unknowingly was looking for Wang Lin. This person was one of the main culprits that tried to steal the heaven-defying bead from Situ Nan. In order to avoid Situ Nan, he escaped here to find his old friend, Sword St. Ling Tianho. How did you become so seriously injured? Sword St. Ling Tianho was able to immediately see that Greed's injuries still hadn't recovered. Greed's eyes give off a ghostly light as he slowly said, It's a long story. I went to the Delu sword sect to look for you. When I heard that you were here, I quickly rushed here and wanted to give you a great opportunity. If you and I team up, then you will be able to be one head above Old Man All-Seer. Sword St. Ling Tianho's eyes lit up and he slowly asked, What kind of fortune would make you, Greed, care so much about it? Greed pondered a bit. Then he clenched his teeth as he looked at Sword St. Ling Tianho and whispered, Does Sword Saint remember when the Cultivation Alliance sent out a notice looking for an item tens of thousands of years ago? This item is a bead, and the reward is a complete high-quality celestial spell. This is a high-quality celestial spell, the biggest reward the Cultivation Alliance has ever offered. According to my sources, there aren't more than 10 complete high-quality celestial spells within the Cultivation Alliance. Ling Tianho's eyes became serious and he slowly asked, Are your injuries related to this bead? Greed nodded and bitterly smiled. Let's not talk about the past. It was because my cultivation wasn't strong enough. However, if Sword Saint acts, then it will definitely be easy. Sword Saint Ling Tianho raised his head as he looked into the void. After a long time he said, It won't be too late to talk about it after the East Demon Spirit Sea is over. But before that, you have to help me with one matter, Greed. Greed's eyes lit up and he said, What does the Sword Saint need me to do? Sword Saint Ling Tianho seriously said, Go into the East Demon Spirit Sea and protect my 12 disciples until they complete the secret mission I gave them. If you can do that, then I'll help you. Greed's expression sank. Ling Tianho, what do you mean by help me? He asked. Ling Tianho turned to look at Greed. His face was expressionless as he calmly said, Greed, when I was making my name among the stars, you hadn't even started cultivating. Your scheme is clear before my eyes. If you hadn't been forced to buy the owner of the bead, why would you rush here to find me? If I were to push you away now, I'm afraid that shortly after, we would be separated by life and dead. Greed pondered. After a while, he smiled and said, Sword Saint worries too much. As long as I'm there, I promise to keep your disciples safe. However, I heard that the gate to the East Demon Spirit Sea is mysterious, so I don't know if I can enter with my cultivation. Ling Tianho calmly said, You don't have to worry about it. You are injured, and it is my turn to open the gate. so I'll naturally let you in. Greed nodded and no longer spoke. As the two people spoke, a large, seven-colored cloud came from the distance. Greed's eyes lit up and then he completely disappeared. If one looked closely, they would see that he had turned into a shadow that stayed very close to Sword Saint Ling Tianho and remained motionless. Before the seven-colored cloud closed in, a sense of peace surrounded the area. From inside the seven-colored cloud, a white-robed all-seer slowly walked over. As the all-seer walked over, he smiled and nodded at people he knew. Behind him were 9 people. These 9 people were wearing robes of different colors, but their eyes were all sharp like lightning and they each had powerful cultivation. Among them was someone who fought with Wang Lin for the title of the Purple Division's true disciple, Wang Lin's 6th brother, Chun Tao. The current Chun Tao was wearing a purple robe and gave off a powerful pressure. He was like a sword that was about to be drawn, releasing its sharpness. The All-Seers group of 10 calmly moved toward the gate. Every cultivator respectfully made way, and the scene was even more grand than when Sword Saint Ling Tianho arrived. In the blink of an eye, the All-Seers group arrived before the gate. They were only about 1,000 feet from Ling Tianho's group. Everyone's gazes were locked onto these two groups. In addition to those people, all of the various old monsters were looking over at Ling Tianho and the All-Seer with expressions of watching a good show. At this moment, it could be said that almost all of the powerful cultivators from planet Tianyun and the surrounding planets were here. What was gathered here was almost the full power of the rank 7 cultivation plant of Tianyun. Only one more day until the grand event that only happened once every 5,000 years. When the gate opens the tide, which will be an unforgettable scene for anyone seeing it for the first time. This trip to the East Demon Spirit Sea will reach a new height. After that, it will be time for the cruel trial inside. The All-Seer's expression was neutral as he stood there and many cultivators came to greet him. As he talked, his eyes occasionally looked into the distance as if he was looking for something. The 9 disciples behind him all had their own friends and were chatting with them. All besides Chun Tao, who was also occasionally looking around as if he was looking for something. Why isn't he here? Chun Tao frowned slightly. The final day before the East Demon Spirit Sea's opening slowly passed. Today was when the grand event would start. Today was when the East Demon Spirit Sea was going to open. The sea of floating stuff that was called the East Demon Spirit Sea began to change. The speed at which all the stuff was moving through space became notably faster. This change attracted the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. Just at this moment, Chun Tao's eyes suddenly lit up as he turned to look into the distance, and he slowly revealed a smile. Several rays of light came from the distance. Their arrival didn't attract the attention of the other cultivators, but Chun Tao's eyes locked onto a purple figure. 7th brother. Chun Tao's eyes revealed a mysterious light. As the All-Seer casually looked at the purple figure, he let out a faint smile but didn't say a word. When Wang Lin saw the All-Seer's group from a distance, he clasped his hands and said, "Brother Sun, I need to go meet with my master, so we will part ways here. If there is a chance, we will meet inside the East Demon Spirit Sea." Sun Yunshan's face was covered with dust. They clearly had to rush at full speed to make it here on time. He smiled gently and said, "After we enter, I'll depend on Brother Wang to look out for me." "No problem." Wang Lin faintly smiled as he took a step and turned into a cloud of purple smoke before flying toward the All-Seer. Wang Lin moved like lightning toward the All-Seer, and before he got close, people heard the sound barrier breaking. His expression was calm, and there was a hint of gray gas in his eyes. His appearance right now wasn't any way weaker than the current Chun Tao's. His movement immediately caught the attention of some cultivators. When they saw his purple robe and token, some well-connected cultivators immediately guessed his identity. The Heavenly Fate Sect's Purple Division's 7th disciple, Wang Lin, Yao Shishue, who was sitting on the giant, red jade, opened her eyes to look at Wang Lin. After taking a few glances, she withdrew her gaze. Yao Shishu secretly thought, "I don't know why Father asked me to pay extra attention to the new disciple of the Heavenly Fate Sect. This person's cultivation is normal, and it doesn't look like there is anything outstanding about him. However, to be able to selected by the All-Seer to come here right after joining the Heavenly Fate sect is indeed shocking. Wang Lin flew straight forward and arrived before the All-Seer shortly after. He respectfully said, "Disciple Wang Lin greets Master." The All-Seer smiled and said, "Stand properly behind Master. This once in every 5,000 years grand event is about to happen, so pay attention. Maybe a treasure fated for you will appear as well." After the All-Seer finished speaking, he meaningfully looked at Wang Lin and then no longer spoke. Wang Lin nodded in response. Then he stood behind the All-Seer and formed a row with the other 9 disciples. These 9 disciples' gazes all landed on Wang Lin. Aside from Chun Tao, whose eyes contained a hint of a mysterious light, everyone else's gazes were emotionless. It was as if they were looking at a stranger. Wang Lin didn't carefully look at these 9 people. He casually glanced at them and knew that there were 3 women and 6 men. Sword Saint Ling Tianhes's eyes became a bit serious when Wang Lin arrived. He had always felt like this child was a bit familiar ever since he saw him at the All-Seer's birthday celebration. But no matter what, he couldn't remember. "Eh?" Greed's exclamation came from behind Sword Saint Ling Tianho. Ling Tianho softly asked, "You know this child?" "I don't know this child, but he gives off a familiar feeling. Maybe he is the descendant of an old friend." Greed's eyes lit up brightly, but he immediately hid it. Wang Lin's appearance also attracted the attention of the famous old monsters. The only reason they were paying attention to Wang Lin was because the All-Seer would never accept a disciple for no reason. The All-Seer left everything to fate, and if it wasn't fated, then there was no way he would accept a disciple. They just didn't know if the fate was for him or the other disciples. Just at this moment, a soft rumbling came from the East Sea. This rumbling was like throwing rocks in a calm pond, creating waves of ripples. At this moment, the gazes of over 10,000 cultivators focused on the sea of floating stuff, and the entire area was silent. Among the surrounding cultivators, some of them had seen the once in every 5,000 years tide phase more than once. However, instead of making them more calm, their hearts trembled even more each time. Almost all of the cultivators that had seen the tide phase were sure that this East Sea must have been an amazing place before turning into what it was now. Otherwise, there would be no way for it to create such a shocking tide phase. This was like a mystery that still hovered over the heads of the people of planet Tianyun. The tide phase of the East Demon Spirit Sea began. As the sea began to move faster, the rumbling sounds got even louder. In the end, the rumblings linked together and seemed to extend up to the heavens and down into the void. Soon, the entire area was filled with a loud rumble. The entire sea of floating stuff was bubbling like lava. All of the things were moving around like they were ancient ghosts trying to escape their prison. The rumbling sound had already spread across the endless space. This sound was so loud that it echoed endlessly inside the ears of the surrounding cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he looked at the endless sea of floating stuff. This was the first time he had seen this place, so everything here was foreign to him. Everything he knew about his place, he had heard from others or from Sun Yunshan on their way here. Even the tide phase was something he had only heard about but had never seen before. I have to carefully observe this tide phase that only happens once every 5,000 years to see what's so mysterious about it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. At this moment, everyone's gazes gathered on the endless sea of floating stuff. The rumbling sound got louder and louder until finally, a sharp roar came from inside the sea. This roar was very painful to the ears. It was like the howling of a ghost. At this moment, all of the floating stuff trembled and began to spin due to a mysterious force. This spinning was terrifying. It was as if the entire star system was spinning. Some of the cultivators with lower cultivation levels couldn't help but float toward the spinning sea. If it wasn't for the people beside them pulling them back, they would have fused with that sea. Wang Lin's eyes were calm and his Tao heart was sturdy, so he won't be pulled in by this kind of spinning. As the East Sea spun, the roar became even more ear-piercing than before. The roar had already surpassed the rumbling. Finally, a green gas began to spread out from all the stuff inside the East Demon Spirit Sea. The moment the gas appeared, it began to spread out. In the blink of an eye, the outside of the sea was already surrounded by the green gas. However, the green gas immediately began to boil and then it gathered at the center. It was as if there was a powerful force pressing from all sides, causing the green gas and the floating stuff to gather at the center in an instant. The entire space suddenly shook as all the green gas and floating stuff gathered together to form a mysterious spring opening. This mouth of a spring was not static but continued to grow as things gathered from all directions. It became wider and taller until it was more than 1,000 feet tall. Sword Saint Ling Tianho's eyes revealed a mysterious light, and he muttered to himself, "It has begun! I wonder what will be attracted here this time." There was a flash of 7-colored light in the All-Seer's calm eyes. At this moment, all of the cultivators that had seen the East Demon Spirit Sea open once before had their gazes deadlocked at the opening of the spring. This green column was like a pillar that seemed to be holding up space itself. It kept growing taller until it reached the limit of the divine senses range. At this moment, Wang Lin revealed a shocked expression. As the green column continued to grow longer, a pressure like the heavens might slowly begin to spread out from it. Just this sliver of the heavens might made Wang Lin feel like there were 10,000 mountains pressing down on top of him. There was a cracking sound coming from his body, making it seem like he was about to collapse at any time. Very powerful. Wang Lin's eyes revealed an unyielding look. A gray gas appeared between his brows and then turned into a tattoo that quickly covered his body. As a result, the pressure reached a point where he could withstand it. Since Wang Lin was like this, it's obvious that many of the surrounding cultivators were worse. Their faces were extremely pale, and they were forced to retreat. If it wasn't for their elders and masters being there to withstand the pressure for them, many of them would have collapsed and died. Just at this moment, a scene that would be hard for many cultivators to forget in their lifetime suddenly began to unfold. The giant, green pillar suddenly collapsed and rays of red light continued to shoot out from it. The rays of red light spread out like crazy. They even went through the bodies of the surrounding cultivators and went deep into space. As the green pillar continued to collapse, more and more rays of red light were released. The red light spread out at an unimaginable speed. At this moment, if you look at it from another angle, the East Demon Spirit Sea, one of the 3 forbidden areas of planet Tianyun, was covered in green and red light. The green light was slowly disappearing and being replaced by red light. This red wasn't blood red. It was more like the red of the blazing sun. This red light spread out like light from the sun with the East Demon Spirit Sea as the center. The light spread endlessly in all directions. As for exactly how far the red light spread out, no one but a few select individuals knew. Some of the deserted planets far away from planet Tianyun were covered by this red light. Even the farther away planet Suzaku was affected. The current Suzaku, Zhou Wutai, was cultivating when he opened his eyes to find that the sky was completely red. Even farther away, more planets were covered by this red light. There was no way to clearly calculate how far this red light that only came out from the East Demon Spirit Sea once every 5,000 years spread each time. At this moment, the red light suddenly stopped spreading as if it had reached a limit. However, a heaven-shaking thing was happening at all the places the red light reached. Among the stars, planets, and space, everything from treasures, jades, spirit stones, celestial jades, corpses, ancient swords, treasure remnants, celestial spells, ancient cultivation treasures, and various other things, no matter where they were, as long as they were in the range of the red light and without an owner, they began to tremble. This trembling didn't last very long, but the effect was beyond imagination. Right now, all of the objects without an owner shook violently. Not all of the cultivators on these cultivation planets knew where this red light was coming from. In fact, most cultivators had made up their own ideas about this red light that appeared once every 5,000 years. Only those few really powerful cultivators knew where this red light came from and that the East Demon Spirit Sea near planet Tianyun had opened. The red light spread out everywhere. But this wasn't the end of the tide phase. It was only the beginning. The red light paused for a few moments before it began to flash violently. This time it didn't spread out but withdrew at the same speed that it spread out. It was like the unstoppable tide had begun to withdraw with an unimaginable force. If it was only the red light returning, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But what came with it were the endless treasures, spirit stones, celestial jades, and all the ownerless items. Some strange beasts and powerful life forms that lived in the void of space were pulled in as well. Everything that was pulled by the tide was rushing through space and being pulled back toward the East Demon Spirit Sea at a crazy speed. The speed at which the light retracted was a bit slower than when it expanded, but not by much. From another angle, one could clearly see that with the East Demon Spirit Sea as the center, the red light quickly retreated like the tides from an unimaginably vast area. At this moment, the red light went through the stars, space, and planets like the concept of distance didn't exist for it. After only 3 breaths of time, the cultivators outside the East Demon Spirit Sea all saw red light shockwaves rushing back like tens of thousands of galloping horses. This shockwave was a circle that was closing in on the East Demon Spirit Sea. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes revealed a powerful sense of shock. The scene of the tide spreading out had already given him a feeling that this wasn't real. When he saw the tide coming back, he couldn't help but let out a big breath. Actually, not only Wang Lin but everyone who was seeing the tide phase for the first time felt the same amount of shock Wang Lin was feeling. Some of them had been so mesmerized that they lost control of their Tao hearts. At one moment, the red light still looked like it was far in the distance, but in the next moment, the red light had already passed by all the cultivators. At the same time, all of the jades, spirit stones, celestial jades, treasures, and various things that would make everyone's eyes red moved at an extremely fast speed past the cultivators. There were even some corpses, large beasts, and large magic treasures that passed by as well. However, all of these things were wrapped in the red light, and the red light had the mysterious power to make all of them incorporeal. Thus, all of these things passed through all the cultivators without causing any disturbance. It was as if, at this moment, everything before them was an illusion. Wang Lin personally saw a giant demonic beast with a single horn that emitted black lightning, and had a cultivation level similar to an ascendant cultivator go through his body at a speed so fast he had no chance to dodge at all. At the moment it passed through him, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He suddenly turned around and carefully looked at the passing red light to catch a glimpse of as many treasures as he possibly could. Heaven metal soil, exquisite mix liquid, ink stone, Lingxi horn. Wang Lin only got a vague look and his heart skipped a beat. All of these things were pretty good materials for refining the ancient gods' treasures. There is also... This is... Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became serious as he stared at a ray of red light in the distance. Inside the red light was a large sword. This sword was like a wooden board coated in gold. However, there was rust on the sword, and some parts were even broken off. In the blink of an eye, the sword disappeared among the red lights. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly shined brightly. All of the surrounding cultivators' eyes lit up and they made their own plans as they stared at the various treasures passing by. The tide phase was about to end, but just at this moment, another ray of red light came from the distance. This ray of light was extraordinary, and it closed in the blink of an eye. At the moment this ray of red light appeared, the all-seer's calm face suddenly changed. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared at the incoming ray of red light. Sword Saint Ling Tianho's eyes glowed brightly like a torch as he stared at the red light going deep into the East Demon Spirit Sea. At this moment, not only those two, but among all the cultivators, various ancient figures charged out. These ancient figures were all famous old monsters of planet Tianyun. Their original purpose was to just bring their younger generations here, but after seeing that last ray of red light, and especially after seeing what was inside, they all seemed to have become tens of thousands of years younger and charged out. This shocking scene suddenly attracted the gazes of all the surrounding cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the incoming ray of red light. This ray of red light was so fast that it passed by all the cultivators in the blink of an eye as it charged into the East Demon Spirit Sea. If it was only fast, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the red light stopped divine sense from peeking in and the eyes from seeing through. All of the spells that attempted to see what was inside were blocked, making it impossible to see what exactly was in there. It was so well hidden that it even caused people like the All-Seers and Ling Tianho's expressions to change. At the moment Wang Lin's divine sense touched the red light, it was like it was trapped in a maze, and it immediately collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was decisive and gave it up immediately, he would have definitely been injured by the collapse. All the surrounding cultivators' faces were pale. Some of them even coughed out blood and looked weakened. They clearly weren't fast enough at withdrawing their divine senses and were injured by the red light. Don't use divine sense to check. This is not something you juniors can see. At this moment, among all the old monsters, a skinny old man's voice echoed across the area. At this moment, that ray of red light had passed through everyone and was about to enter the East Demon Spirit Sea. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and 3 strands of gray gas appeared between his brows. The 3 strands of gray gas turned into 3 tattoos and rapidly flashed on Wang Lin's forehead. At the same time, the 3 tattoos seemed to have melted and quickly formed a border around his eyes. At the moment the border formed, Wang Lin's eyes lit up like the moon in the night, and the light extended half an inch out from his eyes. His gaze looked like it would pierce through heaven and earth. It directly charged through the void, caught up to the red light that was about to disappear, and pierced directly into it. He wanted to see what exactly was in there. Wang Lin's gaze pierced deep into the red light and went deep inside, but he only saw red light. On top of that, a mysterious force attacked him, sending waves of pain back to his body. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became bloodshot and tears began to flow. There was even blood mixed in. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and let out a roar. The borders around his eyes began to emit strands of gray gas. However, the gray gas didn't spread out but went into Wang Lin's eyes. In almost the blink of an eye, Wang Lin's bloodshot eyes carried a thick shade of gray. As a result, his gaze inside the red light that was about to disappear seemed to be revitalized, and it broke through layers of red light and collided with the mysterious force within. Finally, at the instant the red light disappeared into the East Demon Spirit Sea, Wang Lin's gaze finally broke through the red light and saw the thing that caused the All-Seer and everyone else's expressions to change. It was a token. A glittering, golden token with symbols carved on it. At the moment he clearly saw the token. A large amount of blood came out from his eyes and heart-piercing pain entered his body. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he reopened them, that ray of red light had already disappeared inside the East Demon Spirit Sea. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were completely bloodshot, but there were strands of gray moving inside them, giving his gaze a very demonic feel. In the distance, the girl named Yao Shishu, who was sitting on the blood-red jade, accidentally looked over at Wang Lin. At the moment she saw his gaze, her body trembled involuntarily and her face turned pale. She quickly lowered her head and her heart trembled violently. That gaze. I know why Father wants me to pay attention to this person now. Sword Saint Ling Tianho's eyes lit up and he pointed at the East Sea. The 4 illusionary swords behind his back trembled and then shot toward the East Sea. There were 4 heaven-shaking rumbles as the 4 swords began to spin like crazy, forming a vortex at the center of the sea. The 4 swords were each like a never-ending vortex. They created 4 points and then suddenly tore open an uneven opening. Waves of green and red came from the entrance along with ghost-like wails. This opening looked like it led to nothing, but when one looked closer, they would see that there was more to it deep inside. The gate to the East Demon Spirit Sea is now open. Anyone that is going to enter, do so quickly. Although Sword Saint Ling Tianho only said a few words, they were filled with killing intent. After he finished speaking, the 12 swords turned into 12 rays of sharp light and charged directly toward the entrance. The 12 people all went into the entrance, and as the last one stepped in, the Sword Saint's eyes narrowed. He flicked his finger and a ray of sword energy shot out toward the last disciple. Here is a ray of sword energy from me for the 12 of you to use as your life-saving spell. At the moment Ling Tianho said this, the ray of sword energy was respectfully received by the last disciple. He bowed toward the Sword Saint and then walked inside. Greed had already disappeared from behind Ling Tianho. He had turned into that last ray of sword energy and disappeared into the gate of the East Demon Spirit Sea along with the 12 swords. The All-Seer's eyes were calm as he gave Ling Tianho a meaningful look and said, "Disciples of the Heavenly Fate Sect, go inside." Along with Wang Lin, the 10 of them replied. They immediately got up and flew toward the entrance. However, Wang Lin's speed slowed down a bit, and he didn't go in first. He waited for the others to go in first and then walked inside. After the Delu Sword Sect and Heavenly Fate Sect disciples had entered, the disciples of the famous sects and old monsters all flew toward the entrance. Yao Shishue, who was on the blood jade, pondered a bit before clenching her teeth and charging toward the entrance. For half an hour, people continued to enter the gate. Among the hundreds of people that entered, there were disciples of some very famous old monsters. Half an hour later, Sword Saint Ling Tianho waved his hand and the 4 vortexes that created the opening shook. Then they stopped spinning and turned into 4 rays of sword energy and flew back to Ling Tianho, becoming 4 flashing illusionary swords once more. As the 4 swords disappeared, a large amount of green and red light leaked from the opening. In almost the blink of an eye, the opening disappeared without a trace. The surrounding cultivators had almost all scattered, and even those that hadn't left yet slowly scattered as well. Soon, there was only a handful of cultivators left outside the East Demon Spirit Sea. All of these cultivators were famous old monsters, and they all had high cultivation levels. They all knew each other, and the only reason they hadn't left was due to the item inside that last ray of red light. This matter involved a big secret of planet Tianyun. Everyone here was silent and no one spoke. Sword Saint Ling Tianho's eyes narrowed as he stared at the All-Seer and shouted, "All-Seer, the item in that last ray of red light was a token." The All-Seer's eyes were calm as he looked at the Sword Saint and then at the surrounding old friends. Then he faintly smiled and said, "That is correct. It is a token and it is the 3rd one. I didn't think that this opening of the East Demon Spirit Sea would have brought the token we all have been waiting for. Now that the token is inside the East Demon Spirit Sea, we don't have to worry. The East Demon Spirit Sea opens once every 5,000 years, and the disciples test themselves inside for 500 years. As a result, we will meet here again in 200 years and then we will go in there again. I believe everyone has heard about what happened before, so I hope everyone is well prepared. I think 200 years is enough time for everyone to be fully prepared." After the All-Seer finished speaking, he clasped his hands at everyone before waving his sleeves and taking a step into the void. His body slowly disappeared into the void. Sword Saint Ling Tianho let out a snort as he turned around to give the East Demon Spirit Sea a meaningful look before stepping onto a ray of sword energy and disappearing. After the 2 of them, the remaining famous old monsters all had various thoughts as they formed groups of 3 to 5 and left. The area of outside the East Demon Spirit Sea now returned to the peaceful state it was in before. The sea of floating stuff slowly moved and gave off a mysterious aura. Red and green continued to flash within the sea. Sword Saint Ling Tianho turned into a ray of sword energy as he charged through the void. The location of the Delu Sword Sect was not on planet Tianyun nor one of the 5 planets orbiting it, but on a large planet that was dragged here by Ling Tianho. Although this planet couldn't beat Tianyun, it was much larger than the 5 planets orbiting Tianyun. This planet also had dense spiritual energy and was very suitable for cultivators. The Delu Sword Sect was established here by him. This planet was named Delu by Ling Tianho. Ling Tianho moved extremely fast as he broke through the planet's atmosphere. He went directly to his closed-door cultivation location at the eastern part of the planet. I must use these 200 years of time to refine the celestial sword. I'll fuse 9 demonic beast spirits into one to refine this celestial sword into a demonic sword. At that time, my chance of obtaining the token will increase by 1-fold. Sword Saint Ling Tianho's eyes lit up and he disappeared into his personal building. As for the All-Seer, when he returned to planet Tianyun, he immediately went into the 7-colored tower on top of the 3 mountains. He sat inside the tower and had several black beast bones around him. These beast bones were extremely smooth and shiny. They also gave off an evil aura. My disciple Wang Lin is a person of great fortune. I just don't know how much fortune he has left. The All-Seer's expression was normal as his right reached out and all the beast bones flew into his grasp. Then the scattered them all on the ground. The All-Seer's eyes lit up. He carefully looked at the bones and gradually revealed a faint smile. The inside of the gate to the East Demon Spirit Sea was in complete chaos. It can be said that this place was its own realm. Perhaps there were people here who knew how big this place was. But Wang Lin was clearly not one of them. After he stepped through the gate, he felt like he had walked through water and entered the depths of an ocean. Before him was a vast wasteland. This place had a sky, ground, and even sea, but this wasn't a cultivation planet. There was no one around Wang Lin's current location. The only thing around him was an endless wasteland. The other 9 people of the Heavenly Fate sect were all split apart when they entered the gate. Right now he had no idea where they were. This East Demon Spirit Sea is completely different from anywhere else I have been before. This place is more like the mortal world rather than some place with lot of treasures hidden. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he spread out his divine sense and flew into the sky. I guess the other people that entered were forcibly separated by the gate like me and will survive in the East Demon Spirit Sea by themselves. Sun Yunshan once said that the trip to the East Demon Spirit Sea lasts for 500 years. That means I'll have to stay here for 500 years. Wang Lin remained calm as he continued to fly and ponder. 500 years of time for mortals is several generations. But for cultivators, it is just the flick of a finger. However, in these 500 years, I have a lot of things to do. I must reach the major completion of the celestial slaughter art. This is priority number 1. Also, even if Tuosen breaks free, he would never be able to guess that I'm here, so that gives me an extra 500 years. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he revealed a faint smile. Earlier, he heard from Sun Yunshan that once one enters the East Demon Spirit Sea, they must stay inside for 500 years. After hearing that, he decided that he absolutely had to enter the East Demon Spirit Sea. It has to be said that the person Wang Lin dreaded the most was Tuosen from the land of the ancient god. Once that person breaks free, the first thing Tuosen will do is find Wang Lin. It was simply too difficult for Wang Lin to fight Tuosen with his current cultivation. This was also why Wang Lin was cultivating the celestial slaughter art like crazy to turn life force into life seals. He knew that he couldn't beat Tuosen, so he wanted to learn a life-saving spell. Only after the celestial slaughter art reaches major completion, and he forms a large amount of life seals, can he resist Tuosenator. This was the number 1 goal. I wonder what cultivation level I can reach in 500 years. Wang Lin's eyes released a strange light as he secretly pondered. There is also the matter with Senior Zhou Yi. This is another reason why I came here. With Senior Zhou Yi's domain in the pagoda, it shouldn't be hard to find where the Sword Saint sealed Senior Zhou Yi. If I can save Senior Zhou Yi, then with his help and the celestial swords, I will have a very powerful attack in a short period of time. In addition, there's the large sword I saw outside the East Demon Spirit Sea. The sword I saw was almost identical to the wealth from back then. The light in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. Wealth has the spell to control the celestial sword inside. If that really is wealth, then if I can find it and learn the control technique inside it, the power of the celestial sword will at least increase several fold.